There we go. Hello. Song's almost over. I'll just let it play through. Hi, Sar. How are you? Let me.
It was under your profile, right?
I don't think so. I think we're doing it on yours.
We'll find out the hard way.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sar.
well,
Apparently, Apcarnist also had a very terrible time.
I, I just got a reminder how shit my company and by proximity its insurance is.
Yeah, I don't know if you were here for it, Myth, but I unlocked it. It was something Apcarnist and me talked about at one point of just like I'm fine with just like supporting people anyway, so it's just like I'll just leave it open for everyone to use.
Yeah. So, okay, cool. So as my little quick bitch fest before we get started.
Bitch fest.
Yes, where I'm just allowed to rant
Why do you call it a bitch fest?
because it's bitching. Um, so I went and I
Yes, it works for everybody, sorry. Which means it would also work for Myth.
yeah. So I decided to get new glasses, which is a good idea given I haven't had new glasses in over 3 years. Now I know,
Pretty sure it's been about as long as for me too.
yeah, I know it's 2018 for me. So I went to the dentist office and I gave him my insurance. They're like, "Oh, we're having a little trouble looking up your insurance, blah blah blah," and it took them a hot minute, like a good almost 10 minutes to finally. They're like, "Oh, okay. So the insurance you have for your vision insurance is more of a discount plan." I'm like, "Okay," and they're like, "Well, so it's going to be um, it's going to be $39 for the examination, but there's a $49 copay, and then you'll get a discount on basically you'll get some discount on everything with the glasses itself." I'm like, "Well, I'm here, whatever." Um, and it's like, and I'm just thinking, it's like, okay, how bad is this? And I was just thinking, back in 2018, I know, like, I got an okay pair of glasses, definitely not one that was covered by insurance.
Yeah.
And, but all things considered, like, blue light was covered, the transitions was. In, you know, apparently I can't get blue light and transitions with these new ones. So I just opted for blue light because that's the more important one for me.
That's fair.
um like a lot of stuff was covered because it's like, hey, you work in front of a computer, you need blue light. And it came out to a little over $200. Want to guess what the bill was like for this? I did get slightly better. I got one of those flexible glasses, the one
Kind of like the ones I have where like it's a
even more so.
I would imagine so because my glasses are also over 3 years old.
Yeah, but like they're the ones that you can basically almost put at a 180-degree angle and be fine.
Mine don't block blue light. The only fancy thing that my glasses did was that it had like a glare reducer thing. And usually for eye doctors, they recommend going in every 2 years or so.
$190? Oh, that's optimistic, Myths. I wouldn't bitch about $190 given my prior set was like 200 and change. Like $190 is nothing. I lost more than that by far at every table I sat at.
I misunderstood. I thought you were saying 200 was kind of like with the glasses stuff. So, and thinking it being discounted, I figured maybe it's.
Well, I've been saying back then it was $200 for the entire thing, and like the actual procedure and whatnot was covered. I don't think I had a copay and whatnot, but they're like, well, Mr. Last name, it will come out to about $786, and I'm like, can you please repeat that number? And they're like, oh, and they showed me the detailed breakdown. It's like, my HSA better cover this. Unfortunately, it did. But also, it's like, I need these fucking glasses. How the fuck does it cost this? Like, I just realized it's purely because my company insurance is so shitty.
I don't even think my customer service job was that shitty in terms of insurance. Like, the most I think I ever paid for a pair of glasses, I think, was close to $200, and that was for everything.
Yeah, that's what I'm familiar with. That's been my lifelong experience with, even when I used to be on my family's insurance.
And the first time I ever bought glasses, because I wasn't sure if I needed insurance, and I went to a Walmart's like eye care center.
Yeah, no, I've done that before.
And that was like, even then that was around that about.
Yeah,
and like, this is without insurance, my
dude.
dude.
But when I looked, basically like the discount numbers are like 10% here, 20% here. It's like, I'm basically paying full fucking price.
Basically,
it's like, I need these fucking glasses. This is not insurance. This is a fucking. This is basically coupons.
Part of me is now wondering, like,
what it's going to look like for you.
Honestly, I feel like it's going to be cheaper just because I am on Medicaid, and
hey,
that's sad. That's sad. Right now, I feel like pets get better insurance than you do.
You know what? At least pets get insurance through my company, unlike you. We talked about this the other day. I think I brought this up in Dear Stream last night.
I don't know if it was last night or the night before, but you definitely did bring up the fact that pets get better insurance.
As my domestic partner, you can't even get insurance, yet I can go and get full fucking coverage for a fucking pet. Yeah. I need to fucking change jobs.
At some point, it's just a matter of when.
Yeah, I know.
And when it'll be safe for you to be able to find a different job.
Yeah, without causing red flags. Anyway, we are on what if I'm.
Like, I'm not even allowed to be like deemed as a dependent on.
Yeah, on neither, but like, Calvi is my domestic partner, which conveys some benefits, but those are very limited and restricted to pretty much just New York City. And even then, on New York State taxes, she doesn't count. So, fortunately, that actually, in some ways it benefits, some ways hurts. Probably more so hurt than benefit. But at least, like, you're not gonna have to get taxed on your fucking stimulus checks and whatnot.
Which news keeps trying to tell me that, like, oh, they're doing stimulus checks, and it's just like, here are the places doing this. It's like, well, I'm not seeing New York listed, so I guess that's not me.
Not yet.
Yet, as in, I don't know if they're going to.
Who knows at this point? Anyway, so if I'm correct, this is the final case of this game. Of the first game, that is.
I believe so.
So we're in for a long ride. I just got done with, what, a good 15-20 minutes of bitching, so let's get...
I would say it'd be about 10 minutes, because, like, it was about the 6 minutes mark when I unmuted. So.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. I
was gonna do Resident Evil, but I was just like, you know what? It's very early. We could finish Phoenix right before the end of the year.
It's been, what, 15 years? About that, yes. 15 years is a long time to wait. You can't imagine how much I've suffered. You've suffered? But now, The perfect opportunity has presented itself. At last, I shall have my revenge. What? Merry Christmas.
Well, clearly we're late to this party. Clearly we're... Oh, this is probably the meme, isn't it? Edgeworth?
December 25th, 10:08 a.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
Well, clearly we should have done this, I guess, on Christmas.
I forgot that. I forgot this one. So it's like I don't know much about this case, but I know
of a meme, I think.
Anyway.
Hey, Nick. Do you know if there are any good waterfalls around here?
Waterfalls? Dare I ask why?
Duh, Nick, isn't it obvious? I need a waterfall to stand under, preferably a freezing one.
Oh, is that part of your spirit medium training?
Of course, except I've been slacking off lately. I need to brave the elements and be forged anew under the rushing spring waters.
Okay. I don't know about any falls per se, but Gourd Lake is pretty close.
Oh, darn.
Sorry, but them's the breaks. Can you just take a cold shower or something?
Good idea.
So much for rushing spring waters. Next in the news, a large, unidentified animal was sighted at Gourd Lake. The town is buzzing with excitement. Locals are calling it Gordy, in a tip of the hap to Nessie, the Loch Ness Monster, though his namesake Nessie proved to be a hoax. Locals are confident their Gordy is the real deal. Boring. Can't they show real news for a change?
Nick?
Hmm?
The water pressure's kind of low in the shower.
You want more pressure, huh? Why don't you go down to... I'm sorry, I couldn't even say that with a straight face. Why don't you go down to the fire department and have them spray you with the hose?
Good idea, Nick.
No, Maya, no!
Maya, please.
Apparently, fake blood is no aid in detecting sarcasm. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin. Strange occurrences continue at Gourd Lake, but this time it's murder. Gourd Lake again? The body of a man was found in the lake early this morning. A suspect was apprehended. Sources inside the police department revealed that the suspect's name is Miles Edgeworth, age 24. Edgeworth was an up-and-coming prosecutor known for his skill and connections. He was guaranteed a long working career. Has he thrown it all away? Edgeworth? What's going on? Edgeworth would never do something like...
Nick?
Yipes, Maya.
Fireman yelled at me when I called him.
We've got bigger things to worry about than that. Yes, you are, Myths, and we're all less accomplished than Miles, so... I said all of us.
No, you don't have to account for us just because you feel sympathy.
I don't feel like... I don't know. If I was basically like the star prosecutor of a a major city like fucking Tokyo, I would call that a fucking accomplishment. I don't consider what I've done as an accomplishment. I just call it a paycheck. Fair?
No. You went to college.
Yeah, and at 24, I was in the process of getting let go from Vimeo.
You went to college.
That's not an accomplishment. That's just knowing how to take tests.
Listen, I was homeschooled.
And
the only time I ever went into a school was that I found out that the high school that was close to our house did GED programs.
Yeah.
So it was basically going there, doing the work, going through like their little like test thingy, so that way I could take the in-person test thingy and then get my GED.
Myths, but the thing is that college is an accomplishment more of money than it is of skill. I slept through a lot of my classes at college, literally. And most of it was, do I know how to take a test? Do I know how to butter up teachers so that I can hand in Simon's late?
Sorry, it's not.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
No, it's not that. It's that like someone was talking about like how like the phrase "buttering the cat" like is a phrase now, and it's just like, oh,
what?
Oh,
when did that? Like, I don't deny that I'm smart, but I wouldn't call college an accomplishment. No one's going to remember me for being a college grad. No one's. Uh, People don't even remember me from my prior jobs. It's like I've done nothing to gain any sort of, you know, was I don't want to say fame, but like notoriety.
I'm sorry. I saw a post and like apparently like it's a use of just kind of like trying to find the words. It's basically like you follow it up with like a real sentence of just kind of like, okay, are you actually like as an example, are you actually saying like going to college is an accomplishment, or are you just buttering the cat type of thing? And like I realized that makes sense. It made better sense in the post that I read.
But either way, I don't consider going. I don't consider successfully getting.
Sorry, this is not a battle royale, so I'm changing it.
I wouldn't consider uh graduating from college really like an accomplishment. Like the reason why it's somewhat even notable for me to graduate from college is that while in my freshman year of high school, about 3 years before, it was revealed my mother had 42. Like my father went to go and settle his debt because he had just digged a new drainage ditch for our house, and he got the heavy machinery himself because he's Mr. DIY. And he's like, okay, well, there's a little bit of credit card bills, and about 10K from the heavy machinery. I'll just pay it all. Get a low interest loan to pay it all off. And then comes to find out there's 32K of loans. And then right as I was getting into college, another 23K of credit card debt came in that my mother had introduced to the household. And the reason why that got settled was Hurricane Katrina.
Yeah.
And then as I graduated from college, another 42K or something like that, another 40 something K popped up. Um, uh, and fortunately, I didn't have to deal with that. My father just had to go and refinance the mortgage in order to go and resolve that. And he has only finally paid off the mortgage this year, right before he retired.
Yeah.
But yes, my father is definitely a DIY dad. He did the whole entire wiring for the internet. He's the one who did,
His dad, not his mom is.
My mother is, and it's not. It's not just the fact that she's bad with money. It's the fact that she refuses to admit that she's bad with money, and she refuses to explain how the hell did she spend over, how, because over about 7.5 year period, she spent over, put our family 100K in debt, and she doesn't. So she doesn't know how to explain how she went $1,000 over budget for 7.5 years per month.
I'm sure she could. It's just she doesn't want to. And
well, the thing is that we might have had the records, except because one of the credit cards was taken out with Bank of New York, and we suspect that was the primary source. But by the time my father went around to go and get the records, it was bought out by Chase Bank, and they didn't keep the $1,000 per month over the family household budget. Like, to put that in context, Myths, Calvi wouldn't between me and Calvi, we would need to spend somehow $9,000 a month. Sorry, $9,500 a month in order to accomplish what my mother did, and we would have to do that for 7.5 consecutive years.
I can't even process spending that much money right now. And like, listen, the most I have spent, and even then, it wasn't me that really spent it. Was just that I bought a cookbook because I wanted to make sure that I was following the tamale recipe, and that was $13.
Yeah, and $13. And the thing is that
and I was
the
looking
most
at
expensive
for the poster from Scribble Showdown,
yeah,
which is like $10, which I haven't placed an order for yet, but I was
like,
planning to.
The only month that I went over budget this entire year was literally January, because A, I was helping Kelby move here to New York.
Yes.
B, I bought a brand new bed, and
you
that
also were at that point keeping up with 2 different apartments.
I was getting there. I was helping Kelby move here, which cost like a good grand or two. And then I bought a brand new king size bed with like one of those adjustable, it has adjustable head and legs, which was $4.5 grand. I had to pay rent for both places, which was nearly $4 grand. That was the only time I went over budget any time this year. And even then, that was only because of the bed. If it wasn't for the bed, I wouldn't have gone over budget.
Yeah.
Like I was running flat February through April while I was finishing paying off the rest of my old apartment. But no matter what expense came along, like Calvi goes to the ER, busted even that month, even with paying off the old apartment that month. Yeah. Like, it was like literally, I think I like basically the closest thing I could imagine to that would be able to bust the budget like that again on a short term, like before we talk about getting like a house, is like if I said, "Hey, let's go get a fursuit."
You already have one. You already have one.
But for you, no.
No.
Oh God!
I'm already fluffy enough.
But you'll have fur. You would be even more cuddly. Imagine how much Nikki would cuddle you.
See, now I'm just kind of like, but you wouldn't want to cuddle me. You were not the first one to be in that calculation.
I mean, I'm going to cuddle you no matter what. But I just figured you don't have to put us off the bit. We will stop it right now. We just went on another tangent.
I didn't. You did.
Anyway,
you already said that. What? You mean the prosecutor?
Yeah, he's a suspect in a murder.
What? When? Where? Whom? Why? How?
I don't know.
Let's go find out, Nick.
Well, what should we do?
What do you mean? Let's investigate. We should talk to Mr. Edgeworth and check out the crime scene.
You're right. We need more information. Save aimlessness and confusion for later. Well, got any good ideas?
Not really. I do my best thinking when I'm standing underneath a waterfall. I'm not really either. I don't feel like what I am qualifies as a furry.
You are, but you don't. You're not as outward about it. Anyway, December 25th, Detention Center.
Until you out me about it.
Visitors room. As you bring up, okay, you're just bringing up the stream on your phone.
I'm bringing up stream on my phone because if anything wonky happens, I want to be able to see. Especially for the fact that last stream,
everyone can hear. Everyone can hear stuff, right? Just to make sure.
I swear to God, I double checked.
The game audio. You were able to hear all the ticking noises and subtle music cues, right?
It shows up on the desktop audio, so
okay.
I sit like that was something.
Okay, cool. Because no one let us know last time.
Listen, that was my fault though because I should have double checked for the stream.
Anyway,
you know, Nick, we've all been in here one time or another, haven't we?
I guess it comes with the territory.
I'm not sure it's something we should mention to too many people. Ah!
Hey, Edgeworth, come back!
What are you doing here? Nick, I don't think he's in a very good mood.
Well, he isn't in detention. Were you in a good mood when you were in here?
So you've come to laugh at the fallen attorney. Then laugh. Laugh. Well, why aren't you laughing? Nick, should we be laughing?
Nah, it's a trick. Laughing he'll get mad, or burst into tears. Edgeworth, we don't have so much free time we can spend it coming down here to laugh at you.
Yes, you do.
Actually, he's right.
I hoped you wouldn't come. I didn't want you to see me. Not like this.
I didn't want to see you like this either, believe me. Well, let's talk.
I think that's basically all we can do.
Edgeworth, tell me what happened.
Why should I? What are you going to do about it? Duh, we're going to help you, that's what. Help me? You? Don't be ridiculous.
Sorry?
You're a novice. Novice?
Yeah.
You've only been in 3 trials.
Hey!
Sure, you got lucky, and won all 3. But your luck's bound to run out someday. You need real skill, Wright. Experience. Nick, he's insulting you. Nick? Why are you always the one who has to get Why am I always the one who has to get angry?
The murder took place at Gourd Lake, right? Correct?
Yes. Late last night.
The lake is a long way away from your offices in the courthouse. Why were you down there?
I see no need to tell you. Mr. Edgeworth? You didn't really... Gordy. Huh? I went to see Gordy. Gordy? What's that?
I'll tell you later. Why won't Edgeworth talk to us? Wait, hold on.
Your attorney's badge.
Edgeworth. Let me defend you. Oh shit, this is actually the right option, is it?
Ha. Good one, right. But I'm not that hard up. Not yet. What do you mean by that? Me? a wet behind the ears lawyer with only 3 trials under his belt? Never. What? My case is near hopeless, right? Every defense attorney I've talked to has turned me down.
What?
Simply put, they were afraid they'd lose. It occurred to me that it might be my fault that they lack confidence. After all, I did get every single one of their clients declared guilty.
I don't believe it.
Regardless, I don't want you involved in this. You in particular, I cannot ask to do this.
That seems like it was kind of the right thing to do, but not quite. Like, it's definitely more introspection.
I guess we could go there.
Yeah. December 25th, Ford Lake Park entrance.
This is where it happened?
Yeah, Ford Lake is in the middle of this park.
I can see some police walking around in there.
Questioning people, probably.
Hey, isn't that Detective Gumshoe over there?
Well, pal, there's enough of us here. Anyone found anything? Sorry, sir. Nothing. Idiot! Try us tomorrow. We need clues on the double. But, sir, there weren't any clues. That's why we arrested that attorney, Mr. Edgeworth. It's clear, sir. He's the one who... Shut up! Just try saying that again. I'll make you sorry if you do. Just get out of my face, pal. Yes, sir.
Detective Gumshoe's kinda scary today.
Recruits, pa. Ah. Hey, you're that hairy guy. Hairy Butts.
God damn it.
Wright. Phoenix Wright. Oh yeah, I forgot my name. And just what are you doing here, pal? Investigating? Huh? Well, yes, I suppose. Well, I'm here to help. Ask me anything you want. Bring it.
He seems different than usual. I wonder what's up. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't actually asked us to defend him yet.
Huh? Oh, you don't say. Detective Gumshoe? Do you know what happened here? Huh? You don't know, pal? No. Wow, okay, Mr. Head in the fluffy pink clouds lawyer. Head in the... what? Huh? Never mind, I'll tell you. It happened last night, about 15 minutes after midnight. There was a boat out on Gord Lake. In that boat were 2 men. One of those men shot the other with a pistol. And the shooter was... sorry.
And the shooter was Mr. Edgeworth?
A cop who arrived on the scene arrested him.
How did they get there so fast?
Well, there was a witness. When the report came in, we raced to the lake. A witness?
You don't think Mr. Edgeworth is a murderer, do you?
Absolutely not. It's impossible. I don't care if there's a witness either. I don't believe a lick of it.
Right. Who says what the witness says? Or who cares what the witness said?
I care.
You really believe in him, don't you, Detective?
Of course I do. But the police are pretty sure he's the killer. Nobody's even really taking this investigation that seriously.
Oh no!
After all the help Mr. Edgeworth has been to us, hard to imagine no one standing up to take his side.
Well, at least you are, Detective. At least you are. Is it true? No one will take Mr. Edgeworth's case?
Yeah. He's a bit of a celebrity. If you defended him and lost, your reputation be sure to suffer. What's more, the case against him is, well, it's pretty solid. I suppose it would be if they have a witness. Hey, pal. Don't tell me you're going to turn your back on him, too. Remember the Steel Samurai case? Miss Edgeworth helped you get your client declared innocent. I know. I went to Edgeworth. I tried. He really doesn't want us to represent him. Especially not us, he said. What? Well, that doesn't make any sense, pal. You should have heard him talking about you after that trial. He kept saying, right, 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 over and over.
Nick? I'm not sure that's a good sign.
Neither am I. Why wouldn't he want your help? I don't get it. Who was this witness? Sorry, pal. That's confidential. Anyway, the witness saw everything, apparently. I'm sure they'll turn up at trial tomorrow. Was there only that one witness? Yep, it was pretty cold out on the lake last night. And it was Christmas Eve after all. Still, we're being thorough. You never know when you're going to turn up another witness. That's why we're here today, checking things out. So far, we're coming up empty.
Oh, it's Christmas today. I have forgotten. What are you getting me for Christmas, Nick?
Talk to Santa. Detective Gumshoe, sure, sir. What? Find something? No, sir, not yet. But there was a call from the precinct. You want to hold an investigation briefing. A briefing? Right, I'm off. Oh. Sorry, pal. I guess he heard. I gotta go. Any last things you want to ask me about before I head back?
Well, yes. Do you have any information on the victim?
Sorry. They haven't worked up the autopsy report yet. I'm still waiting for it myself. Actually, say, if you get the time, drop by the precinct. We can talk more there, pal. You're not coming back, Detective? Probably not, pal. So what should I do if we have something to talk to you about? Ah, right. Here, I'll show you how to get to the precinct. Come down and see me anytime. Directions to the police station received from Detective Gumshoe. Oh, hey, Detective Gumshoe. What? We'd like to take a look around in the park. Can we walk around? Yeah, no problem, pal. You got my permission.
You know, Nick, I think there's something to be said for talking to people when they're busy.
Yeah, they don't have the time to think about not giving you information.
Right, now let's get investigating.
Well, let's examine around. Feel winter's chill from the bare leaves today. What is it about winter that turns people into poets?
I don't know, but my toes are starting to feel numb.
Yes, my poetry has that same effect on some people. That's a hell of a self-burn.
Oof.
Oh. The sign says Gourd Lake Nature Park. This place is full of families picnicking on the weekend.
But no waterfall.
Not many picnickers come here for spiritual training, Maya. I think that might have been a little yet. Also, there is a small input delay. Hey, I assume because of video. Oh, so it's fine because it's not like we're doing anything real time. Let's go in. 725th, Gourd Lake, Public Beach.
There's gonna be
Switch.
hang on. Boop. And boop.
Hopefully. Okay, much better. Oops, sorry.
It's okay. It was not much.
Oh, I
Phoenix
didn't know.
said yep, and
I'm not sure it warrants a wowzer, so.
probably not. But hey, look at that snack stand.
Oh. Samurai dogs?
I want a samurai dog, please. I bet they're great.
With a name like Samurai Dog, how could they not be?
They're a little behind the times, though. The kids are all into the pink princess now. I mean, like, you know.
Nope. Oops.
So it just randomly disconnected you.
I hit the minus button, and that's what seemed to have done that. Yep. So if you wanted to just switch controllers in this game, you just had to press the minus button. But it's not a random disconnect.
That's weird. Wow, Gourd Lake is really big.
Yeah.
Say, Nick, why is it called Gourd Lake?
Oh. Well, a long time ago, they used to grow gourds here.
Wow, no way. I was sure it was because the lake looked like a gourd when viewed from above. You know, like an hourglass shape.
Oh, it is shaped like a gourd, actually. But that's just a coincidence.
Oh, okay.
I'll end up with plastic benches. I guess the idea is you buy a dog and eat it here. Doubt anyone would sit here and eat on a day like this. Except maybe Maya, if she had a samurai dog. I almost didn't see that signpost. Left, boat docks, right, exit.
This is making me want a hot dog, not gonna lie. But honestly, I already kind of want a hot dog, so thinking with it being cold, it's just like, I could go for a chili dog.
Trash can's empty. At least the place is well maintained. Probably have to examine over here. A hot dog stand is closed. The Christmas fringe looks a little half-baked. The banner reads Samurai Dogs. Someone needs to redecorate. And I think there's really nothing here. Unless there's something with, I don't know if there's anything with these parties. Oh, there is something with these parties hats.
Also, Myth, if you are still here, that is too accurate.
What?
Accidentally revealed something dark. Someone I just met. Oh my god, that was dark. Are you okay? Me. Look at that. It's perfect.
Anyway.
Huh, someone left some poppers here. You know, you pull the string?
And it goes pop. Yeah, I know them ones. You've seen them a lot around New Year's.
Hey, Nick, they might be a clue. Let's take them.
Come on, a minute. You just want to pop them, right?
Was it that obvious?
Poppers.
I say we take them.
I suppose it couldn't hurt. Huh? Where'd they go?
Into my pocket.
Poppers, a classic party noisemaker. Pull the string and then goes bang. Not very clue-worthy. Which means we're gonna have to use it at some other point.
I mean, those tend to sound like the pop of a gun.
Yeah.
Sums 90% of your friendships. That is fair.
Okay. Anywhere else? Okay, we can continue exploring Gourd Lake. December 25th, Gourd Lake Woods.
I like it here, Nick. Look, someone's camping. Specifically no camping spot.
They've got cops camping at the scene of the murder.
Hey, Nick. If they were camping here last night, they might know something about the murder.
That's true. Good call, Maya. Let's go talk to them. Let's examine everything first.
Jalapeno poppers are also very good. I'm just sad that they are extremely breaded, so it's just like, well, I can't really have this.
Well, I mean, you still want fried mac and cheese balls, though.
Yeah.
This SUV has seen better days. It's dented all over. Can't believe anyone will drive their car down here.
But I also imagine that, like, depending if you'd be up for it, like, there's gluten-free, like,
breadcrumbs
and gluten-free noodles, like elbow noodles. I know that wouldn't be your forte, but
yeah,
that is a thing.
That is a thing. It's just that I'm not sure. Like, the question is, how much would we actually cook? Then I guess we could only do like half a box at a time. Then
probably, but for like the first round, I would be fine with just trying it straight out.
Yeah, it's whatever you would like.
But I know at the store, like,
yeah, no. Well, I mean, panko are still wheat, so that's what you typically do.
Yeah, there is gluten-free forms of panko though.
Yeah, of course. Good. It's just made out of rice.
Yes.
Basically everything. A lot of things are a lot of, especially when it comes to the stuff that is like gluten-free soy sauce is just a rice-based soy sauce instead of wheat-based. So
sorry, my mom posts videos sometimes. It's just like,
yeah, no.
And I compulsively check them now because of the fact that it was how I found out that my mom was even in the hospital. So it's just like, cool. So if something goes wrong, I have to check Snapchat.
Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, Nick.
What? Don't tell me you're hungry again?
No. I was just wondering, why are camping pots and pans made of aluminum?
They didn't talk about that in any of the law books.
So there's no law saying they have to be made out of aluminum then?
I'm not having this conversation.
But no, let's have that conversation. Tell me why.
There's food in some magazines on the sheet. It takes a pretty tough skin to camp in this cold. The trees grow quite thick here. Further back, the trees fade into shadow where sunlight can't reach them. Sign says no camping. Only place to pick to pitch your tent.
Wait, what if the sign said no setting tents on fire?
I don't think they have any signs like that.
Oh.
Also, the fact that we can hear the
lightweight, easy to produce, rust resistant. Are they rust resistant? I've had several aluminum things that have rusted very easily.
Resistant.
I know, but like the fact that they rusted easily tells me that they're less resistant.
It just depends on how you treat them. This camera has a mic and some sort of attachment. Must take pictures when triggered by a noise.
Wow, cool. Let's try it out. Cough. Hi, I'm Nick. Maybe I'm not saying it loud enough. Hey, I'm Nick. Huh? Nick.
Will you stop that?
Maybe it's broken?
Don't kick it. Maybe he isn't set to respond to voices.
Well, what then? These things?
The party poppers?
Well, it responded.
Yeah! Hey, you! Actually, probably you should do.
Hey, you, get your hands off of that. Eek. What in Sam Hill? Look what you done now. There goes a whole roll of film. What? Sorry. Sorry's nice, but don't pay my bills. Y'all know how much a roll of that film costs? I'll pay you back. What were you all thinking setting off a party popper in a place like this? Well... What? Don't try to play stupid with me just cause you think I'm some country bumpkin. Yeah, I know how you all Yanks think. I say those southern folks talk with that exaggerated drawl. Why, they must be dumb.
Hold on, we're based out of LA here. Like, we would talk about NorCal if we were trying to insult people here. Sorry.
She probably just has a very tight budget.
To be fair, it's probably actually a nice camera film myths, so it might be a little bit more expensive side, especially given the setup.
That's fair.
But I'm not saying it's that expensive, but also it's not like, you know, life-saving. It's expensive.
Well, let me tell you, just because I might be dumb, don't mean we all are. Nick, help. And who are you now, her chaperone?
Yeah, no, rather, we're sort of friends?
Just figure out what you all are gonna say and say it for bejesus's sake. God, I'd rather sit through one of Pa's drawings than listen to you stutter all day.
Oh boy. Guess we should pay her for the film.
Watch it.
Yes, ma'am. On second thought, I'll pay later.
I'm really sorry.
Cool. We're going to talk.
She's just a bundle of fire. What? Can't you see I'm changing the film in my camera here? Someone, I'm not naming any names, but someone used up a whole roll. Sorry.
That didn't work. I wonder if I have anything to show her that would get her attention.
What? Can't you see I'm changing the film in my camera here? Someone. Okay, same thing.
Okay, so basically I cannot do shit.
Can we show her our attorney badge and be like, hey, we're here for a thing?
This is my badge.
Huh? Aren't badges supposed to be all shiny and impressive? You a cop or something?
I'm a lawyer.
A what? Y'all ain't gonna try and pull one of them lawsuits on me over that film now. Cause I'll have you know, I am a fighter, and I wrestled meaner looking things than you.
No, that's not it at all. We're here investigating a murder that took place here on the lake.
A murder? Sounds cool. Why didn't you say that in the first place? Go ahead, ask me anything you like.
Finally, some cooperation.
You too. Y'all can come out of hiding now. I won't bite hard.
Come to think of it, where did Maya get to?
Sorry. I was feeling a little overwhelmed. The culture gap and all. Never you mind, honey. I can talk yank for you if if it pleases you. Thanks. I think I'll be okay. Great then. I'm Loda. Loda Hart. But you all can call me Loda. I'm here photographing meteor showers for a research project. Mighty pleased to meet you.
Cool.
Well, I'm glad I was right about the bag. Oh yeah, when was that murder anyway? I ain't seen much television lately.
It happened late in the night on Christmas Eve.
That's so. Christmas Eve.
A man on a boat was shot. Do you see anything?
Well, let me see. A boat, you say? I reckon I oughta seen one. Not sure though. Y'all gotta remember, I've been watching this here lake for a good 3 days now. I seen enough boats to choke a mule. Kinda hard to remember which I seen when. So, what is it you do, Loda? Huh? Me? Y'all don't really want to know that, do ya? Actually, I'm a research student at Country U, right in the heart of the heartland. Wow, neat! Nick, she's a research student at a university, Country U.
So I hear.
So when did you come up here? Let me see. I guess it was about 3 days ago.
What are you photographing?
Didn't I tell you that already? Meteors. Yep, meteor showers.
Falling stars?
That's quite a camera you have there. Y'all better know it. It's German made, a genuine slogan.
Slogan? Isn't that where they make knives?
God damn it. So what's that device you have stuck to the camera? Huh? The device? Your camera went off all by itself when I fired my party popper. Oh, that might trigger the shutter whenever it detects certain sounds. It's programmed to pick up loud noises right now. A programmable camera? Neat.
Cool. Okay.
Now, can we present her with the camera and be like, can we see it?
Lada?
Yeah?
So your camera, it triggers on loud explosion noises.
Yep.
Actually, the victim in the case we're researching, he was shot with a pistol.
Pistol.
Right. Now, wouldn't the gunshot make a similar noise to our party popper?
I guess it would.
Your camera didn't get a picture of the murder, did it?
Hey. Y'all are pretty bright.
Huh?
I see what you're saying. Tell you what, I'll have a look-see at my film.
It would have been a photo taken late last night.
I checked them once. Don't remember if there was anything on them, though. But what if I got something? I could be a witness to a genuine murder. Yeehaw!
That's not the reaction you should be having
I
here.
know. I'll check that film. Y'all come back here now, you hear? She went inside her SUV. I guess we should come back later.
Cool. Well,
Not sure if there's anything to examine over here. But...
I'm just quickly. Scares right there. Respond to a noise. Drawing responses to loud noises like a party popper. Okay. And slide.
So, how much is later?
Hmm?
I'm just thinking of how much is later.
Whenever we clearly trigger a significant event, right?
I guess so.
We still have to go to the boat rental shop. 7/25th, boat rental shop.
Nick, what is this place?
A boat rental shop. Closed for Christmas, it seems. Guess a murder taking place on one of the boats won't be good for business either.
Boats. I've never ridden on a boat.
Really? Well, how about we go on one when the trial is finished?
Hey, good idea. You bet.
Well, small boat rental shop. Doesn't look like anyone is around. Probably closed because it is Christmas. I'm looking. There's more forest off that way. I doubt I find any helpful clues in there. Cool. I imagine the boats are going everything. There are some boats floating at the dock. Is one of these boats used in a murder, I wonder?
Nick?
Huh?
I changed my mind. I don't really want to go for a boat ride.
I mean, that's not a surprise.
I feel like there's supposed to be something here, but maybe move indicates moving somewhere closer?
Well, I don't think there's any other points of interest. Like, the entire boat shop is one.
Like, the only thing I could figure is that maybe we came over here to give time for the SUV? For photos?
Yeah, we can't go inside, so. Probably, to be fair, probably we'd have to go to... I think we had to go back to...
Edgeworth?
Well, not... We could go back to Edgeworth, but I was going to say we had to go to the precinct.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's...
We could go to Edgeworth, though. Let's talk to him again. Edgeworth, this is really hard for me to ask, but you didn't do it, right? Right?
Think what you will. I have only one request.
Huh?
Stay out of this case. Why? But Nick is trying to help you. I know that. But I don't want your help, okay? Why not? Look, just go away and leave me alone. Nick? Mr.
Edgeworth did it, and didn't he? And said, and Phoenix responded, Maya, let's go investigate elsewhere. Gotta hate. Is there a way? I'm trying to remember. There was a command to go and bring up the. Okay. There was a command to bring up the log, wasn't there?
The log?
Yeah, like chat log. I forget. Whatever.
I don't think so. I think that was...
Neo.
That was Neo. Definitely Neo.
Yeah.
But Nick...
It would be nice in this, too, to be fair.
It would be.
Especially when they go on their rants. Okay, let's go to criminal affairs.
It would be. So that way we just have some way of being able to look back and be like, okay.
Yeah. December 25th, Police Department, Criminal Affairs.
I guess Detective Gumshoe is still in that meeting.
Hey! Thanks for coming down, pal.
Detective Gumshoe.
We just finished the meeting, for better or for worse. I get the feeling we're in for some bad news. Okay, let's talk. Do you know anything about the victim yet? No. Still can't ID him.
Has Mr. Edgeworth said anything?
Not a word. So how did the meeting go? I can't tell you, pal. You're a lawyer. True. You know, I don't know what you to believe anymore. Sure, Miss Edgeworth's human like you or me. Still, I get the feeling that if he'd done something wrong, he wouldn't go hiding it. That's just the kind of guy he is. Why can't anyone else see that?
So they think that Mr. Edgeworth did it?
Hey, Hero.
Hi, Hero.
Well, the trial's starting tomorrow as scheduled.
I see.
Hey, and you did tell us about the meeting. Don't go tell anyone else, pal. Yes, sir. And do me a favor. Stand by Mr. Edgeworth. He needs help, and everyone's trying to help him. I'm sure he's got some reason he won't talk to us.
Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. I hope so.
The TLDR that you've missed so far, Hero, it's suspected that Edgeworth, you know, the person we face in Trials 2 and 3, shot some guy on a lake, on a boat.
Presumably.
That it's accused.
Yeah.
That's what.
I know. I just like saying presumably. Detective Gumshoe, how come you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much?
Well, I think that was obvious.
The other lawyer is a murderer, at least from what they're speculating.
Yes.
Based on the witness.
Yes, it is a prosecutor, so.
Oh, that's true. Sorry, I thought prosecutor would be the same for like judge, so it's just like.
No. Judge is judge, the justice or whatnot.
Yeah.
We got a strong working relationship, us two. We trust each other, and that's how it works.
A working relationship?
See, Mr. Edgeworth always gets his defendant declared guilty every time. Yeah, his methods might be a little extreme at times, but there's a reason. He trusts our investigation, see? He trusts us to get the right man. That's why I work extra hard, pal. We gotta earn that trust he places in us.
I see.
Mr. Edgeworth is a man you can trust. And yeah, my word on that.
Also, Edgeworth currently does not want us to represent him, but we are still looking into what the heck happened.
I was wondering, did you ever get that autopsy report? Oh, that? Yeah, I made a copy for you. Time of death, sometime on the 24th or 25th, caused one bullet shot to the heart. Thank you.
Nick?
Huh?
Can you show me that photo of the victim? That face.
Someone you know?
I don't know. I just have this feeling that I've met him somewhere a long time ago.
I mean, yes, tropey, but also...
It's... So far, it's not a conflict of interest thing. It's that with every other lawyer he has gone to now, they don't want to represent him because of the fact that there was a witness saying that Edgeworth did it. They don't want to represent him, which is kind of a celebrity lawyer, and lose.
Yeah.
So it's basically they're trying to protect their reputation by not representing him.
Yeah, and also the fact that Edgeworth kind of has destroyed a lot of reputations in the process.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go examine the place. This must be the chief of the detectives here. Let's go to his computer screen. What? Gorda Lake? Gordy sighted. I don't believe it. Shouldn't you be reading something more important?
Also, I have an eye doctor's appointment tomorrow to be able to see about getting new glasses.
These are the detective's desk. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tighter than I expect. Guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks.
Those are such old computers. I know they're Game Boy. This is Game Boy Advance era, but like
early Game Boy Advance era.
Yeah, it's just we moved away from those chunky screens that are in the Game Boy Advance era. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Hey, is that the police department's mascot? That's the Blue Badger. Sure. It was my idea. I made it. It's my mascot. I see. How nice. I'll get him assigned mascot of Criminal Affairs Department. It's the last thing I do. Good luck.
It'll be nice because these ones are about... They're over 3 years old at this point. The glare resistance has definitely faded a lot on them, so I get a lot more glare at like random points of the glasses.
Yeah. A poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's Leia's babes. Ooh, gods. I'm just gonna skip the rest of that. Okay, actually, hold on. Awkward story time.
Awkward story?
I mean...
Like secondhand embarrassment, or?
Secondhand embarrassment.
Okay.
Like, so, I've said multiple times about my trip to Japan.
Yes.
And there were various prizes, but one of, I got a, ranked prize, but also as one of the things they gave kind of everyone was one of those calendars with their, and it did have some of their professionals. And it's just like, why? I understand they volunteered for this, but also, you're kind of
No, I get you.
It's just like you couldn't have just gone and just went. Maybe we'll just go and have like a friend. I mean, it's still. I hate to phrase it this way, but is one of those things that shows perpetual in Japanese culture and whatnot, even to today.
Yeah.
Because that was only 2018.
Only. But for glasses, you can have just kind of basic lens glasses and not have them do anything fancy. But as time has progressed on, they've gotten a little bit more fancier where you can get like coating to be able to minimize the glare, because like looking at lights or anything like that would have like this horrible glare. So having the coating, especially while driving, helps significantly.
Yeah.
There's also transitions, which is what Apcarnist has.
Yeah.
And it basically turns your glasses into sunglasses when it's exposed to like the UV rays and stuff like that.
Blue light protection, which is kind of the same as the anti-glare, but slightly different.
Yeah, and
which is mostly.
I honestly don't know what Medicaid is going to cover in terms of that, so.
I'm going to say this: you should get blue light protection. If anti-glare is a separate thing, get that. I don't think you're going to be able to get transitions, but that's fine.
I don't think so,
it's
but
not a big deal.
I've never really gotten like transitions. So.
But yeah, just pay for what you need. We'll figure out the money later. It'll still possibly cost less than what I had to pay.
Probably, and I know contacts are an option. It's just that.
You have a slight stigmatism. You shouldn't.
Yeah, I have a slight stigmatism for one. Not horrible, just slight.
But it's still, you shouldn't.
The other thing is that I feel like I look better with glasses on.
Yeah. But also, so normally when I've gone in the past to get glasses, I rant about this at the beginning of the stream because I was a little pissed. Everything included, the eye doctor visit, the examination, getting the new glasses. Even if I got frames that weren't covered by my insurance, I would go. It would still be a little over $200, which is not the worst for something that's usually a 2 to 3 year investment. For some people, it's even only a year investment, but usually mine lasts 2 to 3 years. For this, they decided, when I went there, they're like, well, you have to pay you basically have to have a consultation fee, and then you have to pay a copay, and everything is only discounted. Nothing is covered, and it's like, and I looked, and basically nothing was covered. Like at prior jobs, stuff like blue light would be covered, or like basic things that I kind of need for working in front of a fucking computer. And so what normally should be like a $200 something bill, they're like, oh, it's $786, and it's like, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, I didn't say that to them, but the reason why I'm not more pissed is because, fortunately, I have a health savings account, and that's covering that. So nothing is out of pocket, but also, fuck that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, it just reminds me of how shit my insurance is.
Pets have better insurance than you do.
Yeah.
Sorry, the fact that a pet can be fully covered, but not you, is just
It's just absolute baffling.
Also, it kind of looks like that Medicaid does not cover dental
at all. So we're gonna eventually have to get you just a checkup at some point.
Especially for the fact that the last dentist I was seeing sent me a text reminder. It's just like, you're due for a cleaning. It's just like, we talked about this the last time I was in there. I don't have the insurance that you take, so it doesn't work.
Yeah. That must be one of the detectives. Someone with something to himself. Alright, hands against the wall, all of you. Don't even think about escaping. I got eyes in the back of my head. I must be doing image training for arrests.
Maybe. I also tried saying about, like, I'm pretty sure finding a psychiatrist, but, like, the website I was using was very unclear. It's just like, well, what do you want? Do you want therapy? Do you want prescription? It's just like, well, I don't know, for one. And second, like, I would kind of like to, I guess, find out what's gonna work best for me. Like, therapy's good. But I also feel like, with how my brain works, that maybe I should be trying prescription of sorts.
December 25th, Gourd Lake Woods.
Hey, y'all. Loda. Wait up a sec. We got bingo. Bingo? My automatic camera took 2 photos last night. Hey! This is them. Take a look.
Wait.
See? See? He's holding him. He's shooting him with that pistol.
It looks like that, yes. But you can't really tell who that is shooting.
Yeah, well, that was enough. There was enough fog there last night to strangle a bullfrog. But you know, seeing these photos reminds me of something. What? I saw the murder happen. I'm a witness. What?
Are you serious?
Of course.
How do you forget? Never mind.
Y'all reckon I should tell the cops? Yes? Yes? I don't blame you. Those are Loch Ness level shit.
I mean, to be fair, literally, like, the whole entire thing is that there is supposed to be a Loch Ness monster equivalent called Gordy in Lake Gourd. And she's not looking for that specifically, but also she's probably looking for it. So,
yeah.
Remember, this is supposed to take place in California, not
In
Japan.
What year is this again?
This is like early 2000s. Hence why CRT monitors.
Yeah, but like, it's been showing the year, right?
No.
No? Okay.
But we can assume this is like 2000, 2001-ish.
2005, I think?
No, it's earlier than that because this game came out in like 2001 NIFS.
What? Hang on.
We looked at this last time.
Well, then yes, but I forgot, so I'm checking again. It's not that I doubt you. It's just that I need that validation from my brain right now. Excuse you. Fuck you.
I love you too. I was just holding up my wrist, like, you know, looking at a time, a watch. It's 2001, right?
It's October 12th, 2001.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure this is like 2001. Yeah. I love you too. I reckon so.
What's that? Now don't y'all go trying to mock my accent. I'm a sensitive lady. Hey, so I'm off to talk to the cops. You all can have this photo. Later.
Wait, Lotta.
What? Can't y'all see I'm kind of busy?
Tell us what you saw too, please.
Nice try, honey. But I wasn't born yesterday. I'm a witness. That means I'm on the side of justice. And that means cops.
I have a feeling we should reload this at this point.
I feel like we should ride this out. I'd sooner eat the south side of a northbound skunk than tell you. Load up. Don't let it get your skivvies in a bunch. Friends today, enemies tomorrow. Or was that the other way around? No matter, I'm gone. Hey, maybe you all let me do some testifying, hot darn. She left. Well, that's one more witness. What do we do now, Nick?
Well, if she saw something, there's not much we can do about it. Question is, what exactly did she see? I guess we'll find out in trial tomorrow.
I think this is a case where...
Yeah, no matter what we say.
Yeah, no matter what we would have said, like, she would have gone for it, because the way the dialogue's kind of formatted is that maybe she thought of us as the bad guy if we said, no, don't go to the cops kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
whatever, we'll just write this out then.
I know. Yeah, it's a little wonky. Yeah, you're right. It hasn't been showing the year.
Yeah, December 25th, Gordy Lake, Public Beach.
Looks like the police have given up their investigation.
Interviewing.
Hey. It's Santa. Ah. Nick, I think Santa's mad at you.
Long time no see, Nick.
Nick? You know Santa? Wow, Nick and Saint Nick. Hey, I see the connection.
Don't be ridiculous. Dude, it's me. Larry? What are you doing here? Isn't it obvious? I'm working my day job. I sell samurai dogs. Want one? Gotta get money for dates, you know. My girl, fiance. Wow. This is really dating itself. Hold on, I think I need to get a drink after that. Just saying that name.
You're just like, oh my goodness.
I'm like a favorite drink of this time.
No, you're fine. Me too, hero. Me too. While he grabs a drink, tomorrow I do eyeglass, and it's probably going to take a chunk of time to get the glasses, but hey, at least
I imagine
most of the time the process.
Well, I bet most of the time it's just going to be traveling there.
I would imagine.
Like, it's probably going to be like travel there, spend like a half hour in the actual office, maybe 45 minutes, and then travel back. So you literally spend more time probably traveling than you will in the office. Such is the way in New York City.
Basically. And also, we got the rest of the Neo the World Ends With You collection that Apcarnist had pre-ordered, like, what, back at the beginning of the year or something?
It's like, it was summertime.
But, that's why I took a photo of the pins, because I had the pins to the board, and it is very nice. We also got a bag, we also got a Mr. Mew Mew plushie, and the pins came in a, like, tape cassette type of, like, casing, and I felt old because Apcarnist looks at me, he's like, I don't know how to open this. I was just like, fuck, I'm dating, like, basically I'm aging myself by a lot, but here, I will open it.
We're only 18 months apart, but I never had a fiddle with cassettes. By the time I got into music and whatnot, I was burning CDs.
Yes, and you explained that, but it still made me feel old because my mom had cassettes for days, so we would open those quite a bit.
My family had cassettes, but I never played them.
And we also have a bag that will be much better suited for being able to, like, once we start able to go to more shows more frequently and safely.
No, it doesn't have as greeting Sheeple Shibuya.
It's fine.
So either we're gonna get like, hey, they have the bag, or it's like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, especially for the fact of being in New York, I'm not sure if someone's gonna try and take that as like, is Shibuya meant to be like a slang for New York? Because I feel like there's gonna be those people.
Yeah, and there's, like I said, the nerds, the uber nerds will get it.
Was there anything else that came with that? I know the CDs came with it, but we got those separately. We got those early compared to the rest.
Technically, I think that was a separate pre-order, but
was it? I thought one of them was a part of it.
Nah.
Oh well.
But no, that's basically it. Anyway.
I just wanted to mention that because Mr. Mew Mew is like at the side of the couch.
Also, Myths
makes me happy.
If you really don't get it, it's really just trying to go and remember, Beyonce has been around for a while.
Beyonce's been around for a while.
And I think this is before her and Jay-Z were bumping hips. Cause Beyonce has been around since fucking Destiny's Child.
Yeah.
And that was the late 90s.
Yeah.
God. See, now I'm having my I feel old moment. It just, I remember how it was big news a couple of years ago because there was a Destiny's Child reunion at the Super Bowl halftime show. And it's like, wow, that,
Yep.
Yeah. And again, this is that's what literally the name was. It's just a riff off of.
Yep, and also, yeah, boy howdy, Joey Wheeler. Brooklyn.
Oh god. Anyway.
Brooklyn Rage.
Yes, Beyonce, one of Beyonce's most recent songs that really topped the charts was Lemonade. All the Single Ladies is the other one you might know. You know,
sorry, I've written one other places. Can you put that on?
I don't know much about her besides the fact that I know in a music video there was. All I know is that she had like a Carrie. Didn't she had like a Carrie? I have no idea what Hero's referring to. All I know is that I remember there was the one music video where she basically was having a Carrie Underwood moment and taking a baseball bat to Jay-Z's cars because after he got caught cheating.
Oh, that's right. Invincible. Sorry, my brain went Invincible Halo. My brain put that together as like Invincible being the song name, Halo being what it was from. So I was just like, was there a song?
I don't know. I don't know.
Invincible by Beyonce.
I don't know Invincible or I don't know those songs. I
do. There's also Umbrella, if I recall correctly.
I'm not the biggest pop fan. Like The closest thing you get to pop from me, and I guess it would be basically Panic at the
That's Rihanna? Okay. To be fair, I do get their names mixed up fairly frequently.
Beyonce, not Narumoto, I hope. Oh, but Beyonce, the fine. Oh, god damn it!
Why am I getting all the shitty lines today?
Really? It was her idea I wear this costume. She was all, you go, girlfriend, you know? She bought this costume for me. That's great, Larry.
Wow, a Santa costume. She must be really nice.
Whoa, cute. Nick, who's she? She's not your... Oh. Not my what? No, she's not.
I'm his partner, Maya Faye. I'm, the little sister.
Sister? Wow, Nick, must be tough. Working 9 to 5, having to take care of a little sister. God damn, you're an idiot.
No, I'm not Nick's sister. My older sister's little sister.
Huh? Sounds great. Don't worry, Maya, he's not listening. Let's talk to you, you fucking idiot.
I feel you there, Hero. Like, back when, like, the mush-ups for, like, the top songs for the year was, like, premiered on, like, YouTube, I would listen to a lot of those. I don't think he's done anymore, but, like, that was really good when he was doing them.
Hey, Larry. There was murder here last night. And since you work here, have you heard anything?
Nick, you're wasting your time. Last night was Christmas Eve. He was with Beyonce, obviously. He wouldn't have been standing out here in the cold.
Oof. I think what you just said caught him off guard, Maya. No, it's just Beyonce's not in town right now. Hold on. $5 says we have to defend him in our trial in one of the later games.
Like, maybe just every Phoenix Wright game is just started off with, like, defend your friend. Defend the butts. Defend the butts.
God, we're an hour and a half into the stream and we haven't even gotten to the trial phase.
It's great. Hopefully I'm not spiking the mic too much.
Look.
Listen, I made a funny joke. I made myself laugh, so if anything,
Look.
I made myself laugh.
Okay, well, no, I've never listened to Happy, but I have listened to Tacky. That's the song name from Weird Al, right?
Yes, I believe so.
Yes.
Okay, good. Because I realized that there was a point during the randomizer where
It
cut out because I had laughed so loud. So I'm once more tinkering with mic settings to make sure that I'm not spiking the mic and that the mic is not trying to, like, noise suppress so much that it thinks other sounds need to be, like, cut out, like when my alarm goes off. No worries, Smith.
No, it's just Beyonce's not in town right now. She's in Hawaii on a photo shoot. A model. I knew it. Well, anyway, there was a murder here on the lake. Trial's tomorrow. Huh? Neat. The defendant is Edgeworth, Miles Edgeworth.
Nick? Why would Larry know Edgeworth?
Whoa, Nick. You don't mean that Miles Edgeworth? Old Edgy? Yeah, he's a murder suspect. Whoa, murder?
Huh? You know Mr. Edgeworth, Larry?
Yeah, of course. Edgy was in the same class as us, uh, uh, in grade school.
What? Um, um, tell me about the dogs.
Huh? Oh, you mean samurai dogs?
Why are they samurai dogs? I mean, they kind of look gourd-shaped.
Oh, well, originally they were guard dogs, like guard dogs.
Ouch.
The samurai thing was Fiance's idea. Oh, she's my woman, He's all, change the name and you go, girlfriend. He made me that banner. And the kids can't get enough of those samurai dogs.
Something about that just seems wrong.
Oh, and guess what? We're getting a ton of customers here on the lake. What with the big news?
The big news?
Yeah, Gordy.
Gordy.
Oh.
He still does not know who Gordy is. So, Mr. Edgeworth was your classmate, Larry.
Yeah, Nick, him, and I used to hang out all the time.
Wow, I never knew.
Don't get me wrong, he's always been kind of a stick in the mud. Studying all the time, trying to be like father.
Like his father?
Yeah, Edgy's papa was a famous defense lawyer back in the day.
Wow. Wait, you said defense lawyer?
Yeah.
Wait a sec. But Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecuting attorney.
What? Edgy's got a proboscis? Wow.
You don't know, dude. You definitely don't know that word.
Proboscis on his knee?
No, he is a prosecuting attorney. That's like the total opposite of a defense lawyer.
Huh? Go figure. He always used to talk about defending the weak who are unable to defend themselves. And he used to go on and on about man's duty to society and all that. What a bore. I wonder what changed his mind, though. Do you know, Nick?
Nick? What's Gordy?
Huh? You don't know? You mean you don't know? It's here, in this lake. A giant mysterious monster. Gordy.
A monster?
Yeah. Check it out. This is an article from yesterday's newspaper. There's a photo.
Wow, it's really real. Nick, a monster. A real monster.
Yeah. It's probably just a log or something. Right? Hey, there's a quote here from the person who took the photo. What's this? I set the camera to automatic, and when we got in the frame, I heard a loud bang, like an explosion, followed up by the sounds of something slipping into the water.
I wish I could have seen it.
Why would there be a sound like an explosion? Mary, can I borrow this article from you? Sure, no problem. That'll be $1 million.
1 million?
Hurry up, Larry. Gordy article added. Gordy article. Article about monster sighted at Gordy Lake. So basically, I feel like we are going to be using that against the woman. Because she said she was trying to go and record meteor showers. And she instead was
Looking for Gordy.
yeah. Don't have anything else to talk to you about. Nothing to really present to you about. Let's just quickly go to the rental shop again. I feel like
the boat rental's gonna be important when
later.
Edward talks to us. Can we go to the prosecution to see the lady?
You mean the criminal affairs department?
Mm-hmm. Because didn't she say she was going to the police?
Probably. I mean, she did, but I don't know.
Not a gumshoe in sight.
If you're looking for Detective Gumshoe, he's in the questioning room. Apparently an important witness turned up. He'll be in there for a while.
Load of heart. It has to be.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Savvy.
Oh, there's nothing we can do here. So... try to see if we can get... Nope. Well, it's not...
That's right.
I'm going back to the offices and...
No, that's fine. Because that seems like it's kicked something.
What is it?
Ow! Nothing. Just something's been bothering me. Could you show me that autopsy report once more? Hey, I remember now. This guy. He's a lawyer that was at that office Maya worked at. I met him once when I went there to hang out with Sis.
At office? Wait, you mean Grossberg's office?
Right, that guy.
That was the last name I expected to come up. Maybe I should go talk to him for old time's sake. Well, what should we do?
The police have pretty much made up their mind that Mr. Edgeworth did it.
I mean, I was a little pissed at the beginning of the stream, not because of anything work related. Well, actually, technically, it is work related. My work insurance is shit, and instead of costing like $200 to get new glasses, it's costing like $700 to get new glasses. So yeah.
As it stands, my glasses are probably going to be a lot cheaper.
Through government insurance.
Yeah.
Which is fucking ironic, right?
A little bit. I hope you're doing good, Savvy. And Mr. Edgeworth won't tell us anything. I guess we could go look for clues down by the lake.
Right. We already did that, though. Well, any further thoughts?
Thoughts. Yeah, why won't Mr. Edgeworth tell us anything? And why did he refuse to ask for our help? What a jerk.
Oh, we know where we have to go. You still haven't gotten your fucking picture back, despite the fact that the guy is locked up for life.
Yeah. You would think he would have that back.
That old familiar clearing of the throat. Aha! You're Mia something, are you not? I was her understudy, yes. Phoenix Wright.
I imagine the prices are going to be kind of hiked around here just because of it being New York
City. Yeah.
New York City plus like any taxes. I don't know if there would be any taxes on glasses, but
I think the only thing that probably would have any taxes attached to them is the lenses. Sorry, the frames, because those are technically would be an accessory.
No worries.
Yeah. And also I literally went to a place that's supposed to be in network, which means it would be even more fucked if I went out of network.
Yeah.
To be fair, Calvi is not going to the same place because the place does not cover Medicaid.
I have to go further.
Are you going into Manhattan, or are you just going deeper into Queens?
I think it's deeper into Queens, but those purchases are just from grabbing the PlayStation Plus.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna ask that one. Okay.
It says Queens.
So you're probably going
the actual address is in an email here, so.
Yeah, but yeah, that probably means we're taking the 7 line.
See, Elmhurst.
Oh, so you're going closer to. Wait, I'm actually kind of curious. I think I know where that is. I will look that up after stream, but I think that might have been the place I used to go to.
No, it's fine.
Which is fucking ironic.
Yeah, glasses kind of suck, but I look better with glasses than I do without glasses.
And I just need them, period.
I do need glasses.
I was her understudy, yes, Phoenix Wright. Aha! And you're Mia's something too, are you not?
Her little sister, yes.
You've grown. You've come to look like a lot like your sister, you know. Takes me back. The days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see. Mr. Grossberg, sir? Hmm? Yes, I beg your pardon. Of course you came here to discuss something. What is it then? Something the matter?
I get you, Stabby.
There was a murder last night. A murder? You haven't heard? I just got up, you see. Well, Miles Edgeworth shot someone with a pistol. Edgeworth? What? Who did he shoot? Well, the identity of the victim is still unknown. This is terrible news indeed. Guess he hadn't heard anything.
Oh no, Myth, what happened?
I mean, in Myths, I hate my family a dynamic also, but and most of us do. But go on.
He was up all night doing some murders. Maybe, but also.
I mean, Stabby, if you want to start with my family, you can literally go for pretty much anyone in my family, and it would be a correct answer. I mean, I'm not wrong.
We do not endorse going and killing people as a note.
But Stabby was just fighting someone. No, they didn't say anything.
We're not endorsing fighting either.
I don't know. That's where I might have to diverge. I always think a good fight is good for this heart and soul. Do
I have to prepare something? Do I have to brush up on my fighting stance or something like that?
Look, we'll just get wooden katanas. That's what I trained with when I was younger, actually. I don't know what... I'm just giving you shit. But also...
I just need to brush up on those things. It's fine. I just need to start hitting the gym even harder now. Don't worry about it.
Yes, wooden katanas. Like, practice katanas, Stabby.
Well, apparently Stabby's down for a fight.
Stabby, I've gotten suspended more times, and I've gotten nearly jailed more times in my life than I care to admit. Pick my second. That's the problem. I don't really have a second, and I don't have a hype man. I mean, no offense, Abby, you work in security. Security is usually one of those jobs that you can usually is still one of the jobs you can still usually get no matter, even if you have a record. So, so my dad did me a big favor and took my car to get inspected. It failed because the battery was replaced today, and that's the thing. And he insisted we swap cars. I'm sorry. Let's continue. Yeah, but no offense, I don't think Jimmy is the type who would be up for a fight, and I don't know how scrawny you are, Myths.
Myths looks like they could put up a fight.
Yeah. That's right, I've seen pictures of Myths, and it just had to click in my head.
I've not seen photo of Hero, but no. That is entirely for if Hero would ever want to share that, and for all we know, probably not, because otherwise I probably would have seen the photo of Hero.
Oh, negotiate a peace. Yeah, so you're trying to take it all, kicking it all schools. I don't think a Myths would go and be the type to go and... I don't think Myths would be the type to negotiate peace, to be fair.
6'4". Man, you have an entire foot on me. You are tall.
Yeah. I mean, you're taller than my father, but I still have 40 pounds on you, Myths, so... I might be able to take you down. No.
I would use shortness to my advantage against someone that's tall. Because all you need to do is, like... push around their ankle and bring it forward to...
Or you could just do a bell ringer.
I don't remember quite how a bell ringer goes.
What you do is you basically a lunge down onto one knee and do an uppercut. It's a bell ringer.
Listen, I don't know those moves. A lot of what I did was like working out stuff, but... honestly,
but you understand what I'm saying, you do.
No, I do. It's just that, like, if I was to get into a fight with someone, I would probably default into, like, I don't know if it was Taekwondo, but I think it might have been.
Fair enough. Fair enough, Myths. I mean, I'm not... I know...
We're not gonna fight anybody.
No.
We're not gonna start fights with anybody.
And also 10 paces nowadays. Come on, you have to do a little better than that. Like,
what? 10 paces?
As in for a duel, back in the day that
Gotcha.
You were supposed to take 10 steps and then turn around and fire. But Mr. Grossberg, whatever happened to that painting?
Oh, I guess we're bringing it up.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I do not think it shall ever be coming back to home to his office. I can't exactly claim it as stolen. I suppose it's my just desserts. Old, bitter desserts. Autopsy report. Strange. Feels I'd seen this man somewhere before. Ah! Did you remember? He was a lawyer, here in my office. That's Hammond, Robert Hammond.
Mr. Hammond?
And you say this man is the man Miles Edwards shot? Now we're talking.
Exactly, Myth. I would do that too. It's just like, you know what? I have a weapon. I'm just gonna keep walking. If they come after me, then I could use it.
Hey,
but still walk.
Hey, Myths. What you could do is just hide behind a tree like you were playing Apex Legends. Who is this Hammond guy anyway? Mr. Hammond. He was the defense attorney in that case. That case? Yes, the DL6 incident. DL6? Why does that sound so familiar? Perhaps you remember? I'm sure someone mentioned it during the trial for Mia's murder. That was an incident where the police were so at a loss they used a spirit medium.
Wait, You don't mean... Was that medium my mother?
Yes, my dear. The spirit medium, Misty Faye, your mother, contacted the spirit of the victim. But the case was a loss. No conviction was made. The DO6 incident, yes. Happened 15 years ago. Very strange case indeed. You never caught the criminal, right? Correct. Misty Faye used her powers to talk to the spirit of the late victim. Her testimony led to charges being laid against one man. Mr. Hammond won the case and suspect was declared innocent.
And the police blamed my mother, calling her fraud. You're the one who helped her out then, right, Mr. Prosper?
Yes. Yes, quite.
Thank you.
No, please. Don't mention it.
I don't think you really helped her.
Yo, 6. Never thought I'd hear that name again.
But wait, what does that case have anything to do with Mr. Edgeworth?
It's everything to do with Mr. Edgeworth, my dear. The victim in the DO6 incident was none other than his father, Gregory Edgeworth.
What? His father?
If you want to know more, you should ask him yourself. Show him this. I'm sure he'll talk to you.
Wait. This is a photograph of my mother.
Well, I guess.
I can't think of anything to really inspect in here than what we've already, like, seen, so...
Yeah, we're going to talk to Edgeworth.
Yep, just give him a bamboozle.
Yeah, and Uncle Stabby.
And run.
Even though I am very anti-gun, I do have pistol training.
I mean, I know how to use a shotgun.
I don't know how to use a shotgun, but I could very quickly ask.
I know
my
how
father.
to use a shotgun, and I know how to use a sniper rifle. Don't ask.
I mean, I would love to learn how to use a sniper rifle, but that's like the closest that I ever came was paintball. But I would. That's because I don't like. Yeah, just like in Apex, I don't like having to be close range shots. I prefer the marksman weapons. Oh, gosh, what is this?
Hang on.
God damn it.
Myth did say wingman.
Yeah, I saw the joke coming, and yet I'm so disappointed that he went for the obvious joke. Or they went for the obvious joke. I think it's technically either one, but yeah.
What's this? I was hoping you had gotten my message the first time.
Edgeworth, what about your defense?
It's no concern of yours.
Guess he hasn't found anyone yet.
Present?
Well, let's talk first. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I look down on you. I just don't want you anywhere near this case, understand?
Okay, we'll just present and skip the... Edgeworth?
It's only been a matter of hours since you last visited. Yet you've made incredible progress in your investigation. I'll admit it, I'm impressed, right? You're always single-minded in your work, though. Once you start on something, you always see it through, don't you?
About the DO6 incident.
Right. Deal 6. I didn't want you to find out about it. That is why I refused your offer to defend me. I'm sorry if it sounded like I thought you weren't up to the job. I just wanted to keep you away from DL6.
So, do you think it would have been better for me to stay away?
I don't know. But I see no point in hiding anything from you now. Very well. Ask whatever you like, and I will answer to the best of my abilities.
Oh, finally. Let's talk.
Wait, does Target actually sell Nerf wingmans? Or does it just look like a wingman?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised either way.
Listen, maybe just April 1st, you wake up to having a Nerf war battle. Don't worry about it. You'll forget about it.
I mean, $50. That's
$50. Getting a pair would mean $100 each.
Yeah, I mean that's to be fair. We spent we spent $100 on a waffle iron that we still need to use more.
I mean, I plan to.
I'm just saying.
Heck, I could have used that for the eggs for the bagels because they're round. I was a fool. Why are you laughing at me?
Because that was not my intention when I brought this up.
Now I just want the bagel.
I mean, we could take a break for dinner, but obviously that would
would be pizza. So
yeah, we're having stuffed crust pizza, and since there wasn't any that had pepperoni on it, I bought a bag of pepperoni just to toss on the pizza.
Myth, do you have a link to this? I need to see it for myself. May or may not to buy at some point. Yes. Yes, I have Stabby. Not with this current one, but
yeah.
In general,
yes. To be fair, I'm not 100% sure the current one how well it would hold up. Like, it's definitely. We were wondering if it could do like a panini press type thing, and it's like,
We found out. Well, I looked.
Yes,
like,
but
no.
iffy. I mean, that's basically what Calvi tried to do, but the problem is that it was a little too large of a circle cutter.
So I did do that, and the one I had was just ever slightly too big, so it just barely was not touching the bottom of the pan and like spilled out of it. I could use a slightly smaller one, but then it would fit on the bagel weirdly. And trying to do it one at a time would be kind of a tedious process. And we don't really have a bigger one. And I would also need it to be big enough to be able to put a lid on it to make sure that it's being cooked thoroughly.
I mean, you're using the fry pan. You could use the one that I usually use for bacon.
I think that's still...
we can look it up later.
God damn it, I need that.
Oh, dear gods.
Listen.
Clearly, this is the new thing we're fundraising for.
No,
not for a house.
No, it's fine. Hang on. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Maybe you should check to see
if GameStop has it.
No, you could go take the cast iron out of the oven and preheat the oven for pizza, maybe.
Why? I figured it was a little early to be doing that.
Oh, okay. Well. Oh, heck. Listen, it's extra, but fuck.
I mean, I'm just pointing out we're still playing a game here.
We are still playing a game. I just wanted to look. I'm leaving that page up though for later. Thank you.
At least that didn't go on for like a minute.
No, and I'm sure you had a lot of that this morning. I'm sorry.
Wait. It wasn't a lot. You turned it off pretty instantaneously.
You just need to go and actually wake up to your fucking alarm.
It's just that subconsciously my brain is worried that the alarm's going to bother you and I need to turn it off as fast as possible.
Ariel,
so brain is just...
if you have an alarm on, as long as you tell me it is on, I'll be fine. Okay? Hey, you need an alarm that you actually respond to and actually get up to.
I just need to put it further away. Because if I put it within, like, where I've put it, then it means I'm going to turn it off right away.
Exactly. In the worst case scenario, I literally have a normal clock that I can set up, and I'll trust me. You don't want me to set that up.
I mean, Stabby, I did set up a PO box. Well, Apcarnist set one up for us.
Yes, literally. I don't know if it's still in the title, but
I didn't put it in the title.
Exclamation point PO box.
And it is also in Discord. It's starting to get, like, pushed further back in Discord, but, like, you know, I should probably pin that.
You probably should.
Later. The DL6 incident was when my father died.
No, don't. Yes, you should look at the Discord, but like I said, you can do at PO box here. Here's Savvy. So.
Yeah, MoveOut command works. Right before my eyes. He was shot and killed, and I saw it all. My memories from that time are foggy. I suppose it's a self-defense mechanism. In any case, a suspect was arrested, a man. It's pretty clear he was the only one who could have killed my father. The spirit medium they used to talk to my late father said the same thing. It was an attorney by the name of Robert Hammond that cleared the suspect's name.
And Hammond is the victim in the Gordwick murder?
Correct. A spirit medium. That was my mom. What? You mean you're... It's strange. I thought the terrible incident was about to end, and now this.
About to end?
The DL6 incident happened 15 years ago. 15 years ago, on December 28th. December 28th? The statute of limitations on the case runs out in 3 days.
Because they are using 15 years, even though in actual law, there's almost never a statute of limitations for a murder. What?
Nick? What does that mean?
When a case's statute of limitations runs out legally, the case never happened.
3 days from now, DL6 will be closed. Forever. Why send two when you can send one and I send another?
Are you just going to start... like, I bought the PO... Sorry. I didn't mean to hit A. We got the PO box so you guys can send nice things. You're not supposed to use that to troll us. Because it's actually a decent walk to actually go access said PO box.
I don't imagine getting a Nerf gun would be a troll.
Well, they were saying a pitcher.
Picture?
Sorry. Oh, sorry. I thought you said a pistol. A pitcher. I that's what I read. Because I'm trying to read this from like 3 feet away.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
No, they were talking about the wingman Nerf guns because
No, they said 2 small Nerf pistols.
That too.
Okay, yes. If you were going to send something, yes. The PO box isn't large, so we'll just have to pick it up from behind. You know, go to the counter to pick it up, but that's fine.
Only if you want to. This was meant to be a thing of like several people wanted to send stuff, so it's just like, okay, I'll open it up and I'll accept people's nice offers to send stuff.
Yes, and you still need to make more sugar cookies.
I do.
Anyway.
I don't know. He disappeared from public view. Nobody knows where to. If he's still alive, he'd be about 50 years old now.
I guess I can understand why he'd go into hiding. It'd be hard to live a normal life after being a murder suspect in such a big case.
So was your father a lawyer? He was. Gregory Edgeworth. He was quite famous at the time, apparently. So you were sort of trying to follow in his footsteps. I'd rather not talk about it.
Anything to present.
Maybe that? I'm sorry, I can't think of anything I want to say about that. Oh, I meant the photo.
I mean,
I don't know if you would say anything about the photo. Who would have thought there'd be a photo?
Edgeworth, did he shoot him?
What do you think, Wright?
I don't think you're the kind to point a gun at anyone, no.
So you didn't shoot him? No, I didn't. It wasn't me. Right? It pains me to ask you this now. I know, you want us to defend you. Yes. Will you? Of course we will!
Who could have guessed this day would come?
Not me.
This is my chance to finally pay you back.
Pay him back? Pay me back? For what? I don't remember ever doing anything for you.
Never mind. I guess you don't really need to know.
A letter of request. Please give it to Detective Gumshoe.
I guess we should. What's that?
Earthquake? Nick, it's a big one. What? It's calming down. Whew, that was scary.
Huh? Where's Edgeworth?
There. He's on the floor in a ball shivering. I guess he doesn't do so well with earthquakes.
I've heard of running, but crawling up in a ball?
Well, I guess we're done. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't seem like he's going to stand up anytime soon. Let's go, Nick.
Right. We have to give Edgeworth's letter a request to Detective Gumshoe.
That is also an option, Myth. I wouldn't say no to letters or anything like that. Letters are completely acceptable.
What's going on here?
Even if they're motivational ones.
What's wrong, Detective? This wild lady comes in here just a while ago, said she came to talk with y'all. Oh, after hearing what Mr. Wright had to say. What's this all about, pal? Lot of heart. Why are you going around finding more witnesses? You want to give Mr. Edgeworth the death sentence, pal? No, not at all. Just, I mean, she did see something. There's nothing I can do about that. Can't go around covering up evidence. You trying to say something about the way I do my job? No, sir. Let's talk.
That's fair.
So what did Miss Hart say? She says she saw Mr. Edgeworth fire the pistol.
What?
She even had a photograph to prove it. Right, I saw it too. But you really can't tell from the photo who is shooting. That's why she said she's going to enlarge the photo. She said it will drop the quality of mate, but should let us see who's who.
She can do that?
Okay, so there's going to be a large photo that shows Edgeworth, and yeah. Great. Just great. In any case, she's going to be the one testifying tomorrow.
Huh? What happened to the other witness?
Well, apparently there was a cancellation. Cancellation?
You just cancel being a witness?
I'm afraid tomorrow's going to be a life or death report for Mr. Edgeworth. We got a witness who says she saw the very moment of the murder. We got a photo taken when the shot rang out. I say that sounds like a pretty unwinnable case. But wait, what did Mia used to say? He's innocent, there's gotta be something I've overlooked. It sounds like Mr. Edgeworth is going to ask the state to assign a public defender. I would just have to file the paperwork. You still got time, pal. Go talk to him again, for me, please. You gotta convince him. Gotta make him let you defend him, please. I know you're the only one who can do it, pal. You're the only one who can save Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm glad Gumshoe has faith in us.
Look what I got.
That's good, Myth.
Hey, you did it, pal. Gotta wait till the last minute to file those papers. I'll rip them up and start new ones for you. Thanks, Detective. I'll see you in court tomorrow, then. Good luck, pal. Hey! You guys feel that earthquake a little while back? I was worried.
Worried? We're fine. I've lived out here my whole life. I'm pretty used to them by now.
Oh, I wasn't worried about you two. I was worried about Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, right. He did seem to overreact a little, now that you mention it. Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. It was a pretty big quake. I'm going to check on him. You two go eat and get your rest for tomorrow's trial. Later.
I wonder what it is with Edgeworth and earthquakes.
I wonder. He was never that scared of them when he was in school. And again, I only really got to know him in 4th grade. He transferred to another school after that. I wonder what happened to Edgeworth. Day 1 complete.
So do you want to do the second one in case, like, her being the person is not right, I guess?
Probably is, but
like,
sure, whatever. We can...
Like, yeah, it would mean, like, going through a lot of this over again, but we could skip through a lot of it.
Yeah. December 26th, 9:44 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. Karma.
That's right. Manfred von Karma. He's the best prosecutor there is. He hasn't lost a case in his 40-year career. He is a god of prosecution, right? A god. Not a single case? He'll do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything.
Sounds like someone else I know, Edgeworth.
You don't understand. I mean, he'll really do anything. Manfred von Karma is a man to be feared.
That's quite a claim from someone, coming from someone who forges evidence.
He taught me what it really means to prosecute.
What?
Just picture a prosecutor as vicious as me, multiplied by a factor of 10. So he was your teacher then, Mr. Edgeworth? Something like that. And now he's trying to get you found guilty? What a creep. Oh wait, maybe he's planning on losing on purpose to help you out. Not a chance. He hasn't lost once in 40 years. 40 years. He's as ruthless as me, times 20. That's pretty ruthless. Like I said, he's a god among prosecutors.
Guess that's something like Mia was to me. Speaking of Mia. Maya?
Uh-huh.
You could be really using Mia's help right now, don't you think?
Oh. I can't. Sorry. I tried. I really tried, but I couldn't reach.
You couldn't reach?
I think it's because I haven't been training. My powers are weak again. Oh man, what bad timing. Oh, sorry.
Oh man, what bad timing.
I'm really sorry. I'll try my best.
I hope so.
What are you whispering about?
Oh, it's nothing. Well, it's time. Let's head in. September 26th, 10 a.m. This district courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Miles Edgeworth. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Mr. Von Karma? Is the prosecution ready?
Fools. You seriously think that I would stand here were I not completely prepared?
Right, my apologies. He's even got the judge scared. Very well, your opening statement, please.
Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required?
Nothing, of course. That should be fine. The prosecution may call its first witness.
What's with this guy? Is he royalty or something?
How am I supposed to fight against this?
I call the detective in charge of this case, Detective Dick Gumshoe.
Okay, Gumshoe's first. Let's see how this goes.
Describe the incident now.
Yes, sir. Sergeant Gumshoe looks nervous. Please take a look at the map. The murder happened late Christmas Eve around midnight. There was one boat in the very middle of the lake. There were 2 men on the boat. Now, there happened to be a woman camping here on the edge of the lake. At 12:10 a.m., she heard 2 pistol shots. Then the boat started to move. It went towards a boat rental shop. Okay.
Testify to the court about the arrest now.
Wait, Mr. Von Karma.
Yes.
Actually, I'm the one that's supposed to be handling these proceedings.
Wrong. There is only one thing you need to do here. You will slam down your gavel and say the word guilty. That is your role.
Yes, of course. You're quite right. Who is not? A man called into the station around 30 minutes after midnight. We headed to the scene of the crime as fast as we could. That's where we found Mr. Edgeworth. Now, I didn't suspect him of anything at all, but the next morning a body was found in the lake, so we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. I see. Very well.
I don't know why this guy's dressed like a vampire. He has some Castlevania, like, clothing vibes going. Also, modeling, like, doing the models are hard. Putting them together. Begin your cross-examination, attorney, now. He's grumpy.
And called in the station 30 minutes after midnight. So I guess we'll just go through our normal press everything and then figure out where the contradiction is.
Okay, called.
You received a call from a man? Yep. But you said there was a woman camping there? She was the one who heard the 2 gunshots, right? Well, that's a hell of an objection voice.
That is a hell of an objection voice. That woman and the man who called in the report are 2 different people, obviously.
Different people?
There were 2 witnesses. Their testimonies were quite similar, however. Today I've summoned the woman who was camping.
Who was camping? Loud of heart.
What happened next, Detective?
I mean, whatever.
I'm sure you'll get it, Sabby. It'll take some time.
What was Mr. Edgeworth like when you saw him then? Well, from what I saw, he looked pretty relaxed, not like a murderer at all, really.
Detective, the court requires the facts, not your opinion. How many years have you been on the force? Facts only, Detective. Hard, cold, objective facts.
Yes, sir. Man, he's got his share of objections. Did you find any clues on the body? A single bullet was recovered from the body. It was shot through the heart, fatally.
Judge, here's the bullet. It didn't strike bone, so its shape is well preserved.
Very well. The court accepts this bullet into evidence. 22 caliber. Found in the victim's body, fired from a 22 caliber pistol. So we had to arrest Mr. Edgeworth. Why is that? Well, we found the murder weapon in the boat. The murder weapon? A pistol. Detective Gumshoe. That is a vital piece of information. Please revise your testimony. Right. Sorry, Your Honor. What is decisive evidence? Okay, let's press this. What about the pistol made it decisive evidence?
Test.
Ah, he has the same evil laugh as Edgeworth. There were fingerprints found on the pistol in the boat. They were clear prints from Mr. Edgeworth's right hand. What? Order! So Mr. Edgeworth's fingerprints were found on the murder weapon? Yes, Your Honor.
Judge, this is a weapon in question.
Accepted into evidence. Murder weapon.
Fired 3 times. I thought they said it was only fired twice.
I thought it was only fired once. Either way, that's probably where the caveat is.
Members of the court, we now have the pistol used in the murder and the bullet found on the body. Detective.
Yes, sir?
Was the bullet found in the body fired from this pistol?
Yes, the ballistic markings on the bullet match the pistol.
Hey, Nick. What does he mean, ballistic markings? Shocking. To imagine someone here does not know something as basic as the ballistic markings. Nick, he's glaring at me. Very well, I'll explain. Actually, Judge, you do it.
Me? Ballistic markings are like the fingerprints of a gun. The barrel leaves distinctive marks on each bullet it fires. You can examine these ballistic fingerprints to see which gun fired the shot. It's quite accurate.
Indeed. This leads to one inevitable conclusion. The bullet found in the victim's heart was, without a doubt, fired from this pistol. This pistol, which, as you may recall, was covered with the defendant's own fingerprints.
Order! Order! This is bad. This makes it look like Edgeworth did it.
Well, Judge?
I'd say it's almost decisive, yes. Honestly, I could declare a verdict at this point. However...
You wish to hear the witness speak, no doubt. Very well. I am somewhat fatigued, and so I will take a brief break. I will call my witness after the recess, which will last 10 minutes. Judge?
Yes?
What are you doing? A 10-minute recess, now.
But wait,
Just bang your flimsy gavel and get on with it, man.
Yes. This court will take a 10-minute recess. Let's run into this court anyway. December 26th, 11:09 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Edgeworth, what's going on here? Your fingerprints were on the murder weapon. And that foggy photo makes one thing clear. The only one who could have shot the man was the person in the photo.
True.
Was that you in the boat?
Yes, it was me.
What?
But you must believe me, I didn't shoot him.
Then who did?
I don't know.
You don't know. Weren't you right there?
I heard a gunshot from very close by. Then the other man fell from the boat. I can't say why, but I thought at the time that he had shot himself.
You mean it was a suicide?
It's the only explanation I can come up with.
Huh. I'm gonna convince anyone of that. Say, Maya?
Huh? What?
Any progress with Mia?
Oh, sorry. It's no good.
Oh.
I know. I'm no good for anything, am I, Nick? If I can't call my sister, I might as well not be here, right?
No, of course not. I need you here. I can see you're always trying to help out. Even if you don't actually help, it's the thought that counts, right?
It's okay, Nick. You don't have to make me feel better. I don't know anything about the trials or defense. What's more, I'm a spirit medium who can't even contact spirits.
Everyone has their off days. I mean, I've just been getting lucky lately. You never know when my luck is going to run out.
Really? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Right, don't jinx this case any more than it already is. It's bad for my heart.
Oh, sorry. Whoops. Court's back in session. Mr. Von Karma, call your witness.
Yes. Will Miss Lotta Hart take the stand? Lotta Hart, you are a research student at a university. That I am. Good. Begin by telling us what you saw the night of the incident, and don't add anything trivial or subjective. Understand? Y'all need to learn some manners. Understand? Yeah, I understand.
Very well. Your testimony, please.
It was Christmas Eve, just after midnight, I reckon. I was in my car. I heard this bang come up from the lake. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in a boat. Then there was another bang. There wasn't nary a thing on the lake but that boat. Enough. Judge. She happened to take a photo of the incident. This is that photo, accepted as evidence.
Well, this is a surprise. This looks like the very moment of the murder. Order! I will remove people from this courtroom if I do not have order immediately.
As the witness testified, she looked at the lake when she heard the shot. There were no other boats on that lake. So the man in the boat with the victim must have been the one who shot him. Yes, it was the defendant, Miles Edgeworth.
Order, order, order! I will have order!
Well, Judge?
The evidence is decisive. I have very little doubt about this case. Very well, this court finds the defendant... Wait! Your Honor! I haven't cross-examined the witness yet.
A cross-examination. We have photographic proof. What question can there possibly be? This photo is worth 1,000 words, and they all read guilty. You lose. Or do you claim you have found a contradiction in her testimony? Very well. If you have to, you may cross-examine the witness. You will only fodder and ask meaningless questions.
Flounder.
You will fail to find anything. And then I will have you held in contempt of court. Nick? Contempt?
Contempt of court, you know?
I guess I understand. Well, what are you gonna do? Do you really think there was a contradiction with the facts in her statement?
Hold on.
I think there was, for the fact that she heard 2 shots, but the gun was fired 3 times.
Well, that's not a per se a contradiction, but I can explain why in a second. But I think there was a different contradiction.
Gotcha.
I think I noticed one little thing.
Wow, I'm impressed, Nick. I didn't notice anything. Right, let's take him on.
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this. I understand. I will cross-examine the witness.
Statistics. Very well.
I pray for your sake this isn't a waste of time. And I do agree we should question that, but that's... I think I know how it's going to be. And then I want to present the pistol at this point.
No.
Who wouldn't? Clearly faulty. Yeah, okay. So, this is why we save scum. Sorry, we should have just put a nurse.
Are you gonna save it here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think we have, so...
No, that's fair.
So...
You could save it where you had just saved it.
Fair, but... in your car, heard his bang come up from the lake. When I looked out the window, I saw two gents in the boat. And there was no bang. There wasn't there anything but the boat. And this is where I actually kind of want to present. Nope. Okay. So.
Okay.
Let's just start by pressing then. Like, I feel like both of those are the right direction to be pressing her, but also...
Maybe what we contradict is something we get out of pressing her.
Yeah. Just after midnight, you say? In other words, it was no longer Christmas Eve, but Christmas Day.
Huh? Yeah. Well, yes. I know you want to find contradictions, but really... Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the meme, Hero.
I hope your next contradiction is a little more relevant to the trial. Witness, continue your testimony.
Yep, the meme is here, which I know you weren't here earlier, and realizing that this happens on, like, Christmas time made me realize, oh, maybe we should have played this on Christmas and just make it extra funny.
So you weren't looking at the lake at that time?
Nope. I looked after I heard that noise. She said that already. I asked you to find contradictions, not...
Leisurely.
Okay. Not leisurely chat with the witness.
Actually, I think I know what the next...
She said it was very foggy, so how did she see them from her car?
Could you clearly see the two men?
Just look at the picture. Clear enough for you?
Uh-oh.
Press further.
Wait a second. I wasn't asking you about the photo. I was asking if you saw the two men.
Yeah, well, of course. The witness has testified that she saw them. There's also a photo. You'd best look elsewhere for your precious contradictions.
Jumped up quick. He's hiding something. So here's where I think, well, we can press here. Were you watching the very moment the shot rang out?
Well, yeah, sure. You're asking meaningless questions. Meaningless. Contradictions, Mr. Wright, not meaningless babble.
Karma, I think I hate you. You're trying to keep me from talking to the witness. To what end? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, sure as a country gal can be.
That sounds pretty sure. How come you're so sure?
Well, heck, I scanned the whole lake.
Scanned the whole lake? It almost sounds like she's more interested in the lake than that. Miss Hart, you...
Mr. Wright, the witness has answered the question in full. No need for further questions. Objection sustained.
That's what I'm...
Sustained.
Yes, of course. Oh, great. What am I supposed to do now? There weren't any contradictions in there.
Sorry, Nick. If only my sister were here.
I was really taking this hard. Okay, but I know where there is a contradiction. I mean, there's multiple that I can see, but the one they probably want me to do is actually with the autopsy. What? Hold on. I don't know why that's considered...
Wait, should we have saved again for the fact that we got the additional dialogue or no? I guess it didn't add any more new dialogue, so.
Right. Okay.
Should we bring up the fact that her camera is noise sensitive? And it should have captured 2 photos, not 1?
Well, there were 2 photos, weren't there?
She only gave us 1.
Nope.
Really? Okay.
And this is why we save scum.
This is why we save scummed it.
And that's
there's
no shame in save scumming.
No, especially for the fact that this is. I feel like they've made the save system purely based around the fact that you are allowed to save scum.
And I feel like, and the thing is, this is supposed to be.
I feel like maybe. Can we present that other thing? Like, can we present the newspaper was saying that there wasn't anything else on the lake? Like, this sounds weird, but like...
Nope.
Nope. Dang it. Okay.
Options, load. The other thing I was going... Okay, so... I'm going to press here again. And the other thing I was going to suggest is that the contradiction is... Hi, Pig.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Pig. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Shadow. Hi, Ninten. We're trying to figure out which thing the game wants as a contradiction.
Like,
Pig died. Uh-oh. Is this
No.
the ghost of Pig then?
Okay, so...
Hey, Shiro. We're going through this the first time, so... Maybe still the autopsy report, but maybe on a different thing? Nuzlocke ended in disaster? Oh no! Oh no, Random Trainer had 3 super dragons? Wow. Cause that was a randomizer Nuzlocke, wasn't it? Dang. Oh my goodness, whoever that trainer is, they're set for every battle apparently, but also rip the run.
So, this is where, like I said, we're just going to have to just kind of brute force this a little bit.
I think so.
Yeah.
I have not played...
I have the entire... I think I have everything but V3 of Danganronpa, and that's a game I wanted to play on my own. That would probably be something I would do on my own channel, honestly, though.
That's fair pick for the fact that they just had all dragons. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah, I just... Like I said, I can see multiple contradictions, because this is fired 3 times.
Yes.
But we only hear 2 bangs.
Hey, see, look at the evidence real quick. Let's see. The fact that it's not, like, squished at all is also a concern, but, like...
Well, it apparently has blood markings on it. And the thing is that she can't scan out on the entire lake with that.
Yeah.
Like, A was supposed to be a very foggy night. B, like, this is one of those times I wish I could just combine evidence. Because it's like, it's a foggy night. How did you scan the...
Looked at the windows that you just both, then there was another bank. Maybe. 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 Maybe.
Oh, wait.
No. Dang it. Give the links? Wait, give what links?
I mean, just look for my name. Hey, if
are you like thinking of like streaming it type of thing, or?
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the games I've been wanting.
I've never gone through it, so.
Okay, so I'm pressing on this. I don't think we pressed on this earlier. Why were you camping there anyway?
Say again?
I pressed on that she said she was in her car.
Oh, gotcha. I thought we went through all of them.
I didn't press on everything. I skipped one or two details.
I'm a research student at my university. I was taking photos to use in my research.
What research? This all sounds suspicious. Yes, server. Miss Hart, could you be more specific about your research?
Man, he just doesn't want us to talk at all. What does the witness motive in camping by the lake have to do with this case? The answer is nothing. I object to this line of questioning. Objection sustained.
Wait now. I'm the one who says that.
Well, then say it already.
Objection sustained. Thanks for nothing, Your Honor.
That. Oh, it's a black and white randomizer. Oh man. Also.
So,
Yeah, right now the judge is being a big pushover. Heck. Did I really goof up the thing? Of course I did, because why not? I goofed. Thank you for letting me know, Shadow. It hovered that it would accept it. I was lied to. Discord lied to me. Okay. Discord lied to me.
We already talked about this, but...
We did.
I'm just going to press everything very quickly, just to make sure.
Von Karma is very grumpy. And is very much like, I've already won this, so... instigate process type of thing. And because he's been in it 40 years, he seems to think that he can just run things. Which, I feel like, even for a normal courtroom, nobody would stand for this.
No. This is clearly meant to be the final boss fight, you know.
The final boss fight. The judge is just very much bowing to everything that...
So...
Save the fact that we pressed.
Pretty much on everything.
Just in case.
And the thing is that there's only one bullet to the heart, and she heard two.
Yeah.
But that's not the right answer.
I would think it would be the right answer. I imagine it wants us to say something about it after the fact. Even though it feels like that would be like a contradiction now.
And this is not it.
Let me see. Let's see. I heard this bang coming from the lake. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Whoopsie, sorry.
Well, you can't present right now.
Did I already do this?
I don't know, but probably not.
I'm gonna wait to reload it until
We're basically
until we're closer to like dying. Because once we hear it,
yeah, we can.
heard a bang coming from the lake.
That's not it.
No, it's not. Like, part of me wants to know what the answer is, but part of me is like,
okay, and the thing is that
let me. Nope. Okay. No. Never mind.
and I mean.
The thing is that it's not letting us, and that is the problem. Because I imagine the gun is going to be important. It just is not letting us present it right now. Especially when she brings up the fact that she heard the bang and saw the two gents, and then there was another bang. And trying to present it as now, unless... Does it want us to present the bullet? No, it doesn't. Okay. Just making sure. I only bring that up for the fact that there was only one bullet inside of it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, that is reminiscent of actual, like, law that you're supposed to present it, like, at the right moment, blah, blah, blah.
Like, do it again just to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Nope.
So, can't...
Yeah, and I get what you mean with the annoying logic of it. No. Nope. Okay. That's still not a lot. So, do you still want to brute force this, or do you want me to look up the answer?
I think this is the one time I'm going to say was take one answer.
Okay. Let's see.
And we can... just one answer, and that's all we need. For
Let's
now.
see. This is...
I'm sure you can look at game FAQs. Because...
I can look up specifically her testimony, apparently, so...
Because they have it organized.
They have it organized.
Okay.
Let's see. Cross-examination. Press Loda on her second statement. She was camping there because she was doing a project for a university.
Right.
She's pressed further, and Karma will object to this press as nothing to do with the murder and has objected to sustain it. Press third and fourth, which we've already...
You said press the third and fourth statements?
I think it's listing what the pressings will do.
Right.
Let's see. Okay, so press Loda on her 5th or 6th statement. She reveals that she witnessed the other shot.
Okay.
Did we not?
We did. Yeah, we did press on both statements.
Let's see. Press further on the latter statement. It says that she was scanning the whole lake. The whole lake was she looking at something else. Cromer, of course, objects to this and finds all your questions helpless. Thus, he'll say the Phoenix will be out of the courtroom if he has another outburst. It feels like something is supposed to... Hang on.
Okay, I'm just gonna...
Sorry, this is not being super clear about it.
Okay, I just had to press everything, and then it finally...
Oh, it seems you're unable to find a country. Okay.
Find the contradiction test only worth noting, but Your Honor...
You keep your promise.
Mr. Wright, I'm afraid I will have to penalize any further outbursts by holding you in contempt of court.
And if that happens, you'll have to leave the courtroom immediately. Understood?
Huh?
Nick, Lotus Testament is fishy, Nick. Real fishy.
I know what you mean, but if I can't say anything, what can I do? I believe we covered the evidence sufficiently to make a decision. Very well. Miss Miles Edward, please take the stand. Who was that?
It was me.
Maya. Is something wrong? Do you need to use the facilities?
No, I do not. Loda Hart, your testimony stinks. It's unclear whether you were actually looking at the lake. It's highly doubtful that you actually saw Mr. Edgeworth. Tell us the truth. This is a matter of life and death. Loda, did you really clearly see Mr. Edgeworth that night? Did you see him fire that pistol?
You will stand down. The court does not acknowledge the defense's outbursts.
Answer me, Loda. What's the big idea, treating me like some kind of criminal? I saw him, I swear it. I saw Edgeworth. Enough. Judge, declare the defense of contempt of court.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry, but you were warned. Guard, escort Mr. Wright out of the courtroom. He is in contempt of the court and must leave. No. No.
Wait, I was the one who made the outburst, Your Honor. Nick is innocent. What's the difference? All that remains is for the guilty verdict to be declared. Isn't that right, Phoenix Wright?
Wrong.
What?
Did you hear what Miss Hart just said? She said she's clearly saw Mr. Edgeworth. That was not in the testimony. That changes her testimony, and I have a right to cross-examine her again. Order.
You're in contempt of court. It's too late for wild claims. Judge, sustain my objection.
I'm sorry, Mr. Von Karma, but I cannot.
What?
Miss Lottahart has made a new testimony. The defense does have a right to cross-examine her again.
But he is in contempt of court. No, I am. If you're going to arrest someone, arrest me.
Very well. May I say? You will leave the courtroom immediately.
Nick, I did what I could. You have to do the rest. Good luck.
Maya.
I care not for this melodrama.
Yeah.
Listen well, Mr. Wright. I do not tolerate badgering of my witnesses.
I'm running out of time. I better find a contradiction here or else. Mr. Wright, begin your cross-examination.
Okay, now we can make a new save real quick then?
Oh, let's get through this testimony. Oh, once we... Oh.
No, I get you.
Okay.
I saw it clear as day. The man on the boat was Mr. Edgeworth.
That's it.
Wait.
Oh, okay. This is literally the only statement, so we have to...
So press further.
Well, what about the other man?
You cannot expect to be allowed to
Politely, if I'm right?
politely ignore your promise, Mr. Wright. I believe you claimed there was a contradiction in the witness's testimony. Well, find it, if you can.
Oh, fuck you.
Wow, okay.
Okay.
Good thing we made a save, because that's kind of a fuck you.
Okay, now we present the photo, because it was... The music stopped, we were correct.
Yes.
Got you. Got you, Miss Hart, finally.
What? You got what?
Look at this photograph.
The photo I took?
The very same. There's something I want you to see in this photo. It's quite clearly visible. The fog, Miss Hart.
So?
This picture was taken with professional high-quality film, correct? Yet it cannot even capture the faces of the men on the boat. Yet you claim to saw Mr. Edgeworth. How?
What?
Mr. Wright has a point.
That's why I told her not to say that in her testimony, please.
Yet now she has said it, Mr. Von Karma. How could you possibly see Mr. Edgeworth? Please explain yourself. Miss Hart?
What?
Could you see the defendant that night?
Of course, I said I could, and I meant I could.
Then please testify as to the circumstances of your sighting. I did it. I finally found a hole in Von Karma's carefully vague testimony.
How Edgeworth was seen. You're right. It was a cold night and the fog was thick as grits. So once I was finished setting up my camera, I got back in the car. Still, I brought my binoculars with me. When I heard the noise out on the lake, I looked with my binoculars. See? No problem.
You use binoculars? Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. This one better be good. Okay, we'll just press everything. So, how could you see Edward?
Now just hold your horses for a second. You hasty Yankee type never found the gal where I'm from.
Defense attorneys have trouble with it as it is. Nobody loves me.
Oh my goodness.
I mean...
So...
Press your camera.
Yeah, it's got an automatic. The issue we are concerned with here is Miss Hart seeing Mr. Edgeworth. The camera has nothing to do with this at all.
Objection sustained. Alright, it's not letting me answer her answer my questions.
Okay, so...
Binoculars?
Yeah, binoculars.
Yesterday you mentioned that you were out looking for shooting stars, correct?
Well, yeah.
Wouldn't you need a telescope, not binoculars for that? I got doubts about your camera too. Was that really to take pictures of meteor showers?
The camera is irrelevant to this case.
You can't say that for certain. Mr. Wright. Is the camera really relevant to this case? If you believe it is, you may continue on this line of questioning.
But know this. If you find nothing with this, there will be consequences.
What? Do you want to press further about the camera? Yes, we'll press further. Let's make it or break it time. The camera is of utmost importance, Your Honor. It is perhaps the key to this entire case. Therefore, I will continue my line of questioning. Maybe I went a little overboard there. Very well. Miss Hart, you will testify to the court about the camera.
Yeah, I hear ya. The camera was set up to take pictures of a meteor shower. If it was meant to take pictures of a meteor shower, it would be pointed up, not across the lake.
Yeah. So... And also, you wouldn't hear the meteor shower.
Yeah.
Yep, that was the right shot. You were photographing shooting stars? That is a lie. That's a hell of a statement. Just making the courtroom say a lie. It's pretty.
That is a hell of a statement.
Lawyers are deliberately vague for a reason.
Yeah.
I saw the camera you set up yesterday. It was pointed directly at the lake. You had to point a camera upwards to take photos of the stars, Miss Hart. See, I was just looking at the microphone part of that, but that works.
I mean, I
Either
was
way
referring
works.
to the fact that it was pointed at the lake when it should have been pointed up.
Yeah. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? The witness was not at the lake to take photographs of shooting stars, Your Honor. Well, what exactly was she photographing? Well, Your Honor, take a look at this.
Gordy.
See, once they got past that one little hiccup, everything has kind of fallen into place.
Everything has fallen into place.
Miss Hart, this is what you were trying to photograph. What's this, a newspaper article? Gordy? Ah, the sighting at the Cord Lake. Well, Miss Hart?
I never heard of no lake monster. You got proof or something? Let's see you prove that I was down at the lake trying to photograph this Gordy.
I think the ants... The thing is that I...
Have proof?
I'm going to say...
I think it's showing the camera again. I think it's showing the camera again because of the fact that it's
either the camera again or the article again. Or the photograph. But let's... The proof, Miss Hart, is your own camera. Your camera was set to take photos in response to loud noises, correct? Thus, this photograph here, taken when a gun fired on the lake. Okay, I think either one, technically. Okay, so literally any three of them would have worked.
okay.
And here, this article about Gordy. According to this article, Gordy made a loud noise when it emerged. Well, you were trying to photograph Gordy, weren't you? That's why you had set up your camera to respond to loud noises. Order. I see. I too thought it was a little strange. Yeah, sure. Well, Miss Hart, you were camping there to try to take a photo of Gordy, weren't you?
Yeah. Not bad. Are all you lawyers that smart? So smart, boy. I was down there trying to photograph Gordy. You got me. So what?
Huh?
That don't change what I saw, does it? Exactly. What you just used several precious minutes of our time to prove is nothing more than that the witness is an idiot who thinks monsters exist. Hey! But as she so scrutinally said, so what?
Successfully.
Successfully? It changes nothing.
Not true. You're hiding the whole thing about Gordy for some reason. I know it. What could it have been? Whatever it is, I'm getting to the bottom of this. Miss Hart, why did you hide the fact you were searching for Gordy from the court? Please revise your testimony.
Right, fine. I'll testify. It won't change nothing, though.
Something will change. It has to. And I'm going to spot it. She's starting to take some damage.
Because she found Gordy? Maybe. Actually, I'm not a research student at a university.
To be fair, if you lie to a court, you technically, that in itself is warranting of jail time.
Yeah, it's technically considered a crime.
Yes, because you're under oath. But
You're under oath to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so on and so forth. I'm an investigative photographer. Imagine what a scoop it'd be if I got a picture of that monster. That's why I was camping out by the lake. But that's all I was hiding. When I heard the bang, I looked right straight out at the lake. There wasn't much else to look at, so I just watched that boat the whole time. When I saw a flash near one of the men's hands, I heard another gunshot. I was looking right at that boat the whole time. Crossed my heart and hoped to fry. Yeah, she has committed several crimes.
well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness.
The witness's testimony is unchanged from before. Whether she is a research student or a photographer has no bearing on this case.
Except she lied.
There is no need to waste more of our time with another pointless cross-examination.
I claim the defense's right to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Conrad's up to something, I know it. He doesn't want me to cross-examine her because why? Was there a contradiction? Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. You seem sure of yourself, you must have something in mind.
Ha, that would be a first.
Haha, very funny. You understand that this is your last chance at a cross-examination, Mr. Wright? If there's no problem with the testimony this time, we will let the witness leave. I will announce my verdict at that time, Mr. Wright. Understood? Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, so does that mean that...
We're still on the press, but there's definitely a contradiction, because... Okay, there's press here. Then what manner of person are you?
I'm not sure I'm highly fluent enough to be called a manner of anything.
I mean, that's not an actual word. Just, at least I'm pretty sure it's not.
Okay.
An investigative photographer?
Yep. You get your photo and sell it to the press. It's that kind of business.
I mean, I'm not surprised, Hero, but also, that's not just because it's slang doesn't mean it's not. It means it's a word. There's a lot of slang words I know that are not words.
Hey, I was taking pictures at my sister's graduation last year.
Object. Oh.
And guess what?
What?
There was a UFO just hanging in the sky.
UFO.
Oh, UFO.
A UFO?
Highfalutin is a word, though. Okay. I've never heard of it, so I would have no idea if I'm pronouncing it right. You know, an unidentified flying object, a UFO. That's when I had sort of a revelation. I knew I should become an investigative photographer.
I see. Kind of a shaky basis for a career.
Pretentious, fancy, that's fair.
Is Gordy really all that? This is not the right question you want to.
Heck yeah, they even had him up on the TV.
I'm not sure that appearing on the local news. Look at this rumor of the month segment qualifies. Last month's segment was Bigfoot sighted on Acorn Hill, I believe.
Hey, they also had a picture of him in the newspaper, for real.
Mr. Wright, this is one fight I do not believe you can win. Let's keep moving, shall we? Yes, Your Honor. That's why you put the automatic sensor on your camera?
Yep, borrowed it from a university professor. It analyzes every sound it picks up, and when it gets a bang,
It snaps a shot.
yep,
So how many pictures has it taken so far?
the only time the camera triggered was last night. But that's all I was hiding. Okay.
I think it's time you told us why you felt you had to hide your true purpose at the lake.
Heck, if word got out what I was up to, the lake would be swarming with competitors.
Competitors?
Yeah, second-rate scutterbugs trying to steal my scoop.
Is that the only reason why you were hiding the truth?
Well, actually, Mr. Wright, I will not have you asking questions with no relevance to this case.
Whatever you say, Vancomer. I know you told her to keep quiet. Exactly what sort of sound was it?
Well, I never heard one before, so I can't say for sure, but it sounded like a gunshot. It was a lot sharper sound than I would have expected.
There wasn't much else to look at?
Yep.
I don't know. She heard a bang and she thought Cordy was out there. Kinda doubt she'd waste any time looking at boat.
What? What did I do now? What are you giving me that look for?
Definitely suspicious. Maybe it's time for some evidence.
Witness, continue. Hold your hush puppies, Pops. I'm getting there.
So, just... Okay. I mean, she said she scanned the whole lake, but...
Can we present the map of the lake then to show that she would not have been able to scan the whole lake from where she was?
Well, hold on. Was there nothing on the lake but the boat at that time?
Huh? Wait, so you're thinking maybe he was shot from some other place? I don't think so, nope. The lake was smooth as grass and nobody was on the shore neither.
Gotta find some sort of contradiction in this testimony. I won't be able to beat one camera. This is something. Okay, so I'm pretty sure they want us to present the map.
I'm pretty sure they do. So I think it's the map. 'cause-
Right. The overhead map, to be precise.
Yeah.
because that she wouldn't have been able to see the shoreline. Nope.
Really? Okay.
And we did press everything, so
We did press everything.
there is no.
Do we bring up Gordy again?
Miss Hart, were you really looking at that boat?
What's with you? Of course I was looking at it. It was the only thing out there. Any normal person would be looking at it.
I agree, any normal person would. Ow! That
Phoenix!
straight into the heart! Just like that bullet.
Oh,
Heyo!
Oh god.
But you are far from normal.
What? Y'all want to step over here and say that?
You were camping at the lake to take a picture of Gordy. Think about it. What would you do if you heard a loud noise? You'd be scanning the lake for any sign of Gordy, that's what. You wouldn't even give the boat a second thought. Order. Continue, Mr. Wright. You testified that you were watching the boat through binoculars. However, you wouldn't need binoculars to watch that boat. You needed them to search for Gordy, and that's what you were doing. Well?
Well, now that y'all mention it, I did sort of take my binoculars and kind of scan the lake a bit. I mean, Gordy might be out there and all.
Miss Hart, are you saying you were not watching the boat then?
Sorry, y'all. I wasn't fibbing, really. I thought, I could be witness to a murder and all.
You... Insert your expletives here. Not that I haven't said them on mic before, just...
I know, just... I kind of got excited. I was sure I was watching that boat, till now.
This is totally uncalled for.
But hey, you got the photograph. You got proof.
Still, we can't see who is shooting who in this.
Right. That's why I took this photo and... Witness, that's enough. You've had a long day. Shut your pie hole. Shut my what?
What was she going to say?
She was going to be working on enhancing the
Yeah,
photo.
I know.
So...
I'm just reading what... She took the photo in what? Wait a second. She even had a photograph to prove it. But you really can't tell what from the photo who is shooting. That's why she said she said she was going to enlarge the photo. She said that will drop the quality a mite, but should let us see who's who. She enlarged that photo. Why won't Varnkammer show it? I got a hunch. I bet that enlarged photo shows something bad for Varnkammer. This is my chance. If I'm wrong though, I'll be in prison for age or worse. Which I do. Miss Hart, look at this photograph. You enlarged this photograph, did you not?
Yeah, I did.
Why has that enlargement not been presented to the court?
Because it does not exist. What are you talking about? You were the one who told me not to show it in court in the first place. You old fool.
What's the meaning of this one, Karma? Miss Hart. Show the photo to the court. Show us the enlargement.
The prosecution objects to the submission of this evidence.
Objection denied. The witness will show the enlargement to the court.
Here it is.
Not great, but... we still cannot see who was firing in this. It could be the defendant, or maybe it's not. But, I already see what the key detail is.
Do you think it's the fact that... Because Edgeworth had said that it looked like they had shot themselves. Left hand. It said right hand, didn't it? Yep. Left hand.
It could be the defendant, or maybe it's not. Regardless, I'll set this as evidence. Like photo evidence.
Happy now, Mr. Wright?
There has to be something.
You asked for the enlargement, you got the enlargement. And little good it has done any of us. Because only guilty people mix up left and right.
I mean, there's like, even sometimes I have to hold up my hands to go, okay, find the L, like, when I'm tired enough.
No, that's fair.
But also, I'm, there's there's even a difference between your left hand's fingerprints and your right hand's fingerprints.
Yeah, there is. But your fingerprints are unique. Or at least they're supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean...
I'm sure there are similarities.
Yes. Granted, the way that fingerprinting...
Oh, I didn't get to read that.
Oh, sorry. The way that fingerprinting is done technically has room for, duplicates, but it is so rare, error and whatnot. I suppose this means that the cross-examination
is over, obviously.
Then I would like to close the cross-examination of Miss Lola.
And none too soon. That was flagrant?
Flagrant. Flagrant.
Flagrant waste of my time.
Basically just intentional, useless.
Yeah.
Mr. Von Comrade, do you have anything to add?
I stated everything I needed to when this trial began. Decisive evidence. A decisive witness. What else could possibly be required?
None, of course. Then I believe it's time for me to declare my verdict. Wait, it's not supposed to go like this. There has to be a clue in this photo somewhere. This is bad, real bad. What should I do?
Show other evidence, I think.
I'm just... Wait. Your Honor, this evidence.
I believe we have spent enough time talking about evidence.
Indeed. We've heard opinions on every piece of evidence but this enlargement. I see no point in retracing our steps. This is bad, real bad. What should I do? Okay.
Object to the enlargement, I guess?
Your Honor, there is something decidedly strange with this enlargement. What might that be? Mr. Wright, you will show the court what you mean. What about this photo is strange? Okay, here goes nothing. I'll show the judge what's strange about this photo. Okay, and I get the little cursor because this is meant to be on a DS.
Yep. No, it's meant to be on a Game Boy Advance.
Oh, right. Well, the later games were on DS.
Yeah, the later games were on DS.
Which you use the touchscreen, but yes. For some reason, I thought... I think it was only the first game that was on Game Boy Advance.
The first one was on Game Boy Advance. I think everything else was on DS until 3DS. And I think there's technically 2 if you count the Ace Attorney Professor Layton crossover.
Yeah, I believe so. It's either...
I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah. Here, Your Honor. The shooter? I'm not sure I understand. What about the shooter is strange? Look at the hand holding the pistol, Your Honor. The hand? That hand directly contradicts another piece of evidence. This man's left hand does what? Let me show you. I'll show you the evidence of the left hand contradicts. And the evidence is clear. The man in this photograph is holding that pistol in his left hand. However, prints on the murder weapon were found from Edward's right hand. Ergo, the man shooting the pistol in this photograph is not Mr. Edgeworth. Now that everyone in the courtroom has quieted down, I would like to reconvene this court of law. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. You have given us definitive proof today. We now know it was not Mr. Edgeworth who fired that pistol that night. However, this leaves us with a rather large problem. If Mr. Edgeworth didn't do it, then who shot our victim?
Precisely. As we have seen, there were no other people on the lake that night. Who but the defendant could have shot the victim? I think it was the victim himself.
Yeah. There's only one explanation remaining. The man who shot the victim was none other than the victim himself. Order. So you are saying that the victim committed suicide? Yes, Your Honor. I can think of no other explanation. Indeed, that does seem to be the only remaining option.
I am so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright. But suicide is out of the question.
What?
An examination of the witness's wound reveals the distance in which he was shot.
The distance?
The victim was clearly shot from further than a meter away.
A meter? That's 3 feet. Wow! This is definitely localization and saying, oh gods, we're localizing for an American audience. Quick. Sorry, I had to laugh at that.
Listen, I also was very confused of like...
How far?
How far is a meter? And I was thinking it was a lot longer than 3 feet.
It's about 3 feet and 3 inches, give or take. Hey, like literally everything in Apex is measured in meters. So when we're traveling, when we have to travel 200 meters, that means about, 600 and change feet away. It's a decent chunk.
Yeah. Okay. There is no way it could have been a suicide.
Order. Mr. Runcomer, are you sure of the accuracy of your data?
Of course. I had already considered the possibility of suicide, you see.
Of course, an updated autopsy report. I see. Very well, allow me to state my opinion. Concerning the situation, the shooter had to be the defendant, Mr. Edgeworth. However, the prints on the gun reveal that the shooter was not Mr. Edgeworth. This is a conundrum. Therefore, I would like to suspend proceedings for this trial for today. The court orders the defense and prosecution to further investigate this matter. Understood? Yes, Your Honor. That is all. This court is adjourned. Oh boy. That is...
Which I feel like now is going to be a reason to look at the boat.
Yes.
Place. Boathouse.
So how about this? You can start reading for everyone for a second. I'm going to put the pizza in the oven. Okay. Because we are in for a long night. Because...
yeah.
Trust me. I know we're nowhere near done.
No, I know. Do you want to take my phone with me so that way you can really see what's going on? I guess.
I'll hear you from the kitchen.
True. Okay. Just making sure. And you'll still be able to hear me from the bathroom, so. Phew, that was a close one. Hey, don't you have anything to say? No? Yet to be declared innocent, right? Well, yeah, but what happened out there on that lake anyway? If he didn't commit suicide, then who? The shooter was about a meter away, too. What? Don't give me that look. I did not kill him. I was just kidding around. Look, I'm going to go check on Maya. Oh, right? What? Tell her something for me. What? Tell her to watch what she says in court. That's all. Would it kill you to just state what you really feel with a thanks, Edgeworth? I requested a transcript of Lota's entire testimony. I thought it might give me some ammunition for the trial tomorrow. Of course, she didn't see the shooter, so the only part of her testimony that stood was the bang she heard. Saying that two sounds like gunshots just after midnight. Which I imagine is going to contradict with the fact that the gun's been fired 3 times, not 2 times. Maya. Hey, Nick, it's you. I'm glad Mr. Edgeworth made it through the day okay. It's a relief. Hey, why'd you do that anyway? I don't know. I just knew I had to do something. I know I'm not the lawyer my sister was. I'm sorry. Well, you did save the trial. Just behave from now on, okay? Okay. Have you been questioned yet? No, not yet. Detective Gumshoe was here just now. He said, seeing as this is your first offense, we'll let you go after questioning. Phew. Oh, and he wanted me to get bail money ready. You can pay for me, right? How much? I don't know. I guess they'll send you a bill or something? Why do I picture giant bales of money every time I hear the word bail? Any luck with Maya? None. I can't get through to her at all. I tried. I really did. I don't know what to do. I think I probably shouldn't have stopped my training. She sounds like she really did do her best. I should check and see if there are any waterfalls in the local area. I wonder if I'll ever see my sister again. Oh. Feel sad for her. I imagine now can look at the boat. There are fewer than there were yesterday, but the cops are still around in the park. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe is here today? Hopefully? Haven't seen Larry around today at all. Probably off playing through the nose on a date with the lovely fiancé. Let's see if there's anything now that comes from the boat rentals.
Isn't it finished?
No, that's fair. I only came to the boat rentals because I think at this point maybe there would be something, but it looks like it's so closed.
Looks like the boat rental place. We'll examine it. Small boat rental shop doesn't look like anyone is around. It's probably closed because of the murder. There are some boats floating at the dock. Murder took place in a boat from this dock. Apparently the police took away the actual boat that was used that night. Indeed, there's space for one boat, one more boat at the dock.
Okay, so...
And there's more forest off that way. Doubt I find any helpful clues in there.
Beans.
Okay,
Okay.
so nothing there. I mean, it's the right first place to start looking. Let's
look over here, I think.
She'll be pissed at us, but she kind of... Whatever, she kind of deserves... Oh, hi, Gumshoe.
Nope, it's Gumshoe!
Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Hey, pal. The trial today, Yeah? What about the trial? Well, I was going to say good show, but it wasn't really all of that.
Oh.
So you did save Mr. Edgeworth, I guess. I just wasn't sure how to thank you, you know. Thanks. Oh, time to talk to him.
Maybe he knows more? Tomorrow's trial.
Detective Gumshoe? Any idea what strategy Von Carver is planning for tomorrow? Sounds like he's bringing in our witness. Our witness? Oh, right, he said something about that in the trial today.
It's probably the other one that canceled.
Yeah. There were two... Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine. There were two witnesses. Yep.
I was wondering who that other witness was. Or who was it? Sorry, pal. As much as I like to, I'm not at liberty to divulge that information. Right.
Oh.
Oh, right. I wanted to ask you something about Edgeworth. What's up? Is he afraid of earthquakes? Never heard of anything about that before. Mr. Edgeworth doesn't talk about himself too much, see? There's one thing that's clear as day. Him hating crime the way he does, and him becoming a prosecutor, and him being scared of earthquakes, it all started with that incident. The DL6 incident? Yep, that's the one. 15 years ago, when he saw his father shot before his very eyes. He still feels the pain now, and can see it in his eyes.
Oh.
I wanted to talk to you about Maya Faye. Huh? She's not out on bail yet? That's strange. I told them let her go as soon as they had their report written up. Man, I don't know what happened in that courtroom today if it weren't for her. Seeing her get dragged out by the bailiff. I'll be honest.
Did you take the cast iron out of the oven? Fuck. I'm sorry, I heard it beep. I was like, oh, cast iron. Wait, I warned him before. Did he remember? What? As a note, when I wash the cast iron, I turn on the oven for a little bit so I can stick the cast iron in the oven, and the heat will make sure that all the water is evaporated and not ruin the cast iron. I will usually leave it in the oven so that way it has a chance of being able to also cool down. So whoopsies. It's fine. I think I'll just wait for him to get back. Well, at least you know it's nothing that can melt.
Yeah, it's cast iron, but at the same time, it was just like...
I figured that would have remembered from when I mentioned it earlier, so...
I didn't at all, so...
It's okay.
I'll be honest with you, pal. I shed a tear or two. Mr. Edgeworth, he was so moved. I saw his lip trembling. Really? Cold as ice, Edgeworth? He was really grateful for what she did, you know. I'm going to head back to the station. I'll get a report on Maya and get her out of there as soon as I can. Thank you. Oh, wait. I was wondering, how much is bail going to be? Don't worry about that. This Edgeworth is posting the whole amount. What? Edgeworth? Didn't I tell you? He's grateful to her for what she did. Alright, pal. Well, don't forget to pick her up, okay? Maybe I can get Edgeworth to pay for this month's rent, too.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, priorities, but also, he's still behind bars.
Not free yet.
I don't imagine there's much we can do here, but let's just quickly give a look around. I think just go over SV, over with them. Yeah, we talked about this before.
Imagine.
There's food and some magazines on the shade. Takes tough skin. Trees coat. We're back to trees in the shadows. Yeah, all of this is basically what was read before.
Yeah, since no camping.
But it was, which is funny because I wonder why she brought a camping cook with her to this convenience store right up the street. Guess she wanted to get into the outdoor spirit.
And this fire is also way too close to these trees. This is a fire hazard. It is!
I mean, that's just one of many crimes that she will have committed this day.
Fire.
Hazard, lying on their own. Lying under multiple times.
Multiple times. Like, we've lost track of how many times she has lied.
A lot of cameras staring out like as usual. Even though I was like, you can tell that camera must cost pretty penny. I hope she doesn't leave it out here to get stolen. And that's basically all we can say.
Yeah.
So
I think at this point we just go back and pick her up.
Yep. I have to go to the entrance.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately you have to go in.
So I think we go to
I think it's technically the detention center we pick them up. Yeah.
Hey Nick, you finally came. They just finished the paperwork. I'm free to go.
Real ass, hey?
Those interrogators were really mean. They were like, okay, what did you do this time? Like I was some kind of criminal. Can you believe it?
Well, they let you out in the end, didn't they?
Oh, that reminds me. Thanks for bail.
Think Edgeworth.
Huh?
He posted bail for you. So he was grateful for what you did.
Mr. Edgeworth did that? I have to make it up to him. We've got to win this case, Nick.
Okay, let's... What do you think we should do next?
We're kind of lacking in the clues department. We could go to the park and look for Gordy. I was kidding.
So, if there are any clues out there, the park's as good as a bet as any. What do you say? Shall we head down there? So basically now we go to the fucking bookshop, don't we?
I think so.
Have you noticed anything lately?
You know, I did notice one thing while I was here in detention. It's really pretty comfortable here. It's warm and they keep it very clean.
I meant, have you noticed anything about the case?
Well, not much more than that now.
She's probably so upset about Mia. I should probably leave her alone. Cool. Don't have to present anything to her. Don't need to examine.
We just need to go back.
Do we want to go to the law? Oh, never mind.
There aren't many cops around today, are there?
They're probably back at the precinct bringing up the case against Edgeworth.
Hey, y'all. Hey, it's Loda. Y'all really did it today.
What do we do now?
Nah, I'm not complaining. See, I did a little thinking. A little self-reflection, you might say.
Character growth in my games?
I realized that being a witness is a mighty big responsibility. But I just went up there and started blabbering any old thing that came to mind.
Loda.
So you see, I want to make it up to y'all.
Make it up? Okay, what do you have? What do you think of the trial?
To be honest, I was doing it half just to say I'd been a witness, even though I didn't really see anything. And I kind of convinced myself I had, though. I'm sorry, I know I caused y'all a lot of trouble. Well, memory is a tricky, vague little thing. Yeah, I sure know that now. I'll be fine the next time I witness a murder. Right.
You mean the first time you witnessed a murder?
True.
What about Gordy?
Right. Well, the way I figure, the trial only stoking the flames of Gordy fever. I'll get my exclusive photos and rocket to stardom. Alright, Loda, you go, girl. I wish I could be an investigative photographer too.
Finish your spirit medium training first. Loda, what do you mean by making it up to us?
Well, you'll see. Actually, I got a bit of information for you. What? That Von Karma didn't want me to say nothing about it. What information? Now we're getting to the heart of it. See, I reckon we might be able to do ourselves a little exchange.
That's not how this works.
No, it's on.
Exchange? How does this make it up to us?
Right. I propose a little exchange to make it up to you. What? Information don't come cheap, my friend. Hey. I see you thinking, my, how unsophisticated those southern folks are. It's written all over your face. Let me tell you, most southerners are way more sophisticated than you. I'm just the exception, okay? Well, it be. We got a deal or not? What do we do, Nick? Well, we kind of have to take the deal.
Yeah.
Because Karma did not want us to know about it, so...
We don't have any other leads, so I don't think we have a choice here. Okay, how much?
You completely off your rocker? May not be sophisticated, but I'm not trying to rob the poor. Huh? The only fair exchange for information is information. Listen good. What I need from you is information about Gordy. What? Gordy?
But Gordy doesn't... I mean, Gordy might not exist.
Then bring me proof that shows he don't. I'll be keeping watch from the car, okay? You see something, you all come to me first, got it?
Okay.
Right. See you later. Okay, Nick, let's get hunting.
Hunting? You don't seriously mean...
Gordy? I sure do.
What about Edgeworth?
We're researching for Gordy for him, Nick. Don't you get it?
Okay. And how exactly do we search for our make-believe monster? Maybe we can find a monster myth specialist?
So were you wanting to still go here?
Yeah, just quickly pop our head in. Just to see. Hey there, pal. What's up? You look out of sorts. Wait, you didn't go and do something that's going to hurt Mr. Edgeworth's case again. What do you mean, again? Whatever, have a seat, pal. I'm here for you if you need anything. Besides money, that's it. That's... I don't know, if you're a cop, you make good money on actor pension. What? Am I wrong?
Did you put timer on for the food?
Yes.
Okay.
It was set for 21 minutes.
Okay.
How's the investigation proceeding? It's not, really. We have another meeting coming up. We're supposed to talk about Mr. Edgeworth's motive.
His motive?
See, Mr. Edgeworth's father died in that DL6 incident, And the guy who got the lone suspect declared innocent was the victim in the case, Robert Hammond. They're saying that's why Mr. Edgeworth shot him. And Edgeworth never talks about his past. That they'll drag that out and hit him with it in court tomorrow too.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
Gotta admit, it doesn't look good, pal.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe, do you know Gordy?
The monster down a Gourd Lake? Not personally, no.
Well, we're looking for it.
Huh? Are you out of your minds? You got time to go wild monster hunting? How about doing a little questioning for me then?
Oh, Detective Gumshoe is scaring me, Nick.
I mean, I told Detective Gumshoe about the deal with Loda.
Nick, try telling him sooner next time.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, if she had clarified first that, like, we're looking for it to help the case, that probably would have sounded a lot better.
Not as much as you would think. I see, pal. Sorry for shouting at you. Okay. I, Detective Gumshoe, will aid your search for Gordy.
Huh?
I'll loan you one of our newest secret weapons for finding evidence.
Really?
You can take whichever one you like. Secret weapon.
Secret weapon. Okay, give us the goods.
Hold on now, everything in due time. First, let me show them to you. These are Mr. Brightness. Introducing secret weapon number 1, Missile.
Missile?
He's a K9 police dog, still in training. Missile, come here, boy.
Oh, puppers! We got a cute puppers!
But we can't pet it, so...
We can't. This is a crime. Bad game. Time to turn it into ice cream. We can't
I mean,
pet
to
the
be
dog.
fair, it was 2001, so...
I know, but like, we can't pet the dog. We can't pet Missile.
Anyway.
Look, it's a crime.
Here he is.
Hey, he's cute. Look, Nick, cute dog.
A cute dog. This will help us how? Next, secret weapon number 2. A fishing pole. Here, this is my own personal pole. Detective Gumshoe, we're looking for a monster. Yeah. How are we supposed to catch a whole sea monster with a fishing pole? Never know till you try, pal. Okay, this next one's the last one. No, please, I'm already overwhelmed by our choices. Secret weapon number 3, a metal detector. Here. Detective Gumshoe, we're looking for something alive. Right. How are we supposed to find it with a metal detector? Hey, you never know. It might have been eating soda cans. Well, which will it be?
I can't make up my mind, Nick. They all seem so perfect.
I can't make up my mind either for the totally opposite reason. Well, I suppose
Okay, so I'm thinking we get the metal detector.
yeah. I mean, it's not going to help us find Gordy, but it's going to help us find evidence. Can you roll that metal detector? Sure thing, pal. I'm not sure what we're going to find with this. Remember, you're hunting for a monster. Anything is possible. Anything.
Okay, so I imagine go back to the lake.
And then move to the beach.
I think so. Okay, this wasn't here before.
What's that?
The Steel Samurai neck.
Yo, Maya! Larry, what the heck is that? Oh, it was my girl's fiance's idea. She was all, if you like put this here, it would be like really cool. Dude, she gave it to me along with the banner.
That's real impressive she can find these for you.
Well, she knows a lot of people. And that show's finished now, so she got them for free. Right.
I guess we should probably talk to him.
Yo, Nick. What happened with Veggie? Oh, we made it through the first day in court, alright. I don't know how good our prospects are from here on. No? Huh?
Hey, Larry, did you know Mr. Edgeworth's secret weakness? He's terrified of earthquakes. He acts like a little boy.
Wow, that's a bitch move.
That is a bitch move.
That's weird.
Like, no, don't go around, like, telling other people, like,
that kind
hey,
of shit.
This traumatizing thing that is probably a trigger for this person. Here's this information to laugh about it.
Yeah.
It's not good. Bad Maya. Yeah, not at all weird.
That's weird. I don't think he was ever like that in school.
No? Really?
Well, we were only in the same class for a little bit. He transferred schools pretty quickly.
Transferred?
Right, when the DO6 incident happened. Doesn't look like Larry knows about it, though. Hey, Larry. When did you get that big thing? Huh? Oh, the big guy? I had that for about a month, yeah. It's a big hit with the kids. I wasn't there yesterday. Huh? Oh, right. The compressor was busted.
Compressor?
Yes, that little unit by my hot dog stand. That's what I used to put the air in the Steel Samurai. It broke a little while ago, so I sent it in for repairs.
Oh. And here I thought you had inflated it by yourself. Okay.
I don't see how any of this is helping us.
I imagine we're probably going to find something that maybe we go back and talk to him about? I don't know. It's always so quiet here. I wonder if the boat shop is closed for good?
Well, with the murder on the lake and all, they're probably just taking a vacation till it blows over.
I get it. That is a very loud beep.
Yeah.
That was kinda high pitched. Nick! It's beeping. The metal detectors found something.
Sure is loud about it. Whatever it is, it must be in those bushes. Go check it out, Maya.
Why do I have to check it out?
Conquering the elements? Sorry, that's wrong.
Nick! Look!
It's an oxygen tank. Huh? An air tank? Huh, the valve looks broken.
I thought it was Gordy.
Maya, first of all, why would Gordy be in the bushes? And second of all, why would a metal detector react to a sea monster?
Oh.
There's something wrapped around this air tank. It looks like a string of flags?
Well, we might as well take it with us now that we found it.
It's heavy.
An empty air tank, the valve is open, and a banner of flags is wrapped around it.
Air tank of dubious value retrieved.
It seems like now that someone was possibly like scuba diving type of thing in the lake.
Yeah, something like that.
Which is how they would have been able to be close. I guess then
Which is
go to the other area. Whoops, I didn't mean to push that. I wonder if we could present that to him.
Well,
Maybe, but I'll come here first, I think.
oh, I guess we have to talk to...
Hey, y'all. Well, y'all find anything about Gordy? No, nothing. Well, keep moving. It gets cold out here at nighttime. It is a little chilly. I think I have to sneeze. Well, no, you... I I told y'all no sneezing. See, I set the camera to respond to things a little softer than a bang. It trigger on one of Bon Karma's finger snaps now.
And that's the pizza. I'll get it out and we'll let it cool. Keep on talking. It's basically just talking.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, well, sorry's nice, but what about my film? Nick, pay the lady. Phoenix sobs. I'll talk with her to see if there's anything else. I learned something in today's trial, that's for sure. Testifying is serious business. That's why I decided not to talk about that case anymore. Huh? Whoa, didn't you say you had information about the case? Tell us that at least. Like I said, I'll trade it to the dirt on Gordy. What are you going to do if Gordy doesn't exist? I'll quit being an investigative photographer. What? After all, I only have one photo to my name so far. Was it a good one? You bet. A UFO. A UFO? Anyway, if I can't get a career making photos this time around, that's it. I'll quit and go back to school. So you really are a university student? Yeah, well, I'm taking a break from it. Right. I just clicked on that. I don't know why it's now. I think it's just because Gordy in general. Well, I guess... Can we present this to you, and can you tell me anything about it?
What? An air tank? What about it? Larry, I wanted to ask you about this tank. I mean, either one will probably work.
Oh, I understand why we're doing this, because of the flags.
Yes. I guess we'll ask. Have you seen this before? Huh? Me? No, never. Who the heck would go diving in the middle of winter? There's something about the way his eyes twitched when I showed him the tank. Think I better pursue this line questioning a bit a little further. So, present again. What, an air tank?
Oh, so I was supposed to...
Ask, is it yours? Say, is this air tank yours? Why would I have a thing like that? Look, see how there's a string of flags right around the valve? It's just like the string of flags around your steel samurai there. Must be a coincidence. There's a string of flags everywhere these days. Like elementary schools. And used cartoons. Look, why would I need a tank anyway? To inflate something? Use this to inflate that, didn't you? Inflate what? What else? That big puffy steel samurai. Now what? Why would you go ask me a question like that? So I hit the nail in the head. Right. Actually, see, the compressor I always used was on Fritz, so I tried using a tank to inflate it just once, and it didn't go so well, as I suspected. Ask more?
Yeah.
It didn't go so well? Yeah. Do you think you could be a little bit more specific? Come on. Look, it's embarrassing, so I don't really want to talk about it.
Tell us.
Fine. Whatever. It's not like what I said. The compressor. It's like what I said. The compressor was busted. I took the tank and tried to fill the samurai up with that, and then, blam! The valve busted open and made this incredible noise. And that tank there took off like a rocket. It took my poor deflated steel samurai with it. What? Sorry.
What? been to Gourd Lake?
It sure scared me out of the my gourd, that's for sure. Okay, so
Yeah, I think that's Gordy.
So I guess we.
Do we?
That's the guy that's selling my dogs faster than I can cook them.
Do you think Gordy really exists?
Nah, I think somebody probably saw something else that they thought was gory. But I'll keep selling samurai dogs till the truth's out. Okay, I guess we just present that to her.
Who?
Add the air tank to Loda.
Oh, gotcha. So...
He's sweating like fuck though.
He is.
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of his natural state, but... let's talk.
Can we present this, I guess?
Yeah.
Yep, I'd have to say I know exactly squat about that.
It's painfully easy to know when somebody doesn't catch Loda's interests.
Okay, this is just the same line.
Yeah.
Whoops, I didn't mean to do it again! Fine. Everything's fine.
Okay,
So...
maybe present the metal detector? I don't know.
I feel like the fact that he was sweating meant that there was something we were supposed to do, but I don't know.
You can keep on pressing him on the air tank. See, I tried the retention tank when it happened. Yeah. Oh, that just busted open and the whole thing took off. The tank shot up in the air like a rocket. But yeah, that's all. Okay, so
Well, he's not sweating anymore, so...
I guess he was just sweating because that's what his state was last.
I guess so. Now we have new dialogue. So the tank and the steel samurai you were trying to fill up flew away? What happened next?
Well, all of that happened on the 20th or so. 20th, a week ago. Now, as far as I could see, the tank went flying out into the lake. So I went out every night in a boat looking for it. I mean, Kiyosa gave me that steel samurai after all.
And when did you find it?
Just the night before last. So that would be Christmas Eve. It flew way out there. It took me 4 whole days to find it. The night before last. That was the night of the murder. Sorry for not telling you, Nick. Actually, I was here on the night of the murder. Because I went home before midnight.
So you didn't know about what happened?
No.
That's too bad.
It's not all bad. Solve one mystery at least.
A mystery?
Maybe we should go tell her.
Okay, now we go tell her that...
One of the pops.
I think it's a percent.
We'll see. Yep. What happens when we talked about Gordy?
Maybe. Well, Mr. Lawyer, I've got the info y'all need. Y'all got the scoop on Gordy for me? Gordy doesn't exist.
Yeah. Loda. There's no such thing as Gordy.
What? How can you all be so sure? Really, Nick? Y'all got some proof Gordy doesn't exist?
The proof that Gordy doesn't exist is here. Of course I have proof. No lawyer worth his badge would make a claim without the proof to back it up. Here's the proof that Gordy doesn't exist. It's the air tank.
Larry's air tank? What are y'all doing with an air tank?
This is Gordy.
Excuse me? What exactly are you saying, Nick?
There's a stand near here, a hot dog stand. There's a giant inflatable samurai doll there. About a week ago, an idiot, who happens to be a friend of mine, tried to fill it. He used his air tank, and when the valve blew, the tank flew into the lake. Apparently it made a pretty loud bang when it flew.
Bang.
The tank, along with the still deflated samurai, fell into the lake. At the same time, a couple was taking a photograph of the lake. This photo.
Wait, so you're saying that Gordy is really the Steel Samurai? Well, that's a fine way to ruin a gal's dreams.
Sorry, Loda.
Nah, it's okay. You win. I'll give you your info like I promised. Poor Loda.
So tell us this information you have.
Promise is a promise, I guess. I overheard the cop around here saying something about the witness tomorrow. They said that the caretaker of the boat rental place up the path here. The boat rental? There's someone there? I mean, it looks so deserted. Just an old guy living all by himself. Y'all should go check it out. Thanks, Loda, we will. Let's get cracking, Nick. Hold on.
Something else?
Yeah, the night of the murder. My camera clicked twice, you know? Wait, so you have another photo? Well? Yeah, but there's nothing in it at all, just the lake. I figured it wouldn't be much use as evidence, so I kept it to myself. Well, might not be useful at all, but here, take it. Bye now. Y'all take care. Time for me to pack up and leave. Poor Loda.
It's all Larry's fault. Legend still lives on, I guess.
The legend?
Yeah, the legend of Larry. Familiar to all who know him for any length of time. When something smells, it's usually the butts.
Someone should whip that butts into shape.
There's multiple ways of taking that, and none of them are good.
That's great. Sorry. I don't think there's anything we can really talk to him about, so...
I think we just need to go to the boat shop.
Yeah. Hey, Nick! This is the boat shop that Loda was talking about.
You're right. Doesn't seem to be anyone around at all.
Well, let's go check it out anyway.
Oh.
So, maybe no?
Check out the boats again. There's some boats floating at the dock. Murder took place in them. Apparently the police took away the actual boat that was used that night. Indeed, there's space for one more boat at the dock. What about the window?
No.
Okay, does it examine it again? Oh,
Okay.
Oh, we can go into the shack now.
Okay. It's a bird.
Caretaker's shack.
Why is there a parrot in here?
Meg, that you?
Eek.
Hey, is that Keith with you? Where have you two been? I've been worried sick.
Nick, you handle this.
I think I'll leave this one up to you, Maya. Meg,
Yes?
finally made up your mind, have you?
My mind?
You'll run the pasta shop when I'm gone?
Pasta?
Glad to hear it, glad to hear it. You make your old man proud. When you kids left the house, I didn't know what to think. How am I supposed to keep this place running an old man like me? Polly, the kids are home.
Hello, hello. Nick, what was that?
A parrot. The one on that perch. Keith. Yes? I leave the wet noodle in your capable hands, Sonny.
Nick, what's the wet noodle?
Based on the available evidence, I say it's the name of his pasta shop. That's relief, isn't it, Polly?
Hello, hello.
Yep. I am not trying to soar.
No, it's not that. Just the fact that he instantly fell asleep, apparently standing up.
I assumed he was sitting down, but yeah.
I
guess he's relieved. A pasta shop? Yep. To think the wet noodle will live on when I'm gone. My father started it, you know. So that makes you to the third generation. Meg.
Yes?
Tomorrow we'll start with the secrets of dough tossing.
Dough tossing?
You too, Keith. Yes? You'll be the best pasta wrangler the West has ever seen.
Pasta wrangler? The West? Isn't pasta from Italy?
Meg,
Yes?
you know the best pasta's always been made west of the Rockies, don't you? Right, of course. Everyone knows that.
Nick?
Huh?
How long do I have to keep this up? Keep up this all in the family charade?
So a man must know something about the murder. Not leave me until we find out what that is. This is a boat rental shop, right? What are you talking about? This here is a piles of pasta, the wet noodle. Though, now that you mention it, we haven't gotten many orders for spaghetti lately. All the kids come up and say, "Yo, dude, we want to ride in your boat, one of your boats." That's like keeping them boats out there. Youngsters these days, darned if I understand them. Pretty confused myself.
Nick, this isn't going anywhere.
But this old man is the witness tomorrow, right? Gotta find some way of getting information out of him.
What if he's not the witness? What if it's the parrot? Wow, what an amazing parrot that is. Good morning. Hello. It ignored me.
What? You forgot Meg? You gotta call her name first.
Her name?
Polly, how you been?
Hello, hello. Squawk.
See?
Neat. So the parrot's name is Polly.
Too bad all she can say is hello. Sorry.
It's okay.
Ha ha ha. Oh, Polly can say lots of things. You just need to know the secret words.
The secret words? Polly, Polly, what's your name? Polly, Spock. Cute.
I just found a new friend.
Okay, so I imagine we're probably gonna have to talk to him again about Polly.
Yeah.
Look, Nick, he has an electric blanket on his table. Looks warm. That's a great idea. We should do that at the office. We can sit down with our clients, snug and warm, and drink hot cocoa.
And what? Talk about murders?
You're a party pooper, Nick. Wow, he has a television in here too. Wait. Yes.
This fishing pole looks expensive. Oh, there are lots of varied fish in Gore Lake, aren't there?
Something's funny, Nick. All these fish are seawater fish.
Salt water.
Saltwater, yeah.
Looks like a kitchen unit. It's pretty, like...
Sorry, I said it was pretty clean.
Yeah. Funny, he doesn't look like the type who'd keep things tidy like that.
You're forgetting, Nick. He's running a pasta shop here. I don't imagine there's anything else.
Yeah, it looks like...
So, maybe he has... Yep. Polly.
My memory's gotten worse of late. That's why I just tell everything important to old Polly here.
Everything important? I wonder. Polly, what's the number to the safe? 1228 Spock. Alright.
Hey, Polly, watch it, will ya?
See, Nick? All it takes is a little clever thinking.
In a criminal mind.
Quick, Nick, write that number down.
Hey, don't get me involved in your little heist schemes.
So, do we have to talk to Polly again?
No.
Or is the number sufficient enough?
I think having the number is sufficient enough. I don't know what safe we're talking about, but maybe that's not a safe, and just...
Unless... Can we, like, present him with, like, the fact that there was a murder? Oh, it doesn't show anything. Is there anything, maybe? I just feel like there's supposed to be...
Now, listen here, Keith. Remember that tricolor pasta we were talking about? Our rainbow lily? Figured out the last color we should use. Indigo blue.
Indigo blue?
It didn't seem to work the way I thought it might. I'm having a feeling we're not going to get much out of him.
I just feel like if he knows something about the murder, then maybe kind of bopping his brain a little bit with it.
This is about to be the same dialogue, yeah.
Dang it. Okay, so...
I don't think we're getting much out of him.
Okay.
Let's leave, see what happens. Okay. Nothing.
Oops, I didn't mean to examine.
Let's see if he has anything. Yep.
No.
Go to Criminal Affairs Department. December 26th, Police Criminal Affairs. This Detective Gumshoe isn't here.
Now that you mention it, didn't he say he had a meeting to go to?
Ah, that's right. Let's come back later.
Okay, so, nope.
While you try to figure out what the next thing to do is, I'll get the pizza cut up.
Okay.
I think that's only fair.
That's fair.
Well, you get to brute force this time.
I get to be the one to brute force this. which I'm fairly certain has to do with talking to the dude more.
Probably, but also I thought this might be something.
No, I get you. We're gonna go back and talk to him. Maybe I'm just gonna, I think, gonna see if he responds to any of our things. Alright, show them that. I wonder if this would do anything. No, that didn't do anything. What this? Nope. Whoops. Sorry, everyone. I just wanted. I'm fairly certain this has to do with just brute forcing it. Fairly certain, at least. I'm down for whatever.
I can get you one of the two remaining bottles since that's gonna be the ones I don't like. So.
Oh, I thought I had all the coconut ones already.
It's quite took the last like a while ago.
You could have swore I had. Oh, gotcha. I'm sorry.
No. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's drinkable. It's better than the coconut. I know.
Have
you figured that?
No.
Have you presented everything to him?
The only thing I haven't presented is, I think, my lawyer badge and this. I'll present the lawyer badge too, but so far everything has given the same dialogue. Oh, okay. It's supposed to be the lawyer badge. Okay.
It's funny.
I think my allergy pill's right there.
Yeah. It's funny. Hey, most of the game, the lawyer's badge had done absolutely nothing for us, and now we've had to use it, what, 2 and optionally 3 times?
Yeah.
That's a lawyer's badge? Yes, it is. I don't believe it. This old guy is the first person to recognize my badge. I get it. Huh? Yep. Got you figured out. You're not Keith.
Nick. Now's our chance to clear things up.
Sir? No, I'm not Keith.
And I'm not Meg either.
We're here investigating a murder that took place on this lake the other night.
Please help us.
A lawyer, huh?
Please, mister?
Alright, I'll help. But on one condition.
What's that?
When this case is over and done, you'll run the wet noodle. Sure.
But if he tells Polly that we agreed to this, Polly won't let him forget.
Just... Yeah.
Fine.
Okay, we promise. We need the information from this
Nick,
snip.
are you sure about this?
Hey, anything to get this case solved. Also, who wouldn't want to eat Phoenix noodles?
I guess so.
That's my boy. Good for you, Keith. Wait, didn't I just say... You too, Meg.
Yes.
You bring a tear to your old man's eye, you know. Now, what was that you wanted to know? Speak up, Polly.
Hello, Squawk.
He's talking to the bird again. How do we get him to talk to us? Well, we have his attention, so... This Yeah, I've seen this. You know something about this, sir? Keith. Yes? It's okay, you can call me Dad. Dad, you know something about this? Yep, the other night, out on the lake.
Yes, yes?
I know all about that. I see it.
What? Tell us what you saw.
I suppose, since you're taking over the shop and all. Well, I think we have a talk option now, so.
Yeah, you're right.
I forgot the time, but it was pretty dark outside. Probably night, yep. It was after the night, but okay. Then I heard the sound, this bang, so I looked outside. Then I heard another one, bang. A while later, this boat comes back. Then a young man walks by my window here. He was muttering something to himself. Yep.
What did he say?
Yep. I forgot. I'll remember tomorrow by court time. Promise.
We need to know earlier than that.
You know what? Little Terry was just here. Terry? Yep, that kid next door. You always used to make him cry, remember? He was wearing this tattered old coat. Got himself some whiskers growing out of his face. This is talking about Detective Gumshoe. He comes up and tells me to come down to the court tomorrow.
Really?
Somehow I don't think we're gonna get much use out from this guy. Maya, maybe we should be leaving.
I think you're right. Oh, wait, I have one more question.
Huh?
Polly, have we forgotten something? Squawk. Don't forget, DL6, squawk. Huh? What did she just say, Nick?
One more time, Polly.
Don't forget, DL6, squawk.
What? DL6 incident? Hey, Dad. This is getting weird. Who is this old guy?
Why would that bird Polly know about DL6?
We have to figure out who that old man is.
Oh,
What?
he locked the door on the other side.
Who could that old man be? I think I need to do a little more research on this DL6 incident. Maybe I should ask Detective Gumshoe. Now we go back.
Now we go back.
We're a little early on going back.
I can do it if you want to, like, eat for a sec.
Hey, pal. Long time no see. You don't look so happy. What's wrong this time? Actually, we want to ask you something. Yeah?
I guess this would be
Mostly me,
mostly
so you get a few bites in. You know about the bull rental shop down at Gore Lake? Oh, yeah. The old man who runs it is appearing as a witness in court tomorrow, right? Huh? How did you... that was supposed to be top secret.
Do you know who that old man is, Detective?
Actually, I don't. He's a bit of an odd bird. Haven't been able to get a straight answer out of him. I said at first he wasn't persuasive enough to stand and testify as a witness. That's why we called Miss Loda Hart yesterday. As for who he is, we have absolutely no idea.
Sounds suspicious.
Detective Gumshoe, please help us. Huh? We need to know more about the DL6 incident. That was when Edward's father died. Can't help but think that it has something to do with this current case. To tell the truth, I don't know much about DL6 either. Mr. Edgeworth forbade us from reading the file. So, I'm afraid I can't show them to you either, pal.
What?
However, if you can convince me somehow that the DL6 incident is related to this case, well, I guess I'll consider opening a file up. Do we
Maybe parrot?
What's that? A parrot? The old man at the boat rental shop. Parrot. Parrot knew about that incident. That incident? DL6. What? Yeah, this is... And that's just a flashback. That's the reason I'm skipping over it while you're trying to figure it. I'm pretty sure that old man must have taught her that word. Yeah, but how would that old man know about the DL6 incident? Wait, what if that old man was connected to DL6?
Nick, you think he might be...
I get ya. Sounds like you need information on the DL6 incident. Though there is this... Through there is a station records room. I'll give you a special permission to go and find what you need.
Alright, way to go, Detective Gumshoe. Okay, Nick, to the records room.
I guess it's time we face Edgeworth's past. Just make sure we can't talk to anybody about anything else. Number 26, Police Department, Records Room.
I wonder if it's normal to be allowed into, like...
No, absolutely fucking not.
Okay.
Not without, like, a lot. So, like, you not a defense lawyer, most of all.
I get you. Wow. It's amazingly dusty.
10 years of files and 10 years of dust, I guess.
Let's find the DL6 stuff, quick.
15 years ago, both me and Edgeworth were 9 years old. We were almost through 4th grade when he suddenly transferred. So DL6?
Nick, I found out where the file is.
Oh, thanks.
Just let me know what you want to know about the DL6 incident. I'll go get the file, or the right file.
Well, first I have to get a handle on the main facts, like a summary.
Right. Summary. Found it. Here you go.
December 28th, 2001. Oh, wow, so this is supposed to take place in 2016? Okay, cool.
That makes it even more iffy because the police station is using
CRTs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even, like, the DMV upgraded the flat screens, like, 10 years ago.
Yep.
And the DMV is the last agency to upgrade anything.
Yep.
Well, actually, no, it's technically the military, but that's a different story. Heyo!
That's exactly 15 years ago from the day after tomorrow.
So in 2 days, the case is closed. The incident took place in the elevator of the district courthouse.
What? Is this the same district courthouse where we're holding the trial now?
Looks like it. There was a large earthquake at 2 p.m. on that day. Part of the court building collapsed, and all of the lights went out.
Wow, that's some earthquake.
At the time, 3 people were trapped in the elevator. It took 5 hours for them to be rescued. 5 hours.
That would be scary like that in the dark. And you were making fun of him, Maya.
There was a lack of oxygen in the elevator, and the survivors were unconscious.
The survivors?
1 of 3 in the elevator had been shot in the heart.
That was Mr. Edgeworth's father, wasn't it?
He said that his father was shot before his very eyes. Miles Edgeworth was one of the other passengers in that elevator. You have data on the victim, Edgeworth's father?
Yeah, hold on. Victim. Here, found it.
Gregory Edgeworth, 35, Kansas 20. If he were still alive, he'd be 50. He'd lost that day's case in court and got in the elevator with his son, Miles. Miles Edgeworth, of course.
Hey, Stabby, we're learning about the old case that is technically about to expire, but is of relevance to our current case.
Well, unknown relevance, but yeah.
But relevance all the same.
Yes.
So he was in the elevator with his father.
From the angle of the bullet and other evidence, it could not have been a suicide. The murder weapon, a pistol, was found in the elevator. The pistol had been fired 2 times. Where have I heard that before? Huh? Sounds just like this current case. What's going on here? We have food too, so I need some more once we get past this certain segment.
Yeah.
Got any data on the suspect in there?
That would be the guy that my mom got arrested. Hold on, this is it.
The man arrested as a suspect in DO6 was Yanni Yoki. He was a clerk in the court, apparently. So he must have been the 3rd person in the elevator. Sorry.
No worries. Well, then he had to have done it.
Not same gun.
Not the same gun, because it's almost 15 years old.
Yeah. But he was found innocent, thanks to his defense lawyer, Robert Hammond.
Hammond, the victim in this case.
Right. The suspect, Mr. Yogi, was oxygen deprived, so much he had brain damage. He lost all memories of being in the elevator. After he was declared innocent, he disappeared.
Where could Yogi have gone to, I wonder?
Maybe closer than we think.
Yeah, guns don't age like people do. But we're pretty sure it's not the same gun, because I imagine they would have taken that gun into custody.
Yeah, I mean, technically there's a possibility of getting it back, but also, like, it said it was only fired 3 times. So, I guess I know generally what happened in the DO6 incident, and now I still don't know what sort of impact the whole thing had on Edgeworth.
Nick, are we gonna take the whole file? There's too much. We'll never get it out.
You're right. How about we just take what we think we'll need?
Okay, it's not gonna make us choose. That's good.
Right. That's probably all we'll be able to find here. Now all that's left is the trial tomorrow. Wonder how Dad will do in testifying in court. Intermission number 2. Finally.
Isn't this intermission number 3?
Depends on how you count it. If you count there's one between the court case and now.
Because, I mean, we got one of these after, like, our first investigation. Then we got one of these after the trial.
Yeah.
And now we have another one of these.
Anyway. December 27th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court now in session for the trial of Miles Edgeworth. Defense is ready, Your Honor.
Is Karma gonna be a bitch again?
Very well, apparently the prosecution is also ready. Who's the judge here anyway? Mr. Von Karma, your opening statement. Very well, no opening statements, so...
Not so fast, Judge. I was taking a meaningful pause before speaking.
Right, of course.
A prediction. Today's trial will end 3 minutes from now. The fuck? The fuck is this, dude?
Order, order. Mr. Von Karma, what is the meaning of your statement just now?
Bah. Must you question everything? It will be over in 3 minutes. We have no time to waste. I'll call my witness now.
Right.
I call my witness, my decisive witness, to the stand.
Let's have a serious bow shot of the owner.
Witness, state your profession.
I am the proprietor of the restaurant, The Wet Noodle at Gourd Lake. And I also rent boats.
The night of the incident, you were in the boat rental shop, correct?
Yep, I was.
Please testify.
Wait a second. Still haven't heard who this old guy is. Wait a minute. Witness hasn't stated his name yet.
Because I did not ask him, Mr. Wright, but I have predicted this trial will end in 3 minutes. Stop asking trivial questions and cooperate.
Yeah, right. The witness will state his name. Well, I'm not really sure. Yep. What do you mean? By memory.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of objections up in here.
Yeah.
No, you. Or also you. Your Honor, the witness does not remember anything beyond the last several years. Argo, he cannot recall his own name.
You can't recall, you say?
I see what you did there, Far. That's clever. Yes, but the incident in question took place 3 days ago. He can testify.
Very well. Let's hear his testimony, shall we, witness? I'll hand this off to you for a second. It was the night of the 24th, after midnight, yep. I was in the restaurant where I rent boats, as usual. Then I heard a little bang, yep. When I looked out the window, I saw a boat just floating on the lake. Then I heard another bang. Just about then, the boat comes back to shore and a man walks by my window. Very well. I'd like to begin cross-examination.
There is nothing to question in this in my witness's testimony. Argo, no need for cross-examination. Besides, there are only 10 seconds left before our 3 minutes are up. You can't make predictions and try to be within your own time limit. Karma, that's not how it works. Judge, your verdict now.
Yes. Mr. Wright?
Cross-examination, of course.
What are you saying? Of course I'll cross-examine the witness. Very well, you may begin.
Did we kill him?
Excuse me, Mr. Von Karma?
3 minutes just passed.
I see. Well, then, let's just take our time. You may cross-examine the witness.
He couldn't have set just an unrealistic goal for himself. Just to fail.
Just after midnight, you say?
If you want, I can finish reading it so you can finish your...
Sure.
Yep, just around then. Are you sure? Pretty sure, yep. When I talked to you yesterday, you were rather vague about the time. I'm surprised you seem so sure about it today. I asked him and he remembered. Isn't that right? Don't glare at me like that. I remembered it clearly. I did, yep. You see? Continue. I'm just gonna press on everything.
Yeah.
Is there anyone who can verify that? Well, I guess Polly could. That's not good enough for a court of law. Mr. Wright, exactly what's not good enough? Your Honor, this Polly is a parrot. A parrot? Don't be so hard on the girl, Keithy boy. Keith. The prosecution concedes
Yeah.
that we cannot prove the witness was in the shop. Witness, please continue. And I heard a bang.
And where did the bang seem to come from? From the lake, I figure.
Are you certain?
Yep.
Good. Continue.
Was there someone in the boat? It was pretty far out there. Couldn't see clearly. I figured there was 2 men out there. Yep. But you couldn't see them clearly. Yep. At the time, that is.
At the time.
Then I heard another bang. So you heard 2 gunshots total. Yep. That's what Lola said in her testimony yesterday. Go ahead. By your window? Yep, by my window. Right outside the window of my little shack. And could you see the man's face? Well, the fog was pretty darn thick, but he was right there in front of me. I saw him. This is a rather important detail. Who's added to your testimony? I have a bad feeling about this. That man was he was saying, I can't believe he's dead. Okay, press him on that. Are you sure? Dad? Dead certain, Keith. He said, I can't believe he said, as he was walking by, too.
Witness, are you sure that the person you saw was Miles Edgeworth?
It was him, that Edgeworth boy. This sounds like a decisive evidence indeed. I see no room for doubt. Karma lured me into cross-examining so he could set me up for a fall.
Nick, I don't like the way things are going here. Everyone in the courtroom is glaring at us.
Better act quick or this trial's gonna be over. I would go and save.
No, that's fair. Okay, so... Let's see. I feel like we should raise an objection.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like the general... Your Honor. We proved in yesterday's trial that it could not have been Edgeworth who fired that gun.
Mr. Wright, are you referring to the fingerprints from Edgeworth's right hand found on the gun? In the photograph showing a man firing with his left hand.
Exactly.
That is easily explainable. He could have wiped his prints after he fired. You're ignoring the truth of the matter here. Everything in this witness's testimony is true. But if he could just wipe off the fingerprints, he wouldn't have left fingerprints from his other hand on the gun.
Judge, this lost some thought. What should I do? Raise an objection. Your Honor, his witness claims that Edgeworth said, I can't believe he said, but his word is all we have. If you were telling a lie...
Mr. Wright, in a court of law, the evidence tells all. Apparently, you have yet to realize even this basic fact. If you say his testimony is a lie, show us proof. Nick, do we have evidence?
It's no good. There's nothing I can do.
Are you sure?
To be honest, I don't know what to do anymore.
Please. Can you hear me, sis? Please. I need your help. Nick needs you. 3 minutes was perhaps too high an expectation. However, 15 minutes isn't bad. This must be a new record.
Enough. The witness may leave the stand.
Okay, so we did right by that.
This court seems no reason for prolong the trial, nor is there any need for more time to decide the case against the defendant. This case is extremely clear. I see no room for misinterpretation of the facts. What? No. This court finds the defendant, Miles Edgeworth.
Wait, we lost?
The accused will surrender to the court immediately, to be held pending trial at a higher court within a month from today's date. That's all. This court is adjourned.
So what? It's just...
Wait! Who was that just now? Huh? What? Larry?
Larry!
Okay, this is the one thing I knew, that there was a false game over.
I didn't know that. I thought it fucked up somewhere. I was just like, what's happening?
No, I had to keep silent for at least that long. That was the one thing I knew about this case.
That's fair.
Because, you know, Von Karma is a dick and all.
Classic Larry, button into the conversation. I don't take it back.
I'm not expecting you to. But also, the fact that you had to do that.
I didn't have to, I wanted to. I saw my moment and I seized it.
What are you doing here? Listen, you gotta listen to me. I was...
See, heart proofs.
You're not supposed to be encouraging bad behavior.
We're not. We're encouraging tons.
Bad behavior.
I was there in the park in the night of the murder. I wasn't sure about it until just yesterday.
But
today I remembered
he
it.
just cringes at puns.
Remembered what? Gunshot. I heard it too. Order.
What is the meaning of this? The verdict has been decided. I call for an adjournment.
One was the Karma. So you say you heard a gunshot? Yeah, I did. A gunshot that night. I was sitting here in the audience listening to the testimony. Then I realized something he said was different from what I remember. Anyhow, I can't just sit here and let you call edgy and murder. It's just not right. I'll testify. Let me testify. Order, order. Well, this is the first time something has happened like this in my court. I'm not quite sure how to proceed.
Judge, you've already given your decision. The trial is over.
Nick, this is it. Larry's given us one final chance at this.
She's right. Well, it wasn't Larry. It can make things even worse.
Mr. Edgeworth was just declared guilty, Nick. It doesn't get any worse.
You're right. Okay. Your Honor, if there's another witness, it's our duty to hear him speak. Right here, right now.
A waste of time. The verdict cannot be overturned.
Allow me to speak my opinion. In all court proceedings, it's our duty to prevent an inaccurate verdict. In order to make sure no mistake has been made, every witness should be heard.
What is this?
I withdraw my previous verdict of guilty.
I was real close to just like loading up the save.
Yeah, that's the reason why I was going to stop you. I order you to call this new witness to testify. Now.
What?
The court will adjourn for a 5-minute recess. After that, we will hear this new witness. Court is adjourned.
Intermission 1.
December 10:28 a.m. Courthouse.
Man, we're like 5 hours into this single case.
Yeah. I told you it was going to be a long
I
one.
know you did.
That was too close. Sorry to keep you on the edge of your seat like that, Edgeworth.
I've seen worse.
Yeah, right, Edgeworth. You're sweating bullets. I just wonder what Larry plans on staying in there.
Larry was at the lake that night?
Yeah. So he went looking for the steel samurai balloon that flew into the lake.
Oh, right. And he found the balloon in the air tank that night.
Yeah. Hey, Edgeworth.
Huh? You got something right?
Yeah.
Or you say something right?
A lot of things. Seem out of it. What's wrong?
It's nothing.
Mr. Edgeworth, there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
What is it?
Why are your fingerprints on the murder weapon?
Oh. When he fell into the lake, I went into a daze. I couldn't understand what had happened. I couldn't think straight. Then I saw the pistol lying on the floor of the boat in front of me. I picked it up without thinking. I didn't have a reason, really.
I see.
Right?
Yeah.
This might be our chance.
Our chance.
Von Karma has only ever run perfect trials.
Perfect trials?
Perfectly prepared witnesses. Perfectly complete evidence. That's the secret to his success. This is the first time he's ever had to deal with something unexpected. He has to let someone he he hasn't even talked to testify before the court. And that someone is Larry.
What are you getting at?
It's likely his testimony will be full of holes, Wright.
That's right, Nick. No 10-minute trial this time.
We'll milk this one for all it's worth.
Hey, it was 15 minutes. 15! Everything's on Larry now. "10:35 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Oh, Larry, why are you back up there? Court is now back in session. Witness, please testify to the court about everything you saw on the night of December 24th. Right, leave it to me. Please, Larry, don't mess this one up. I hate to admit it, but you're our last chance. Connor didn't even have time to prep his witness. That's what Edgeworth is about. About this being our big break. That night, I was out on a boat on the lake. I was looking for something. I found it. So I quietly slipped the boat back in at the rental shop dock. But then, just as I was thinking about going home, I heard this bang. I walked out over the lake, but I didn't see a boat. So after I heard that single gunshot, I went home. That was an unusually vague testimony, even for this court. In any case, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor.
What's wrong, Nick?
It's Larry. I have no idea what he's going to say if I press him. I'm a little scared.
Well, we've come this far. There's no way to go but forward, Nick.
Okay, what's this? Press.
Well, are we pressing all of it?
Yeah. I think I know where we need to... Something wrong, Mr. Wright? There's so many things wrong, I don't know where to begin. Well, okay. First of all, what time was it? Oh, it was after 11 p.m. when I went out on the boat. By that time, everyone had gone home for the night. So I waited until the coast was clear, so to speak. And why were you out on the boat at such a late hour? Okay, press. We know why, but...
Yeah.
Looking for something? Yeah. Mr. Butts, what were you looking for?
What the witness was searching for is irrelevant. Most likely he was searching for this Gordy.
That's surprisingly close to the truth, in a sense.
This is all irrelevant. Let's get it over with.
Around what time was that? Let's see. Yeah, I figured I was out searching for about an hour. Guess it was around midnight. Yeah. You're not sure? Hey, don't give me that face. I'm not some sort of human sundial, okay? People use watches these days, Larry. Then, just as I was coming... Where did the sound come from? Yeah, well, I wasn't too sure about that. I looked around, you know. You look at the lake? Yeah, I looked. Okay. Wasn't there a boat on the lake? Order, order! Well, Mr. Butts? Well, everyone just calm down, okay? I mean, it was real foggy that night. I'm not sure whether there was a boat out there or not. Okay, no problem. That's just the most important part of this case. So you only heard one bang, correct? Yeah. Huh.
Well, Nick?
It was a pretty wishy-washy testimony, wasn't it? Guess I should just start working on the contradictions.
Sorry. I wish I could be more helpful. I wish I could call my sister.
So
The only thing I can think of is maybe like presenting the fact that he heard just the one bang.
shot. Yeah,
I'm
let's
gonna
first.
make a save because we did all of that pressing, so we're gonna save.
Yeah, so I assume we're going to.
I think the gun, maybe, or the autopsy.
Well, the autopsy always says 1 bullet to the heart.
True, and this one says it was fired 3 times.
Nope.
Nope. Heck.
Okay.
Nope. Sorry. Sorry, Larry.
Okay. This says I can't go over and heard this bang. Pretty. What is our evidence right now?
Our evidence is the camera. The autopsy.
Wait. The empty lake photo.
Yeah.
Let's present that. How's that not?
No.
Okay.
Maybe it's the next slide over, actually. Saying that he didn't see anything. So,
Okay. Present.
because
Yeah.
that photo is time-stamped.
Right. So
Specifically.
let's reload and then.
I'm just gonna see real
Yeah.
quick if it actually initiates it.
Nope.
No, it doesn't. Dang it. Okay.
Okay.
Hi. We're trying to figure this out.
We know where we need to be approximately with this, but
I'll pass it back to you. So
yeah.
it's our first time going through it, and we were trying to see what games we could kind of finish off before the end of the year. And we figured we were starting early enough today that we could just
Finish the first one of this.
yeah, finish the first one of it, because we want to go through the rest of them, because he has the trilogy.
Yeah. No, that's not it.
It's been pretty fun so far.
Yeah.
From what we've been told, the moon logic kind of gets a little bit more out there in the later games. Especially for the fact that we kind of know what it is we want to say. It's just trying to get it to go.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay. We had to.
I don't know if you want.
Yeah, I do want it. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is technically the last case, and we've been on this since we started, so.
Which we've been going for 5.5 hours now.
Forgot we had the deposition. Wait a second.
Forget. I
There.
just thought that the gun would
be
do it.
counted.
Yeah.
But yeah. Wait a second, Larry. What? You only heard 1 bang? Are you sure? That's what I said. But Miss Lotta Hart testified yesterday that she heard 2 bangs. And the old man just now said the same thing. They both heard 2 gunshots that night. Huh? Were you even listening? Were you paying attention to at all what they said? Yo, Nick, please. Huh? You know, something's been bothering me. I'm a witness, see? I'm like a customer here. So you gotta treat me nice and stuff, okay? Mr. Butts. What? You only heard 1 gunshot? Are you sure? Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure.
Oh my god, Larry!
Not sure? How can you be not sure?
Larry, please.
Well, yeah, I might have missed every gunshot. I was listening to something else.
What do you mean you were listening to something else?
Something
Larry,
else?
please.
My radio, dude, with my headphones. What?
Larry.
Order, and stop that booing.
Larry. Larry.
Boo this man.
Boo the butt.
Mr. Butts, you were listening to the radio with your headphones? Yeah, so what? That a crime? I listen to my radio. Everyone listens to the radio. What's the big deal? Oh, gods. I don't trust anyone who listens to radio on the regular nowadays. Because usually it's AM radio. And you know what AM radio stands for, it basically is nowadays.
I know.
I mean, I guess my father has actually serious radio, but
him saying he was listening to the radio and based on like the time period with it, I feel like he would be the kind of person that would basically take one of those big chonky boys, but plug his headphones in and just carry around just a big ass radio on his shoulder.
Hero.
PR is something I listen to on the way to my teaching classes. That's
okay, but you don't like. Fair enough. I guess I work for literally iHeartRadio. I can't really bitch.
This was also This was also them trying to prophesize the future of sorts. So,
and fairly miserably.
The people still listen to radio in 2016.
Look, if people were most of the people who were listening to radio were listening to conservative talk show radio. I remember just one time being trapped in McDonald's in Georgia, and they had fucking Christian radio on. It's just like, oh god, this is unbearable. Let me please finish my chicken nuggets fast so I can get the fuck out of here.
No, I get you. Oh god.
Mr. Von Karma, your opinion?
Waste of time. I do not accept this witness nor his shoddy testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, should he continue testimony?
No worries, Hero.
Sure, why not? What's the worst? Your Honor. Please allow the witness to continue his testimony.
Bah. Nothing is more pitiful than a lawyer who doesn't know when he's lost.
Very well, Mr. Butts. Please give your testimony. Be sure to include details like your radio. Right, leave it to me. Wondering if there were any other way out of this, believe me. What Larry heard. It's lonely. Hey, being alone on Christmas Eve. That's why I was listening to an all-request show on the radio, see? I was listening to a real booming loud like, but I'm sure I heard that gunshot. I remember exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it too. You were listening to your radio at a high volume? Yeah, what's the problem? Can a man listen to the radio piece? This is a free country.
Larry!
I truly believe Larry has no idea what the problem here is.
Judge, can you believe a word this witness says? What he heard was probably nothing more than a drum beat from the radio.
True enough. It is difficult to believe this testimony. Wait, Your Honor. The witness said he remembers exactly what the DJ said when he heard the gunshot. Excuse me? DJ? An announcer. The guy who says things on the radio. Anyway, what this means is when he heard the sound, no music was playing. The DJ talks only between songs, so he could have heard the gunshot from the lake. I want to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Very well, Mr. Wright. Can't believe I'm continuing this charade.
I know. Old people know what a DJ is, so I don't know what has happened to him.
There was vinyl back in the day where DJ actually originated.
I know.
Okay, actually, no, I have a story, and it's kind of relevant.
It's kind of relevant.
So in I want to say it was 2011, I was taking in college a creative writing course, basically like short stories and whatnot. And one of my, I had the main character refer to the antagonist, saying that the antagonist looks as ladylike as nothing more than a trophy wife to be had. And I got a pretty good grade on the story, and I actually still have a copy of it, even though I've looked back on it lately, and it's like, how the hell did I write this? It's such an editorial mess. But the one thing I clearly remember is that the teacher went and, with her red pen, because I had printed this out, circled the word trophy, drew a line so it was to the margins, and put a question mark. She was like in her 50s, and she didn't know what a trophy wife was.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to go and give credit to the fact that a judge, for some reason, doesn't know what DJ stands for.
I know there are people out there. It's just, I would think that at some point, with him being a judge, the word DJ should have come up during a trial. I feel like this wouldn't be his first trial where DJ comes up.
I mean, I want.
I don't think I could process that.
So you turned on the radio? Right. I just wanted to hear someone's voice, you know? You don't know what it's like out there, alone on Christmas Eve, alone! I shouldn't have said anything. As I was listening to an all-request show on the radio. Do you, by any chance, remember the name of the program you were listening to?
This has nothing to do with the case, Your Honor.
Objection sustained. Witness was listening to the radio. That's all we need to know. Tell us, Mr. Butters, how loud was your radio set to that night? I was listening to it real booming loud, like... Real booming loud? Yeah, you know. And you had headphones on? Yep. I wouldn't think you could hear anything going outside at all. But I'm sure I heard that gunshot.
That was why I streamed on Christmas, so that way people wouldn't be alone.
Can you prove that? No, of course you can't. No, I can't prove it. I remember that moment real clear. I mean, while I was talking about it, it came back to me real clear, you know.
He is an idiot.
I mean, he's literally the butt of the joke. I think no, I'm not.
No, I know.
I think they literally used that during the first trial.
They did. I'm pretty sure they did.
I remember exactly what the DJ was saying when I heard it too. What did she say?
Mr. Wright, please cease these pointless questions. What possible good could knowing what a radio DJ said do us?
Indeed, Mr. Von Comrade has a point. I'll allow the question only if you see some reason why we should care.
We should care. It was an all request.
We should care, Your Honor. Of course we should.
Why?
Well, how do you know we don't ask them? Fine, very well. Mr. Butts, please testify to the court. What was the radio announcer saying when you heard the gunshot? Wow, really? Just when she said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas," I heard a gunshot. Are you sure? Of course I am. She had this real sexy voice.
Larry, please.
Maybe Von Carl was right. I'm not sure how this is the most ludicrous system I've heard. There's one gleaming ray of hope there. Gotta press it until we get to the bottom of it.
I think at this point we present the empty photo, maybe? Because that has a timestamp of 412 saying it's almost Christmas. That kind of directly conflicts with the fact that it's not actually Christmas, so it's not actually past 12 like he thought. So what he heard was a different set of gunshots.
Well, actually, no. This was taken in 1224. So
yeah, so it was before. Hey, Niv, it's almost Christmas again. No, that's rude. No.
Okay, so what's the answer?
Maybe it's the testimony hearing 2 shots? Because that has a timestamp to it, doesn't it? Yeah, after midnight.
You're correct. Larry, are you absolutely sure what you're saying is correct? Huh? What's with the face? You look scary, dude. Hey, you're trying to scare me. You better know I don't scare that easily. As he's sweating like a... Hey, there's no tomorrow.
He's sweating. He's nervous.
But hey, Nev.
Is something the matter, Mr. Wright? Your Honor.
Did you hear? It's the meme.
Did you hear? What meme?
You'll see. Keep going.
Yadicha said, "Hey, it's almost Christmas," when he heard the gunshot. Indeed, and
almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas.
I've never seen this meme. I'm not a Luddite, but I never saw someone try to meme this before.
No, there's so many memes with it. It gets passed around on like Christmas Eve. Of like almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas. Gotcha. It gets passed around every year from any platform.
I was looking at Twitter all day on the 24th, and not a single person posted this.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it several times.
You realize what this means? When he heard the gunshot, it was still Christmas Eve. That would seem to be the case, yes. But that contradicts the 2 testimonies we have heard so far, Your Honor. Both Miss Hart and the old man said it was after midnight when they heard the shots. In other words, when they heard the gunshots, it was already Christmas. This is a clear contradiction, Your Honor. Order. What does this mean? The 2 prior witnesses heard gunshots after midnight. However, this witness says he heard a gunshot before midnight.
Judge, the answer is simple. The current witness is plainly mistaken. Just look at him. Suspicious.
What? Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think about Mr. Muscuzzi here? Gunshots before midnight. He's right. Larry's not mistaken, Your Honor. He heard a gunshot before midnight.
Intriguing. I'm assuming you have evidence for this wild claim. Show me evidence there was a gunshot before midnight. And finally oh, I guess that works too. I was gonna say the gun for the fact that it was fired 3 times, but...
I mean, both of them should work in theory, but this is the more definitive proof, because this was taken before by a witness yesterday, Miss Lotta Hart, with our automatic camera. The timestamp on the photo reads December 24th, 11:50 p.m. Oh? But there's nothing on the lake in that picture, Your Honor. The real issue here is not why nothing is shown in this photograph, it's why this photograph exists at all. What do you mean? Your Honor, this photograph was taken by an automatic camera. That camera was set to go off in response to loud noises. Aha! Correct. There was a loud noise on the lake at 11:50 p.m. This is why that photograph was taken. In other words, When Larry heard that gunshot, it was most definitely still Christmas Eve. Indeed, it would seem that is the case. Then where does that leave us? Miss Hart testified she heard the gunshots after midnight. Are you claiming she was mistaken? Not at all, Your Honor. This is the fact that the camera was also triggered at 15 minutes after midnight. Your Honor, that night, there were 2 sets of gunshots with a 25-minute pause between them.
It's alright that you're not on Twitter. Like, I know people that are on Twitter saying that, like,
It's a hellscape. Yeah. Why would this be?
Don't be fooled, Judge. The camera was set to respond to loud noises.
Yes.
There is no proof that the loud noise at 10:50 was a gunshot.
11:50.
Yeah, sorry, 11:50. Why the witness could have sneezed triggering the camera.
Hey, my nose was clear that night, man. Clear. Well, Mr. Wright, there's no turning back now. Can you prove that the loud noise at 11:50 was indeed a gunshot?
I think it's now presenting the gun.
I'm pretty sure. Please show the court evidence if you have any. And I'm pretty sure this is my evidence. The murder weapon? Something about this pistol was bothering me, Your Honor. Both of the witnesses who testified yesterday heard 2 gunshots. However, the murder weapon was fired 3 times. When then was the last shot fired? Only now I realize it's true. That 3rd shot was a shot Larry heard just before midnight. Order. That would make sense of the evidence we've seen so far. However, this leaves me wondering what exactly did happen at the lake, that night on the lake.
Exactly. If this is true, there were 2 sets of gunshots separated by 25 minutes. One at 11:50, another at 15 minutes after midnight. Why, I ask you why?
Oh, I better think of something quick. Wait a second. Gunshots separated by 25 minutes?
What's wrong, Nick?
I have it. Remember the case with the Steel Samurai?
Yeah, of course I remember.
The murderer in this case had the same idea as the murderer in that case.
What do you mean?
Maya.
Yes?
If we don't figure this out now, we'll never overturn Edgeworth's guilty verdict. Got a hunch, and I'm gonna run with it.
Right. I mean, is this safe?
Safe? We're already gotten the guilty verdict. We have nothing to lose. You just watch and let me know if anything I say that sounds fishy, okay?
Right, Nick.
Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Wright? The testimony just now has cleared up this entire case. What do you mean, Mr. Wright?
So you finally realize the truth. There can be no other murderer here than Miles Edgeworth himself.
Wrong, Von Karma. A man was shot that night, but it wasn't Edgeworth who did the shooting.
Listen, rookie. Take a deep breath and consider the facts. At the time of the murder, 1 boat was on that lake. This was shown by the witness's photograph. The defendant Edgeworth and the victim Robert Heyman were on that boat. There was a gunshot fired on that boat, and the Robert Hammond fell into the lake. The distance of the shooting was 1 meter. It couldn't have been a suicide. Well, The guilty part has to be the other man on the boat.
I admit it's hard to imagine any other possibility. Yes. But this assumes that the victim was shot at 15 minutes after midnight. What do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? We have photographic evidence at the time of the shooting. The timestamp on the photo says 0000 hours 15 minutes. But Larry heard a gunshot 25 minutes before that. Robert Hammond was killed then, 25 minutes before the shot on the lake. So in a way, Edgeworth could be innocent.
Mr. Wright, are you quite mad? Explain who the two men on the boat are. Edgeworth and the murderer. Because Edgeworth was on the boat, but the other one would be the murderer. Wait, no?
It would have to be the murderer and... Well, no. It can't be Hammond, then. No, you're right.
Yeah, because what I'm thinking is that they didn't find the body right away. They found it later, which means that
there's no proof.
Hammond was shot before he even got on the boat with him.
Yes.
And had jumped in the lake as a means of trying to have a means of finding the body.
Of course, it was Edgeworth and the murderer. After the murderer killed Robert Hammond at 11:50, he assumed the guise of Mr. Hammond and met Edgeworth. God damn it.
Myth, that's great. Thank you.
What? Are you serious? Yes, Edgeworth won't tell us why he went to the lake that night. However, I have a hunch. That night, Robert Hammond called Edgeworth to the lake. Now, Edgeworth didn't know Robert Hammond's face that well. That's why he didn't suspect anything when the murderer took Robert Hammond's place. I'm not sure what to make of all of this.
Ludicrous.
Mr. Wright, tell us the name of the murderer then. The murderer's name? I don't know.
I don't know, because he hasn't told us. Technically.
Actually, I don't know the murderer's name. You don't know?
Again, you waste my time.
I don't know because he never told us. The murderer is the caretaker of the boat shop, that old man. At 11:50, he was the one who killed Robert Hammond. The caretaker of the boat shop? Where did he do this? There weren't any boats on the lake then. Why would he have to go all the way out to the lake just to shoot someone? May I suggest that the real scene of the crime was not on a boat? What? Well then, where did the murder take place? Probably just at the boat shop?
No, maybe?
Here, of course, it's a boat shop where he lives. That way he can meet with the victim without anyone seeing.
Do you have proof that the boat shop was the scene of the crime?
Recall Larry's testimony, if you will. It's a random walk. That night, he was out on the lake in a boat, searching for something. He finds it and returns the boat. Then, just as he's starting to head home, he hears a gunshot. He heard a gunshot, Your Honor, even though he was wearing headphones at the time. In other words, the gunshot was very, very close by. And where would that have been that he just returned the boat? The boat shop. Mr. Wright, what happened that night on Gorda Lake? Please tell the court from the beginning. Yes, Your Honor.
Nick, are you sure about this?
Not really. I think if I start at the very beginning, I take it slow, I might just be able to figure this out. That night, the caretaker of the boat shop called Robert Hammond to his shop. This was around 11:50. That was when the gunshot that Larry heard was fired. After that, the caretaker put on Robert Hammond's coat. He became Robert Hammond. Then he got in the boat with Edgeworth and went out onto the middle of the lake. Then, who fired the pistol on the boat, Mr. Wright?
The boat shop caretaker. Because he would have been the one to fire it.
Of course, it was the murderer who shot the pistol. He shot twice, both Miss Edgeworth, on purpose. Wait a minute. Yes? Why would he shoot twice if he didn't mean to hit anyone? Details.
Know this, Mr. Wright. The moment you run out of explanations is the moment you lose. Tell us why the murderer had to fire twice. I think you're right, to create a witness.
I believe he shot twice to create a witness, Your Honor. Create a witness? The murderer lifts his pistol and fires one shot. That ensures that anyone who heard the shot will look at the lake. Indeed, Miss Hart did exactly that after hearing the first gunshot. Next, the murderer waits a bit and he fires again. Then, the murderer jumps from the boat himself, leaving the pistol in the boat behind him. I see. As someone looking from the edge of the lake, it would appear that one of the men on the boat had shot the other. The murderer didn't know about the automatic camera, of course. That's why he shot twice to draw attention to the boat. Once he realized that, everything else falls into place. The boat shop caretaker slammed back to his shop. Then he put Mr. Hammond's wet coat back on the body, then threw the body into the lake. This is what happened, Your Honor. These are the events that transpired that night on the Gourd Lake. Bailiff, bring out the witness from before. The boat shop caretaker, quickly. Very well. While we're waiting for the caretaker, I would like to ask the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, a few questions. Miss Edgeworth, please take the stand. Mr. Edgeworth, you heard what the defense said?
Yes.
Well, why did he go to the lake that night?
What Wright has said was mostly correct. Astonishingly so, actually. Yes. Several days ago, I received a letter. The letter was signed Robert Hammond. He asked me to come to the boat shop by the lake at midnight on Christmas Eve. He said he had something very important to discuss with me.
Something important?
I'm sorry, I can't say what it was.
Your Honor, sir. Bailiff, we're conducting a trial here. I ask you to remain quiet. The witness has disappeared. He isn't at the boat shop either. What? What should I do? Find him, quickly. We can't allow him to get away.
Now this is basically a hit and run.
Mr. Von Karma, your witness has disappeared.
A search warrant has already been issued.
Goes without saying that I cannot declare a verdict under these circumstances. I will extend the trial until tomorrow, the final day allowed. I request that the police department utilizes all its forces to find that witness. Am I understood? One more thing. Just who is that boat shop caretaker? I think his identity has become very important to this trial. I want him, and I want to know who he is. Very well. Court is adjourned. December 27th, 1:22 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
Yay, Nick, you did it!
Yeah. Well, at least we got from under that guilty verdict.
And what about Larry? That was something else. Even Von Karma didn't know what to do with his testimony. Larry really helped us out.
Sure, once I sifted through his unique testimony. Still, he did save us. I just wish our cases weren't so down to the wire all the time.
I feel that.
I know what you mean. Sometimes I feel like it's us on trial instead of our clients.
Hey, Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Did you say something?
Don't look so pained. I mean, it looks like you're probably going to get off the hook. You could try to smile just a little. Relax.
I'm sorry. But I fear it's not over for me yet.
What do you mean?
Right? There's something that's been troubling me for a long time now. And I don't know whether or not to tell you.
Edgeworth?
No, there's so little time left. I want to tell you to get it off my chest, but I can't make up my mind.
What is this about, Edgeworth?
It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed.
A crime you committed?
A memory of a murder.
We're not done yet! Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go back up to the top because I don't think there's any reason to turn back now.
I don't think so.
December 27th, 2:11 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices.
About halfway.
No, we're more than halfway, miss. I think we're about 3/4 of the way.
Because we're not allowed to have more than 3 days in trial, right?
I don't know how long this is, Gavin. Like, we technically have completed our fourth segment. Because it was investigation, trial,
Yeah.
And now we have the last investigation and then the last trial.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So, okay, 2/3 of the way through. And we're only 6 hours in.
Only. I just barely went past the 6-hour mark.
Yeah.
At least that's what it feels like.
Yeah. Anyway.
What was Mr. Edgeworth talking about?
A memory of a crime that I committed. A memory of a murder.
Do you really think Mr. Edgeworth killed?
I don't believe it. Not Edgeworth. Some painful memory has been troubling him recently. He never takes someone's life. Never.
Nick.
Yo, how's everyone doing? What do you think about my performance today? Item swinging the aisles, huh, Maya?
Swooning? Me? Oh yes, I do remember feeling faint.
Really? Right on. Tell me the truth. Nope, I'm not saying the rest of that. Right, Nick? Huh? Me? Maybe my heart skipped a beat or two. I think you can do better than that. Come on. I say that work in there, too. Edgy. You guys should be bowing before me. Yeah, bow before your hero.
Oh god.
Larry, you really helped me out in the trial today.
You did. If you weren't there, Larry, I'm sure Edgeworth would have been found guilty.
But seriously, Nick,
That boat shop caretaker guy is pretty suspicious, but she ain't off the hook yet.
Way to spoil the mood, Larry.
Hey, I'm just a guy sitting in the audience, you know? But from where I was sitting, Edgy seemed pretty edgy. I mean, can you really know he's telling the truth about that night?
Nick?
I don't know. But what I do know is I'm going to believe in you two until the end. Us two?
Edgeworth and who else? You mean me, right?
No, he means me, right, Nick? Yeah, you, Larry.
Not me? But why you, Larry?
Huh? Actually, yeah. Why me, Nick?
Enough with the silent treatment. I think you meant it in the context of choosing to believe their testimonies of sorts. Or what happened that night.
Yeah.
And she wasn't really there, so...
Yeah.
Nick, why do you trust Mr. Edgeworth so much? I mean, he's changed recently, true. But when we first met him, he was kind of a jerk, don't you think?
You didn't know him back then. Back when he wanted to become a defense attorney.
Wait, was that when you two were classmates?
Yes, in grade school. They saved me, Miles, and Larry. They saved me and I'll never forget it. That's why I became a defense attorney, you know?
What? Hey, Larry, what's he talking about?
Huh? Sorry, I kind of forgot.
Okay, Nick, out with it. I'm going to hear this story today, and that's final.
Okay. It's kind of a long story, so hang in there. It was the very end of 3rd grade. I was on trial. A class trial.
A class trial?
Chloe Stingaropa. No. What? What's that look for?
Danganronpa has trials?
Yes. You know what? We're gonna play Danganronpa on my channel. So
On your channel. You don't archive your shit.
And that's fine. I mean, I could start archiving it. I'm not even an affiliate yet. I don't even know how much I'm even allowed to archive. Clearly, I should just let you go and set up my entire configuration on my...
Danganronpa stream.
I mean, we were already talking about that earlier.
We were.
Because you never played a Danganronpa game, and you don't know
Nope.
the concept of it at all.
Other than, like, people dying.
I mean, that describes a lot of games, to be fair.
I know, which is why it's like, that's not really the concept. It's just like...
Like I said, you know, it's something to experience. And we will experience it together.
Am I gonna cry?
I don't know, actually. Anyway.
I already read that.
You remember, Larry. Spring, end of 3rd grade. Hey, a kid in our class got his lunch money stolen.
Lunch money?
Our school was really small. Every month, kids would bring an envelope of money for lunch from home.
I see.
Anyway, this kid's envelope disappeared, with $38 still inside. Oh yeah. Now that you mentioned, I do remember that. I can see why you'd forget, though. You were out of school that day. Anyway, the envelope had been stolen during PE class. I was coming down with a cold, so I skipped PE that day. I was the one not in class.
So they thought you did it.
Yeah. Kids in the class said I should be put on trial.
Trial?
The next day, we held a classroom trial with me as the defendant. I didn't do it. Guilty! You did it! Guilty! It was you! Thief! Give the money back! You're such a meanie! No one will play with him. Just admit you did it. You can't hide the truth. Tell us the truth. We're not gonna play with you anymore. Yeah, no borrowing my racer. You shouldn't be allowed to be lawyers. I'm not gonna be able to keep up anymore.
Now, Phoenix, you know you shouldn't steal people's money. It's not right.
In the end, even the teacher thought I had done it.
No, I was just reading what Miss said.
Oh, I didn't realize.
I don't know what kind of triggers. I assume it's kind of the general amount of triggers that I can think of whenever triggers are mentioned, so...
I mean, it's very violent, and there is other things. And also, I don't believe the first game has bad minigames, but I'm pretty sure they add additional layers of minigames to the whole entire concept in the later games, if I remember correctly. But I will deal with that when I get there.
I get you. Go over and apologize, Phoenix.
I didn't know what was happening. I was so sad. I couldn't stop crying. Everyone was staring at me like I had done it. I tried to apologize. I went to where the boy whose money had been stolen was sitting. That was when it happened.
He shouldn't have to apologize. The only thing that belongs in a trial is evidence. Anything else has no place. You should all be ashamed, amateurs. Miles?
He looked like a pompous ass even back then.
It wasn't you who stole the money, was it?
No.
Then you shouldn't apologize. Everyone's been shouting you did it, but no one has any proof. That is why, Your Honor, this boy is innocent. But, Miles, it was your money that was stolen. Yeah. We don't need proof. Why don't you all just shut up?
This is how it is. Everyone ganging up on picking on one person. Just think how he feels. He said he didn't do it, so he didn't do it.
Very well. I will replace the money myself. This class trial is over.
That's how it happened. After that, three of us were the best of friends.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah, I had no idea either. I mean, I forgot.
That's when I learned what it meant.
When I learned what it meant to be alone. Totally alone without a friend in the world.
You did a good thing, Larry.
Yeah, well, I was just lucky I took the day off from school. If I'd been there, they would have thought I'd done it. So I kind of took it personally, you see. When something smells, it's usually the butts. Anyway, Edgeworth and I talked after the class trial. That's when I heard his father was a defense attorney. I remember his eyes would shine when he talked about his father.
I'm going to become a defense attorney, just like my father. A famous defense attorney.
Then, a few months later, he suddenly transferred to another school.
The DL6 incident.
Right. I'm not sure, but the transfer probably had to do with his father's death.
That's so sad.
It was several years later when I heard Edward's name again. There was an article about him in the newspaper. The headline was something like "Dark Suspicions of a Demon Attorney." fabricating evidence, manipulating testimonies, covering up facts. The article said he'd do anything to get a guilty verdict. Anything. But why? What happened? I mean, that's not the Edgy I used to know at all. That's what I thought too. I tried to get in touch with him. I don't know how many times. He never replied.
I guess he didn't want to see his old friends.
I couldn't just drop it though. I wanted to meet him, to learn why he'd become who he'd become. That's when I decided.
Wait, you don't mean... That's why? That's why you became a defense attorney? To meet Edgeworth?
If I was a defense attorney, I knew he'd have to meet me whether he wanted to or not. In court. Edgeworth believed in me, and I believed in him. He's in pain, and no one's on his side. I'm the one who knows the real Edgeworth. I'm the only one who can help him. Oh, Nick. So is that why you helped me out for free? Yeah. I helped you because I believed in you. Except I don't remember saying I'd do it for free. Nick.
Nick! We have to save Mr. Edgeworth. If it's the last thing we do, okay?
Right. It might, well, very well might, maybe.
First, there's that rental boat shop caretaker. We need to find out who and what he is.
I said it for who. I guess I can clean out some of the evidence, this evidence I no longer need. Okay, let's go.
Ironically, that was my friend's group from middle school. One guy does kind of look like Harry, now that you think
Going
about
to
it.
the detention, September 27th. Detention Center. Visitors room.
That's ironic, Myth.
You look as grim as always.
Mr. Edgeworth, I heard the story about the class trial.
Class trial? What do you mean?
You don't remember?
No, I don't.
Your lunch money was stolen, wasn't it, in 3rd grade?
Lunch money?
Oh, right.
Yes, I seem to remember something like that.
Nick, I think you're the only one who really remembers.
Oh, it probably only really mattered to me anyway.
Mr. Edgeworth, didn't you know? That trial was the reason Nick became a defense attorney.
Maya, why are you giving out all these secrets? Why are you just dishing them out? Ridiculous.
Gee, thanks.
That said, it does sound like the kind of thing you do. You haven't changed a bit, have you, Wright? So simple. To a fault, even.
Well, maybe yeah, but I think you changed too much, Edgeworth.
Perhaps.
Let's talk. Hey, Edgeworth, why did you become a prosecutor anyway? You used to look up to your dad. He said you wanted to be a defense attorney, right?
I couldn't let myself deny reality like you.
What do you mean?
My father was taken from me, and you want me to defend criminals? I'm sorry, Wright, but I'm not that good of a person. One suspect was apprehended in your father's murder, right? Yes. The man trapped in the elevator with my father. His name was Yogi.
Yogi. There's no you there. And we're not talking about anime.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm taking the piss because you said Yugi. In my mind, it's like, now I'm just imagining that old guy with the whole entire, blonde, black, purple haircut.
Clearly, this is why no one could find him, because Yuki is not normally seen. Dark Yuki.
And please, no one should Photoshop that. We don't need that in our lives.
But what if I do?
You don't.
I do. He had to be the shooter, any way you look at it. Yet he was found innocent.
that defense attorney got him off the hook.
That would be Robert Hammond.
On that day 15 years ago, 3 of us were trapped in that elevator for 5 hours. When we were rescued, we all suffered oxygen deprivation. I had lost all memory of the murder.
Lost your memory?
Even now, I can't recall what happened in that elevator. That was the crux of Yogi's attorney argument in court. He claimed Yanni Yogi had been not of sound mind due to the oxygen deprivation. Yogi was released due to a lack of evidence. Innocent. That's when I changed my mind. I started to hate defense attorneys.
What's the relationship with Von Karma?
He's my teacher, and a man who deserves respect. I learned everything I know of courtroom techniques from him. So he's like my sister was to you, Nick. He is a perfectionist in all things. In court, in his personal life, he is obsessed with doing everything perfectly. Perfectly, huh? In all the cases he has taken on, none were left unsolved. And not one suspect was ever declared innocent. Ever. But that's... I know. It's possible some of the suspects were indeed innocent. However, it is impossible for us to accurately determine that in every case. All Von Karma does is his job, to find the suspect guilty perfectly. In any case, it's nigh well impossible to find a weakness in him. Should a weakness appear, he would do everything in his power to make it go away.
Edgeworth? What you're saying is true. You're headed for a guilty sentence tomorrow.
He's right. Now is no time to praise the enemy, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a strange situation in which I find myself, I'll admit.
No kidding. Well,
I don't think there's anything else we could do. I guess just go?
let's talk. See if we can talk Gumshoe first. I assume Gumshoe.
I assume so.
Looks like Detective Gumshoe hasn't gotten back yet. Gumshoe, he won't be coming back today.
Oh, really?
He said it was some guy he had to arrest by tomorrow. The boat shop caretaker. He shouted something about catching him. It was the last thing I do, pal. Good luck, Gumshoe.
Gumshoe's very good.
And we're not allowed into the... we're not allowed back in the evidence room, obviously.
Yeah.
Hey, pal. Long time no see.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
Close one today, eh? Got so worked up, I snapped my tie in half. Sorry about that. No problem, pal. Thanks to you, we now know who really did it.
You mean the boat shop caretaker?
Look, I'll make you a promise. I'll have that scoundrel in my custody by trial time tomorrow. Come what may. It's my duty as a police officer. Now, I'm off to catch me a criminal.
Detective Gumshoe sure is active today.
Oh, one other thing.
Eek.
No one can go into the woods today.
The woods?
Where Lana was camping? The woods are off limits to camping, and apparently no park ranger found out. He got pretty mad. No one can go in there for a while.
I guess Lotta's in a lot of trouble.
Anyway, I'll be seeing you tomorrow.
That's good. That's good. So...
Just go deeper in.
Yeah, okay, I mean, we could still look at the boathouse, probably.
Huh? This steel eyesore is missing?
Eyesore?
Looks like the hot dog stand's closed, too.
I guess Larry's too busy worrying about Mr. Edgeworth to show up for work.
Probably nothing here. And...
I mean, maybe we could talk to the parrot. That old caretaker got away.
Yep.
I never imagined he might be the real murderer. Him?
I know the clearing of the throat anywhere. Oh, hello. What might you be doing here? Out for a walk? Ah, the days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see.
Mr. Grosberg. This is no time for idle reminiscing. Mr. Edgeworth's trial ends tomorrow.
That is true, yes. But from what I saw of today's trial, Edgeworth should be fine, right? Well, I'm not so sure about that. Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, I'm not sure. If you find anything out, come by my office at once. I may be able to offer you some assistance. Thanks. Bye.
What do you think Mr. Grosberg was what do you think Mr. Grosberg was doing here anyway?
Who knows? The boat rental shop doesn't look like anyone's around.
The caretaker must have run for the hills, huh?
Yeah, it looks like it.
He didn't seem like a bad person.
I'm going to examine the boats. Just some boats floating in box.
Nope, just the same.
Okay. Then we can probably move aside. 727, caretaker shack.
Nobody's home. Hello, Squawk. Hey, it's Polly. I wonder where your owner's gone, Polly. Hello, Squawk. Can't believe he'd run off and leave his poor parrot to fend for himself. Herself. Hello, Squawk. Maybe I should take care of Polly, Nick.
You probably shouldn't just kidnap her. Please know about her anyway. I'm sure it'll do something.
Well, okay. Sorry, Polly. He says I can't take you.
Okay, now the bird's gonna hate me. Everything's code. Looks like he didn't turn his heater on. Guess he hasn't been back here since the trial.
It doesn't look like he used his kitchen much.
You're right.
I guess the whole pasta restaurant thing was a lie.
What, you thought he was telling the truth? Oops. The fishing pole looks expensive.
Maybe we should bring it to Detective Gumshoe.
Do you think the caretaker wouldn't mind?
Well, we can just leave him the metal detector in exchange.
Maybe we better not.
Ah!
What's wrong?
Never mind.
What? Tell me.
Just when I saw the TV, I remembered they're showing a Pink Princess special this week.
Oh.
See, that's why I didn't want to tell you. That reminds me, Nick. Polly here knows the number to the safe, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Polly, what's the number to the safe?
1228.
1228. Let's open it, Nick. Come on.
I'm sure there isn't any money in there.
Aw. But hey, he keeps it locked, right? So that must be something of value in here.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, Nick, let's see what's in there.
Guess there might be a clue or two. The only thing in here is a letter.
A letter? Boring.
There's no name or signature on this thing. It's handwritten in very precise, clear letters. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Edgeworth?
Nick, why would Mr. Edgeworth's name be on here?
How should I know? I'm gonna read the whole thing. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. It also says, this is your last chance. Now's the time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. The rest of the letter goes on to describe the murder plot in detail. How to kill Robert Hammond, how and frame Edgeworth. Calling Edgeworth up to the lake, getting on the boat, firing twice. Exactly what I figured out today in court. It's all here, in perfect detail.
What do you think it means, Nick?
I don't know, but it looks like these are instructions for that caretaker. When he killed Robert Hammond and called out Edgeworth, he was following instructions.
But who could have written that letter? And what does it mean to get revenge on Miles Edgeworth?
Look, I don't know, okay? But one thing's for certain. This letter is an amazing clue. Okay? There's nothing left in the safe.
I wonder why the caretaker didn't take the letter with him.
He left in a hurry, right? I don't think he ever came back here after the trial. Oops, sorry. I meant to move. You need to take a second?
I need to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I was gonna go behind you.
Okay, then do that.
I just figured that would be.
I wonder if presenting this to Edgeworth would do anything.
Maybe.
I'll just continue on for a second. Edgeworth, see this letter? This came out of the safe in the shack where that boat rental caretaker lives. I see. Revenge on me? Who's that old guy anyway? I don't know. Could he be an innocent defendant you got declared guilty or something? Nice, right? I don't remember that old man. Not at all. So he was following this letter then. Which means there was someone else behind it. Now's the time to get revenge on the two men who ruined your life. Two men, meaning myself and Robert Hammond. It also says, this is your last chance. Last chance? Wait, maybe he's talking about the statute of limitations on the DL6 incident. Wait, that old man. What is it? Do you know who he is? Yogi. Could he be Yogi? Yogi? The suspect in the DL6 incident. The one who was found innocent. Yanni Yogi was a court bailiff at the time. We just happened to be in that elevator together 15 years ago. The quake was incredibly strong. Before I knew it, everything was dark. We were there for so long, it felt like forever. The air thinned, the darkness closed in on us like in that little box. We became unsettled. Help! I can't breathe! Quiet! I said quiet! You're not making this any easier. I want to get out! Help! Get us out! Don't shout! You'll just use up more oxygen. That's all I remember. When I came to, I was in a hospital bed, staring up at the ceiling. In court, Yanni Yogi's mental condition was called into question. He claimed that oxygen deprivation and stress had caused temporary insanity. In the end, the claim passed the court, and Yogi was found innocent. Huh, but isn't that strange? Sawyer tells him to get revenge on Edgeworth. Why would he want to take revenge on you? Right? Yeah? There's something that's been troubling me these last few days. I didn't know whether to tell or not I should tell you. You mean the nightmare? It's a nightmare I've had. A memory of a crime that I committed. Crime you committed? A memory of a murder. I think the time has come to tell all. For the last 15 years, I've had this same dream almost every night. I wake up in a fearful sweat every time. What kind of dream? It was a dream about my father's killing in the dark. I'm not gonna... It's the same dialogue as from the prior flashback. Just... I can't breathe. You're using up my air. What? Stop breathing my air. I'll stop you. Ah, what? What are you? Stop breathing my air. No, Father. It's attacking Father. And I see the pistol lying by my feet. I don't know if it was evidence from that day in court or the bailiffs. In a daze, I pick up the pistol. Get away! Get away from my father! And with that scream, I wake. It's a bone-chilling scream. We're having a blast from the past, Stabby. We have come to the conclusion that the old man from the rental shop was a bailiff slash suspect in Miles's father's murder. We found that someone written a letter to said person, talking about getting revenge on the two men who ruined their life. One of them was Miles, one of them was the victim in this case, Robert Hammond. We don't know who wrote the letter, but, there must be something. It's a bone-chilling scream. A scream that has rung in my ears for the past 15 years. But that's just a dream, right? Right? That thought is the only thing that's kept me sane for the last 15 years. But what if I'm wrong? What if it's real? They say that sometimes people shut out memories in self-defense. Maybe it was I who killed my father. What? If you think about it that way, this letter makes sense. Get your revenge on Miles Edgeworth. Think about it. Yogi was really innocent. That's why you wanted revenge against me. Wait, Edgeworth, you mean? It was me. I was a true criminal of DL6. I shot my father. This is bad. What are we going to do, Nick? What can we do? I don't know. I don't think that there's anything we can do, like it or not. If there's someone else who knows a lot about DL6 incident, maybe. There is, Nick. There's someone else who knows about DL6. Well, December 27, Grossberg Law Offices. Mr. Grossberg. Ah, hello there. What's wrong? You look troubled. No kidding. I can't believe you're not. Right. Just calm down and tell me what happened, hmm? It's Mr. Edgeworth. He... I see. Yeah. So, Edward dreamt he shot his own father? Hi, Nikki. Well, Calvi isn't here to accept the compliment right the second. She just went into the kitchen to get something to drink. So you're gonna have to wait a second on that. But love you too, Nikki. Hopefully work wasn't too bad. Yeah, I just kind of jacked the channel for a little bit. That was just actually a cat sitting on the table. Just going, you know, like you're about to bring food to the table. Just give Calvi a second. I'm curious what Calvi is even grabbing from the kitchen. Oh, she's grabbing cookies. And milk, I assume.
Yeah. Also know you.
Yeah. You're gonna have to figure something out with the arrangement. I mean, to be fair, this box isn't even parallel to the table.
It's not. Just because my chair keeps bumping it. I'm just putting that down so I can open the window.
Yeah. Did you hear it, Nikki? You got your no you.
Although I brought cookies to share.
So, Edward dreamt he shot his own father?
It's only a dream. Only a dream.
I wonder.
What?
If that's the case, then why do you two look so troubled, hmm?
Well...
Also, consider this. Yogi quite certainly holds a deep grudge against Miles and Edgeworth. So deep, he went on to frame him for murder. This leads me to surmise that Mr. Edgeworth's dream was not a dream, it was real, as you imagined. Miles drew the pistol to save his father. The pistol fired, and the deed was done.
No. I don't believe it.
Yogi was suspected of murder, and his career as a beta was irrevocably wrecked. Thus, he sought revenge on Miles Edgeworth. This was his last chance, of course, with the statute of limitations so close. What do you know about Edgeworth's father? He was a defense attorney without peer. It sounds trite, but it's true. Well, he may have had one peer now that I think about it. Your mentor, Mia Fey.
My sister?
Gregory Edgeworth was very disapproving of Von Karma's techniques. That's no surprise. Von Karma is an extreme man. Forged testimonies and evidence are nothing to him. The result, he has a perfect win record in court. To beat him, Gregory Edgeworth tried to call attention to his methods.
And?
He lost, and died in despair, as it were.
I see.
When Gregory Edgeworth was killed, the police called on the spirit medium. That was your mother, Misty Fey.
I'm Gregory Edgeworth. I have been killed. The only one who shot me was the Bafliniani Yogi.
Yet, Yogi was found innocent.
That's when my mother left us. Everyone called her a fraud.
That's right. Everyone thought she was, you see. Yeah, now that I think about it. Seems like the one who lied was Gregory Edgeworth's ghost. Gregory Edgeworth must have known who shot him. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So you're saying he falsified his testimony? That Edgeworth's dad lied to protect his son? It's only a possibility, mind you. But a possibility nonetheless. Oops, shit.
Also, I hope you're doing good, Nikki, and I love you too.
Where are we supposed to go now?
So he has dreams of killing his dad.
Yeah. I will put it right here for now.
I'm very tempted to make soup. One day left, Nick.
Yeah, I know.
Well, no time to waste. Let's get going.
What do you think we should do now, Maya?
You would know best, Nick. Just do what you do. That should work.
Well, had any good ideas?
This is all tied to the DL6 incident. We'd better find out as much as we can before the murder, about that murder before tomorrow.
Something that happened back when, then has a hold on Edgeworth and won't let go. Okay, well. Nope, still can't do anything here. Guess we have to go back to the lake. I'm actually at a loss of what we're supposed to do now.
The fact that that dude only had 2 options to talk makes me wonder if we need to show him something to get another dialogue. Say, Nick, don't people usually put pictures of fish up on the wall to boast about them?
Yeah, I guess so. You mean pictures of the fish they caught, right?
Right. But don't all the fish on the wall here look
I haven't even had the first one. You're just giving me cookies now.
Yes. Yes, I am.
This is not helping.
Sure.
I drop a bottle onto the floor.
It's fine. Sorry for the loud noise.
Oh, you know what they say. You should have seen the one that got away.
Except the one that got away from us was the caretaker, and we did see him.
I really feel like we're having 2 different conversations here. Okay, so basically you're saying go back to the law office and show him the letter.
I think so. If you haven't shown him the letter already.
No, I just want to talk to him. I have to go back to the detention center, and then I can move to talk to him. And then present to him the... Oh, so this is the letter? It does seem like that Yogi was following this letter when he killed Hyman.
But why kill Robert Heyman?
Hammond was a skilled defense attorney. but he defended clients not for their sake, but for his own. Huh? His own sake? He never trusted his clients, that one. One thing he trusted was his own ability.
But he got his client found innocent, so why should it matter?
Actually, my dear, it's quite different. He won that instant verdict for no one but himself. Yogi was a free man, but socially he was ruined. Huh? You'll understand soon enough. Wait. What is it? This letter. I've seen this handwriting somewhere before. A long time ago. Whose handwriting was this? Do you have any idea who wrote this?
I'm wondering if it was...
Could it be Manfred von Karma?
Von Karma? Why would he have something to do with it?
Well, I'm not sure.
Karma.
I don't know why you took over for this guy,
Sorry.
but sure.
I'm sorry.
No, it's
Go for
fine.
it.
I just realized that
I didn't realize it. Go for it. Sorry.
Wait, you're right, my boy. This is von Karma's handwriting. I'm sure of it. I used to see it all the time on court reports.
What? But that means the one who told Mr. Yogi to kill was...
Correct. Manfred von Karma himself. What does this mean, then? Why would von Karma want to frame Edgeworth?
I guess now I should be talking.
If it was truly von Karma who wrote this letter, then he would know the truth. He would know that Miles Edgeworth had accidentally killed his own father. He'll say as much tomorrow in court, I should think. He'll press the point until the court files Miles Edgeworth guilty. Oh no.
But how could Von Karma know about Mr. Edgeworth's past like that? Even Mr. Edgeworth thought it was just a nightmare.
That I do not know. Yeah, I do know that Von Karma is both persistent and a perfectionist. He may be seeking to satisfy a grudge against Gregory Edgeworth by hurting his son. What do you mean? It was 15 years ago. Von Karma met Gregory Edgeworth in court, and Von Karma did win. But he didn't make it through the trial unscarred. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I didn't know if you wanted any milk with the cookies, that's why.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
What happened in the trial between Edgeworth's dad and Von Karma? Von Karma got the guilty verdict he wanted. He won the trial. But Gregory Edgeworth accused Von Karma of faulty evidence. And though he lost the trial, Mr. Edgeworth's accusation stood. Faulty evidence. It was the only penalty Von Karma has ever received in his career as a prosecutor. I was just taking over so you could finish.
I know. Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record.
Wow.
It must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see. Vacation? Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting.
Really? He doesn't take vacations? Like, go to sea or to the mountains? Don't tell me he's never been to Europe.
What? Maya? Oh. If more people had gone to Europe, I think America might be a better place. Anyway, what was the image?
Oh, the image was soup.
I know, but I still want to
It's
see
frog
it.
soup. Here.
I still want to see it.
No, I'm bringing it up.
Oh.
It's good.
You have strange ideas about vacations, Maya. In any case, that was the only time he took a vacation from work. I believe the penalty upset him quite a lot. But he wanted to keep a perfect record so badly. Why would he take such a long vacation?
What do we do, Nick?
Ben Karma is going to bring up DL6. You can bet on it.
What if Mr. Edgeworth pleads guilty to DL6?
I won't let him. Yes, Mr. Wright. I hate to say this, but even accidental murders is murder, you know. I know that. Now it's called manslaughter.
I know.
And even then, and it was truly an accident, so probably would... I just believe in Edward's innocence. I can't believe he'd kill someone.
But Nick... Mr. Edgeworth admits it himself. His father must have lied to protect him from beyond the grave.
I don't care. I know he's not guilty. Mr. Wright, if you say so, I suppose I could go check again. Police files might hold something of interest. Mr. Gosberg, thank you. I can't promise anything. In fact, I think the chances of finding something are slim. I understand. Waste materials. Either move back to the detention center, to move back to the criminal affairs department, to find Gumshoe. Also, Miles was 9 years old at the time. He would be tried as a juvenile in that case, even if it were to be brought to test. But I know this is all based on Japanese system and whatnot. It's a fuck. There's a reason why the Phoenix Wright games have lasted, and that's because it's a critique on the Japanese system.
I know.
They just don't have this. They're just trying to apply their legal system to ours, and that's the reason why we can nitpick at it so well.
There's hardly anyone here.
Everyone must be out looking for the old guy, Yogi. Oh, it's you. I don't think Gumshoe will be coming back today. Stay out late looking for someone.
Sound like Captain Gumshoe is pounding the pavement for real. We were wondering if we could check out the records room again.
Well, I can't just have anyone wandering around in there. But I guess Mr. Von Karma is in there now, anyway. You can go in as long as he's there.
And Karma?
Yes, he just arrived, actually. Von Karma's in the records room.
Nick, let's hurry.
Sounds like someone's trying to look up dirt. Very much so.
Yeah.
Dusty as always.
We were only here just yesterday. I'm sure they hadn't had time to clean.
What's wrong, Nick?
Nothing. I was just noticing he isn't here. On Karma. This cabinet is where to keep evidence for current cases. Some of the things are obviously murder weapons and others are question marks. This one just looks like random junk.
Nick, what do you think this clothespin is for?
Don't touch that. It's evidence. Clearly that's what we need to touch, but looks like there are files inside this vast case. The case is so dusty I can't see what's inside.
Nick, it's locked.
They must keep important case files in there. There are shelves stuffed with case files in the back of the room too. Rotten cases rotting away for eternity.
Nick, let's get what we need and get out of here. All this dust is getting to me.
Here's some files of collected case reports. There are quite a large volume of reports here.
Wow, there are all case reports?
Yeah, it's like a graveyard of police cases.
I guess my sister's case report is in here too, quietly gathering dust. Huh? One of the drawers here is open.
Someone must have been looking in it recently.
The label says unsolved cases evidence.
Unsolved cases?
Nick, the file for DL6, it's completely empty.
What?
What are you doing in here? Bang Karma. You. How do you know my name? Huh? Have we met? What are you saying? We see each other every day. We see each other every day, don't we? We're Miles Edgeworth's defense team. Defense team? I beg your pardon. You see, I rarely remember defense attorneys. They are like bugs to me, needless things to be crushed.
You can see how this guy was Edgeworth's mentor.
Well,
Talk to him.
He has the files. Mr. Edgeworth is your student, right? A romance... This... Is that it?
Romanticist.
Who still can't shed that veneer of amateurism. Just like his father, always second rate.
Mr. Von Karma, you had an axe to grind with Mr. Gregory Edgeworth, didn't you?
Me? A grudge against a mere defense attorney. Why?
Because he dealt a blow to your otherwise perfect trial record. So you did. But what I don't get is, why do you take his son under your wing afterwards? Son of your most bitter rival.
That, my dear attorney, is none of your business. Tomorrow will be the last day of this trial. It's been a while since I've had a defense attorney last this long. Still, you will lose in the end. Miles Edgeworth will admit his own guilt.
His guilt of 15 years ago, you mean? And that fadeaway is not unnerving at all. Nope.
You're quite the researcher. If you've done your homework so well, then certainly you must understand. You know that Miles Edgeworth will tell the court tomorrow.
You're right. So Von Karma's going to bring up the 06 in court tomorrow.
Should we show him the letter? Because it's his handwriting, supposedly.
Christopher Von Karma, have a look at this. This was you, wasn't it? You instructed Yanni Yogi to commit murder.
Yanni Yogi. How many years has it been since I heard him called by that name? He's a fool. I told him to burn it after he read it. So you admit it? You wrote Mr. Yogi this letter. Yes, my dear defense attorney. Thank you for taking the trouble to bring it to me. You've saved me from a lot of needless hassle.
What?
Nick, what is that thing?
Stun gun for self-defense, usually.
Indeed. 600,000 volts will course through your body like a dog touching an electric fence.
600,000?
Oh, don't worry. People don't die from it, usually. Now give me the letter. No! What are you... Nick, run! Maya! Sorry. Did he get zapped too? I think he got zapped.
Yeah.
I also realized that because we turned off a lot of the flashing effects, that's why it was
a little
weird.
Yeah. Also, to be fair, if that were to happen at a police station, you would think the police would be like, "Hey, what's going on over there?"
Yeah, like hearing people yell from the record room.
It's not a normal occurrence.
No, it's not.
He got the letter gone, of course. He took the DL6 evidence, all of it. Back to having no clues. Wait, Maya jumped first. Maya, is she okay?
Hey, Juice. Yeah,
Maya.
we weren't sure if it would be too flashy, so I usually turn it off for making sure it's not going to be like a seizure warning type of thing. Maya, open your eyes. Maya.
I can take control of these again.
Okay. The letter, did he take it?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Are you okay?
I couldn't stop him. I jumped as fast as I could, but one shot from that thing knocked me out cold. I'm useless. I'm no good as a lawyer or a medium. I can't even call my sister. Not even now when we need her the most. I wish I hadn't woken up at all.
Maya. There has to be some way I can help her. I gotta do something about her subconscious first. Maya. She's holding something. What's that? A bullet? DL6 incident evidence number 7 taken from the heart of Gregory Edgeworth. I remember when Carmel was holding this when Maya jumped him. We get everything. I'll prove it to you, Maya. You're most definitely not useless. I'll prove it to you in court tomorrow.
This is what, now our 5th? Yeah, we've been on this case for 7 hours. Yeah, we've been through this.
Final day.
It is a long one, and Apcarnist did tell me it was a long one, which is why we started as early as we did, because we're like, let's just finish this off before the end of the year. I was gonna have it be Resident Evil 4, but
You might just ring in the new year with zombies.
maybe.
I don't know what we plan on doing on
I have
Friday.
no idea. Part of me almost wanted to be like, let's just get together and party. But also, I feel like that's way too late to be like, let's just get together party. As in like Jackbox or something like that.
You could just at everyone.
Listen, I apparently have failed to at everyone. Even though Discord told me I was adding everyone.
December 28th, 9:51 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 2. This is it. Judgment Day. Today, things are going to get settled at last. A lot of things. What's the big idea?
Sorry, Nick. I only touched your shoulder. I guess the shock hasn't worn off from my run-in with the stun gun yesterday. Anyhow, today's the last day of the trial. Good luck, Nick.
Yeah, thanks, Maya.
Yeah, because Discord highlighted it as if I did at everyone.
Did you edit the message?
I did edit the message afterwards, but when I first sent the message, it was highlighted, but when I looked from mobile, it was not, and it was typoed.
At that point, it's better usually just to delete and try.
But I also found out like hours after the point, so it's just like,
Yeah.
you know what, I'm just gonna edit this.
Edward is looking glum as always. I hope Von Karma doesn't push him too hard.
No, and that's fine. Whoa.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Sorry, I'm so sorry. I just thought I'd cheer you up by a pat on the back.
Maya, you should go outside and discharge.
Right, good idea.
Try not to electrocute anyone on your way out. Oi, pal! What's got into that girl? Detective Gumshoe. Morning, Mr. Edworth.
Good morning.
How'd it go, Detective? Have no fear, as promised, I've captured our runaway caretaker. Just brought him in. Took all night, pal. Thanks, Detective Gumshoe. You must be tired. Actually, after that shock I got on the way in, I feel pretty good. Yeah, he says he's forgotten his own name. That has to be a lie. Why would he want revenge on Edgeworth if he couldn't remember his past? He doesn't remember, and I'm going to improve it.
Oh, I know it doesn't work if it's edited. That was just for my own sanity's sake of being able to edit it, because by the time I was notified of it, it had been at least an hour, if not more, and I figured, you know what? It's been long enough to where, let's see. Actually, it was more like 3 hours from when I made the announcement to where Shadow mentioned something. I was just like, heck. So at that point, it's just like, I'm not gonna re-at everyone being like, hey, I've been live for 3 hours, don't worry about it. I was just figuring I'll just edit this and just leave it as is for the sake of my sanity.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miles Edworth. Defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready.
Right, very well. We have reached the final day in our proceedings in this trial. I ask that the prosecution submit decisive evidence.
Understood.
Come on, don't be awed to silence by every little thing he says. Very well, Mr. Von Karma. Your opening statement.
Right. Thanks to Detective Gumshoe's efforts, the boat rental shop caretaker has been arrested. In yesterday's trial, the defense asserted that the caretaker was the murderer. However, the caretaker has yet to confirm this. I would like to ask the defense to cross-examine him as much as necessary.
Very well. Please bring the witness into the courtroom.
Yeah, it's just because I goofed it. Apparently, even though it highlighted it as if I did it right, so...
Well, it highlighted it because you typed @ symbol in a name, doesn't mean you typed in the right thing.
That's why I say I goofed. Can't even at everyone properly.
It's fine. People are here. People are still hanging out, right?
I know. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, I believe you all remember our witness. He lives in the boat rental shop on the lake from where he witnessed the incident. In addition, he has currently lost memory of his name and identity.
Witness, why did you run away yesterday?
The witness was not running away, as he will now testify.
I see.
If a judge is asking a direct question, I don't feel like it's for him to try and swoop in and like stop the judge and answer for them.
I mean, technically it is because, but you know.
So.
Very well. Please begin your testimony. Because the judge is not faultless.
I'm really sorry about just leaving like I did yesterday. I did. I wasn't running away or nothing. I went to buy some food for Polly, see? I figured I got nothing to do with this incident anyhow. I need one of those mud of things, right? I know got mud. So my testimony yesterday stands as is. Very well. Let's begin the cross-examination, shall we?
You're
I
not
know his
hearing
name.
us.
Yanni Yogi. You're Yanni Yogi, and I'm going to prove it. So let's review. Actually, before we even get into pressing everything, let's review what evidence we still have. We have the DL6 bullet. We have the DL6 incident photo. We have the case file. We have the parrot. We have a metal detector, a pistol, a bullet, the overhead map of the Misty Phase photo, the lake photo, and the autopsy report. Not much. I'd call what you did running away, just not just leaving. You heard Larry's testimony and you realized you're in danger.
Now, Mr. Wright, there's no need to rush to conclusions. As I said, the witness was not running away. Listen to the testimony.
He sure seems relaxed. In fact, they both do. Montgomery and Yanni Yogi. Then why did you leave?
He's just about to say why. It is hard for you to... Is it so hard for you to just quietly listen when someone is talking?
Yes. As that quietly, Edward would be guilty in 3 minutes. Food? Well, Polly is a bit of a gourmand, you see. Surely he eats these high-quality bird pellets from France. They only have them in the big pet shop downtown. But you weren't rested until this morning. Why didn't you go back to the caretaker's shack? Well, kinda got lost, you see.
The witness has trouble remembering things sometimes. When the police apprehended him, he was on his way back to the shack.
Yeah, right. Nice try, Von Carver. No one's gonna believe that. I see. So he was lost. Please, Your Honor, come to your senses. You've lost much of your memory, is that correct? Yep. Seems like it. Then how could you know that you didn't have anything to do with this incident? Or maybe you're lying about not having your memory, You know exactly who you are.
The witness has testified quite clearly that he has no memory of who he is. If you claim he's lying, then show the court proof.
How am I supposed to prove what's going on in that old codger's head? It's impossible.
I'm glad you've come to your senses, Mr. Wright. Very well. Witness, please continue. So that feels like the one we would need to, present on. I'm just not sure what evidence.
How can you say you had no motive? I say you do. You had a grudge against Edward and the victim, Robert Hammond. That's why you took revenge on them, right?
Please don't make me repeat myself, Mr. Wright. This witness has no memory of anything beyond several years ago. He can't hold a grudge. It's impossible.
Prove he's lying about his memory. Price is going to be the same thing over and over until the trial ends. Might I say something, Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? You've been saying the same thing now, over and over. You've been calling the witness's memory of the past or lack thereof into question. But does this really have anything to do with the current case? Of course, Your Honor. The witness has said he has nothing to do with this case and no motive. Both of these statements are lies. Order. Mr. Wright, there's a serious problem with your claim. Or are you saying Are you saying you know who this witness is? Of course, Your Honor.
Oh, now this is interesting. I would like to know myself. So who is he?
Don't play dumb, Von Karma. Mr. Wright, please tell us the witness's name. Yanni. His name is Yanni Yogi, a former court bailiff. Yogi? That name seems familiar. Oh, Yanni Yogi from the DO6 incident. I think a judge would have heard of it. It was such a famous case. But what does this mean? Your Honor, this man was Mr. Yogi, then he has a clear motive.
Tisk. Jumping to conclusions again, Mr. Wright. This witness is Yanni Yogi? Fascinating. However, how do you propose to prove this to the court? Yeah, I've been goofing at the name. This is a court of law. As you may recall, you need proof. And allow me to repeat once more that the witness has lost his memory.
This is it. I have to do this now. I can't prove he's Yogi right here. Okay, first of all, this seems like a good time to save. Then I've got nowhere else to go.
Nick, how are you going to prove it? How can you prove that he's Yanni Yogi?
It's okay. It's actually quite simple. Your Honor, please take this man's fingerprints. Then we'll compare them to the fingerprints on file for Yanni Yogi 15 years ago. I see. That makes sense. Huh?
I'm so very, very sorry, Mr. Wright.
Why?
The witness has no fingerprints.
What? What? No fingerprints? You see, before I worked as a caretaker, I worked at a chemical plant. I burned my fingers off working with this stuff. Yep. What? Yogi, you sneak. You burned your fingerprints off to hide your past. Well, if the witness has no fingerprints, I guess we will not be able to prove his identity. No.
Well, what will you do, Mr. Wright? It seems that the case has been decided, no?
No. I know what happened. I know everything. I just can't prove it. But no, I can't let it end like this. I can't lose. There has to be another way.
There is no one who can testify as to who this witness is. No one. Nick, what are we going to do?
I didn't even consider he might have erased his fingerprints. What do I do?
Tis. Well, Mr. Wright, perhaps you would like to cross-examine his parrot for a little comic relief,
Yeah, very funny. You're a sore winner, Phone Comma. Wait a second. Cross-examine his parrot?
What is it, Nick? No, you're not going to...
Your Honor! The defense would like to take Mr. Von Kammer up on his proposal. I'm just looking at Calvi's eyes bug out just a little bit. It's like, what? What are we doing here?
He was the one that originally proposed that a parrot would not be susceptible enough for court.
Take Mr. Von Kammer up?
On my proposal?
Exactly, Your Honor. I would like to cross-examine the witness's pet parrot. Order! Well, what do you think, Mr. Von Karma?
Need you even ask? This is a farce. I accept.
Object.
Object.
Wait a second. You were the one who suggested I cross-examine the parrot, Von Karma. I have a right to do so as you suggested.
Well, if you're so desperate, then please be my guest.
Of course, should you go through this again, or go through with this, and nothing comes of it, then I hope you're ready for the consequences. Nick, this is crazy. Well, still want to go through with your little game?
Yes. Let the parrot take the stand. I
Let
will
the
cross
parrot take the stand.
I will cross-examine her, Your Honor.
This is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard.
On comments read every person's testimony, every piece of evidence. Except the parrot. She's my last chance. At least, I think so. Bailiff, bring in the parrot. That sounds like a line that you would hear out of Saturday Night Live.
I know. Hi, Polly.
That's quite a bird. Please tell us your name. Name. The witness is ignoring me.
The witness is
Her
the bird.
to be ignored by a bird. Very well, witness. Who is your owner? Please testify for us.
Hello, Squawk.
Certainly the most concise testimony we've had so far. Very well, begin your cross-examination. Right.
What are you going to do, Nick?
I don't know. What do we do, Maya?
I feel like if we press, we can say, like, Polly.
Yes. I mean, literally, this is only a line. Witness, you can't just say hello and expect us to get anywhere. I want you to testify. Oops, shit.
Right. What do I say?
As I recall, 2 days ago. Polly.
Polly, have we forgotten something? Don't forget, DL6. Squawk.
If I can get Polly to say that here, I will prove that the caretaker has something to do with DL6.
Polly, have we forgotten something? Hello, Squawk. Oh no. That's not what you're supposed to say. Forget. Should we forgot? Oh, it's not working, Nick. This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous. Won't you say?
You need to say Polly. Something the matter, Mr. Wright?
Wait. Don't tell me Von Conrad expected this. He couldn't have retrained the parrot, could he? Did you train her not to respond if we asked if we were gotten anything? Witness, you're here to speak. You must speak to me.
No, you need to say Polly. Frankly, I can't believe that you're speaking to the parrot. Well, I guess we should try to get some information out of her. We need to show the judge that her owner is Mr. Yogi. This means we need to present stuff.
Well, hold on. Alright, I need to save quickly.
Sounds good, Myth. I don't know how long we still have left with this, but...
Probably not too terrible. I'm just going to press again. Witness, you can't just say hello. Okay.
No, it's the same thing. What's the safe number?
Maybe I'll get her to say the number of... Huh?
The safe? Why?
Let's just try to get her to say anything, okay?
Holly, what's the number to the safe in the shack? 1228? 1228.
My, what a reckless parent. Well, Mr. Wright, you aren't claiming that this number has something to do with the caretaker.
Actually, it does.
Actually, it does. That's why I had her say it.
Ridiculous. How can the number to a safe tell us who the caretaker is? Show us your proof. What could possibly link this number to the caretaker's identity?
I mean,
Casey?
Hold on. Okay, so, we didn't get a strike for it, but
Okay.
we just need to press on the first thing.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, we are voice acting this, and we might get stuck at. This might be the point we get stuck at. This is the part you have to press.
Okay, sorry. Because I know what it wants. I just need to see what piece of evidence it needs to be.
Probably just the incident photo.
Probably. Because you already clicked the files and that didn't do anything.
No, I used the parrot just to say. You can just do
then
the file in general.
The DL6 case file? What is this obsession you have with that case?
Mr. Wright? We're in this file with somebody related to that safe number.
It is the...
You might want to save.
I'm pretty sure it is the case summary, but I will go ahead and save. Because in the case summary, that should have the date.
Yeah.
And it's the date that is the code.
The case summary? Simply the date in which the DL6 incident occurred. The day of the incident, December 28th? Well, that's today's date, 15 years ago. And the number on that safe is 1228. Ah! Use that date of the DL6 incident as the number for his safe, Your Honor. That's how important that date was to him. Well, if you sense cuties, then clearly we have to pause for a second to go and give people some spoiler alerts. I see. It's certainly an interesting coincidence. People often do set their secret numbers to dates.
Bah, this is not tangible proof. I set my ATM card number to 0001 because I'm number one. Oh my god. Karma, you can't dox yourself like this. You can't be doing this. We can't be doing this, Karma.
Hi, Tom.
Surprise! I hope I didn't scare you.
Hi, Tom. Thank you for the raid.
We deliberately paused because A, this is a funny line, and B,
we kind of lost this line. Karma has decided to dox himself. My brain was like, steal credit Karma's info. We write it down. Okay, you did come in time.
To be fair, I was laughing and I had a cookie in my mouth, and I said, "You know what? Nikki kind of gave her cutie sense signal, so we decided this is the perfect screen to stop it at."
I hope Inscription's still been going good.
Yeah,
it's just a credit Karma I've heard so much about. Man. So, for anyone that doesn't know, we're at
the very end of the game.
We're pretty much the very end of the game. So, if no one wants spoilers,
yeah, that's the reason why we actually paused.
It's all good to leave.
But yes, I assumed based on the announcement, and Tom, that you started Act 2 of Inscription. So hopefully you're not bitter about it. Because I know some people have gotten to Act 2 and been kind of bitter about it and because of how it changes the formula and whatnot.
Act 3.
Oh, okay.
I forget which act that is, to be fair. I've only really ever seen like the beginning and the end of the game. I'm glad you're having fun with it.
See, like, even if arguably Act 2 is a low point, you can't really... It feels like Act 3, it can't be done without Act 2 being there. That's my opinion, but anyway.
That's fine. I don't know mentally what part is Act 3, so... But it's fine. I don't need to know it just yet.
Yeah.
This is nothing to do with a date. Nothing.
Indeed. Alone is a little weak for evidence in a murder trial. We need some other corroborating evidence. How am I going to find that?
Nick, we're getting closer. One more. If we can just get one more piece of evidence.
Right. What? Very well, witness. You may continue.
I've made...
First of all, I think we should save again.
Have a good night, Tom. Thank you. Tom I think... There you go, Parker. That's for you. One hold it for you. I'm gonna see if asking for Polly's name brings about anything.
Yeah.
Polly, what's your name?
Polly, Spock.
Does this have anything to do with it?
Yes?
Yes, it does.
Ah, fascinating. You claim the parrot's name will prove her owner's identity. Then show us this proof.
Nick, don't you think you're taking the bluff a little too far?
Listen, we're not here to answer the question of who is the caretaker. We're here to prove that he is Yanni Yogi. All we have to do is tie the name Polly to Yogi.
Your Honor? The proof that the parrot's name reveals the caretaker's identity is...
The parrot themselves, I would say? It's the only thing I could think. Like, whatever things... Like, it's not anything with the DO6 stuff. That wouldn't make sense. So, I would have to...
I'm just looking over real quick.
You know, that's perfectly fair. I'm just thinking the only thing we could present is...
I mean, we could try.
Yeah. Okay, but...
No.
Okay, so there's some other piece of evidence.
I don't know if there...
At least...
Okay, so I think asking for the name was right, because that's the only thing that led us to being able to choose evidence.
Right.
Who is the caretaker? Like, probably wouldn't be it. I think there's something in the file that honestly...
The DL6 case file?
That's quite a large file you have there. Which page is this proof on then? Show us or stop wasting our time.
Okay. Got a... Very well, Mr. Wright. Please show us the page. Where in this file is that information connected to Paris' name? Suspect data?
I'm gonna say it real quick.
Yeah, that's actually very fine.
Okay.
I would go suspect data, but...
Part of me thinks it's victim data, but we'll try this.
It's on the suspect data page. This page has all the information about Yanni Yogi. Right after he was arrested, his fiancée committed suicide, see? Indeed, it does say that, yes. What was his fiancée's name? Polly Jenkins. Polly? Exactly, Your Honor. He wanted to remember the name of his fiancée who had committed suicide. That's why you named his parrot after her. I see. I guess that is possible.
Bah, a mere coincidence, that's all. My granddaughter has a dog she calls Phoenix. Well, Mr. Phoenix Wright, does this make you my granddaughter's fiancé?
She's only 7 years old. That's enough. I mean, to be fair, I don't... Yvonne Comer would try to explain that away very... It's like, you don't have any proof I even own a stun gun. To be fair, he actually probably disposed of the stun gun after he used it.
I don't think he would. It sounded like he was quite accustomed to using that.
Well, I'm not saying he wouldn't get a new one eventually, but he might have discarded it just for the sake of the trial, because all he had to do was survive this day, and then he could go and get a new stun gun.
Yeah.
I think we've reached a conclusion here.
This is a mere coincidence, that's all.
True, that is a possibility. However, two coincidences at the same time seems more of a pattern to me.
What are you saying?
Summon the caretaker of the boat shop immediately. Witness, tell us your name.
Wait. This witness, he doesn't remember.
No, it's okay. I've accomplished what I wanted to do. I'm done.
Nick, he looks totally different.
This is a real Yogi, I think. Finally. It's been acting feeble to hide his true identity. Acting for 15 years. Well, let me ask you again. Please state your name for the court. My name is Yanni Yogi. 15 years ago, I served as a bailiff in this very court. Order, order. Yanni Yogi. So it was you who killed Robert Hammond and tried to frame Miles Edgeworth for his death? Yes, it was me. I did it. They put me on the witness stand 15 years ago. Robert Hammond, he said I was mentally unsound. He told me he would make me innocent, get me off the hook. So I pretended to have brain damage. I was innocent, really, but he didn't believe me. We won the trial, but I lost everything. I lost my job, my fiancé, my social standing. Then, this year, 15 years later, a package arrived. It was a letter and a pistol. The plan was written out in careful detail. It was a plan for me to take revenge on the people who ruined my life. I didn't care who had sent it. But this was my chance after 15 years. This was it. Finally, a chance to have my revenge on Robert Hammond and Miles Edgeworth. I have no regrets. Wait a moment! Revenge against Miles Edgeworth? What do you mean? I'm not at liberty to speak on that matter. Why didn't you ask Mr. Edgeworth yourself? Anyway, I admit it. I was the one who killed Robert Hammond.
Up at the little murder thing.
Bon Karma. Where's Mr. Yogi?
Under arrest, Your Honor. saw no room for error in his confession.
Then, the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, is...
Innocent in this case, at least.
Very well. Will the defendant please take the stand? There are a few mysteries left unsolved. Still, you're clear of suspicion for this particular case. So I would like to pass judgment on the murder of Robert Hammond. Any objections? I don't believe it. Why isn't Von Karma saying anything? Very well. This court finds the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, not guilty. Yes,
No, it's never done.
that is all. This court is adjourned.
Of course.
Did someone just say objection? It wasn't Von Karma. Wait, but that means no.
Phoenix Edgeworth.
Edgeworth.
Your Honor, I object to your judgment.
What do you mean?
I am not innocent at all. As we have heard, Yanni Yogi killed Robert Hammond in revenge. But revenge for what? Nick, Edgeworth is trying to confess. He's going to say he's guilty. He's going to tell them he's the murderer in the DL6 incident. He's going to tell them he killed his own dad.
Oh, what do I do? I'm going to have to raise an objection. I mean, you can't let your...
I know.
The judgment has already been passed. I object to Edgeworth's outbursts.
Didn't something like this happen yesterday, too? I believe a certain witness raised an objection after a guilty verdict was passed.
That would be very...
We must hear this new statement. We must hear Miles Edgeworth.
He's right. We have a duty to hear Mr. Edgeworth out. But we prevented him from...
Listen, man, he's feeling guilty.
I understand. And we've prevented him from admitting guilt for now. But we still have to go and kind of prove it somehow.
I know.
Without much evidence.
For 15 years, I've had a reoccurring dream. A nightmare. It's only a nightmare. That's what I told myself. But now, I know it wasn't a dream. Yanni Yogi wasn't the killer.
You mean in the incident where your father died?
From the distance of the shot, it wasn't suicide either. Everything was as clear as day. The murder, the criminal in the DL6 incident. It was me. Your Honor, I confess my guilt. I am guilty of DL6, the statute of limitation of which ends today. The culprit is me. I mean, can't let boyfriend go to jail, but boyfriend's trying real hard to go to jail.
Order. This is certainly unexpected. The defendant declared innocent is confessing to a different crime. Crime which its statute of limitations runs out today. I'm not really sure how I should deal with this.
Wow. It's obvious. We hold a trial right here, right now. We try this man for his crimes of 15 years ago.
I think I would like to take a 5-minute recess. During this time, I will consider the appropriate course of action to take. Court is adjourned. We're almost there.
Almost there. Edgeworth, buddy.
To be fair, court's going on pretty long.
I'm sorry, Wright. I've just wasted all your effort.
Mr. Edgeworth, I just don't believe it, sir. I mean, you kill your dad?
I didn't want to believe in myself, Detective. It's the truth. I deserve to be punished. Murder is murder, no matter what the circumstances.
This is crazy, just crazy.
Nick, what are you doing?
Huh? Oh. I was just reading through the court record once more. I'm getting my case ready.
Your case for what?
Huh? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to prove that Miles Edgeworth is innocent. What are you talking about, pal? He just admitted to it. He confessed that he did it. In court. I'm sorry, Edgeworth. But I don't believe you're a nightmare.
What?
It's just a dream. It's not real. The truth is right here in this court record. In any case, tighten your belts. The real fight is just beginning. I'll prove you're innocent. Trust me.
Right.
Now then, I would like to resume our trial.
Judge, Miles Edgeworth has admitted his own guilt. He has confessed his crime. Let us begin by hearing his testimony. Then, though pointless, let the defense do their cross-examination. The statute of limitations on the DL6 incident runs out today. Though it's unconventional for me, I'd like to run this one by the book.
I see. Does the defense have any objections? No, Your Honor. On Karma, you knew this was going to happen from the very beginning, didn't you? Very well. Will Miles Edgeworth take the stand?
Will the witness state his name and profession? Miles Edgeworth, I am a prosecuting attorney. Mr. Edgeworth, 15 years ago, you mistakenly killed your father, Gregory Edgeworth. Is this correct? It is correct. Then testify about this matter to the court.
When Edgeworth was telling me about his dream yesterday, I noticed something. One detail didn't quite fit. That will be the key, but only if I can get it to work.
Please, please. That day, I had gone to the courtroom to observe one of my father's trials. As we went to leave, an earthquake struck, trapping us in the elevator. My father and Mr. Yogi lost their composure and began to argue. Just then, something heavy fell at my feet. I picked it up and threw it at Mr. Yogi and wanted them to stop fighting. A moment later, there was a single gunshot, then a scream. It was a terrible scream. I remember it to this day. That's all.
And until now, you just thought this memory was a dream?
We were stuck in that elevator for 5 hours. The oxygen in the elevator ran out, and I lost my memory of the events. Bah, the same claim Mr. Yogi has made.
Very well. Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please? Yes, Your Honor. So I think I know what the contradiction is. Do you want to try to figure it out yourself, or you want me to just say it?
Let me press and see if I can kind of pick up on it.
What was the trial your father was involved in on that day?
I don't remember things very clearly. Only 2 things. I know my father lost, and Mr. Von Karma was the prosecuting attorney.
Mr. Von Karma, you were handling that case?
It was 15 years ago. I don't remember the details.
That was when Edgeworth pointed out the problem in Von Karma's evidence. And then... So there was 3 people, including yourself, trapped in that elevator?
Yes, myself, my father, and Yanni Yogi. We were fine at first, but then as time passed and no one came to help.
What did you do then?
I was a 9-year-old boy at the time. What could I do? I was scared, trembling in the corner. But then
What was it?
A pistol. I assume it was the bailiff Yanni Yogi's. The safety must have come off when it fell from his holster. And you picked it up. What happened next?
Did you know it was a pistol when you threw it?
I think I knew. I knew it was dangerous. But the air was getting so thick, I panicked. So you're saying that you threw the pistol at Mr. Yogi? I was in a daze.
The gun fired once?
Yes. I think after I threw it, I lost consciousness. Since then, they've echoed in my head every day. That gunshot and that horrible scream.
The scream. Okay. To this day?
Yes, I can practically hear it now. I doubt I will ever forget that scream as long as I live. There it is. Honestly, I didn't get to look at the evidence really from it, so...
Yeah,
Let's see. I imagine the fact that... Hang on. Let's see. Let's see here. You're in an elevator. Has oxygen depleted at time of incident. No clues found at the scene. Defense attorney trapped in elevator, returning from the lost trial with son. One bullet found in the heart. The murder weapon was fired twice. Is that the contradiction?
that's the...
So...
Yeah. Are you sure you only heard one gunshot?
Yes, I am sure of that. I heard the shot and the scream. Then everything faded. I was unconscious until the rescuers came.
I see. No, Your Honor. Unfortunately, you do not. Look at this file once more time. This plain contradicts the witness's testimony.
You do enjoy dragging out that file, don't you? I don't accept this evidence unless you can tell us what page it's on.
Then...
It would be the victims, yes.
Look at the victim data in this file. It says quite plainly, the murder weapon was fired twice. Miles Edgeworth only heard one gunshot, yet the murder weapon was fired twice. The first shot was the accidental firing when the pistol was thrown. So, who fired the remaining shot? Was there perhaps another shooter who fired that second shot?
Your Honor, as I'm sure you're aware, this incident occurred 15 years ago. The evidence is dated. The pistol fired twice. However, we do not know when that second shot was fired. It might have been fired the day before the incident. There is no proof that the second shot had anything to do with this incident.
What? I see. You do have a point. Mr. Wright? The murder weapon was fired twice, as we have heard. One of those shots was fired by the defendant, a boy at the time. Do you have any proof that the other shot fired had something to do with the case?
Yes.
Your Honor, I think I should be able to show you proof.
What? Impossible.
Now, Mr. Ron Karma, save your surprise for after you've seen the evidence. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show us your proof. Do you have evidence the second firing of the pistol was related to this incident?
I'm thinking this.
Why? Yeah.
I figured you wanted to be able to see too.
I saw that much as soon as we saw the photograph. It's like, oh, there was 2 shots.
Yep.
But I just want. I want you take control here. Love you.
I love you too.
Look at this photograph.
Every time we do it, makes me laugh. Listen, I need to get it out at least once.
This is a photograph of the scene of the crime 15 years ago. I can see that the victim lying there is Gregory Edgeworth. This proves that the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. This photo proves it. So let me get this straight. This photo proves 2 shots were fired? Where? Your Honor, please, get a clue. Show the judge the contradiction in the photo. As should be obvious, the contradiction is here. I see.
Your Honor.
I see a bullet hole in the door. Your Honor. Here, Gregory Edgeworth was killed by a shot from the pistol. Oh gods.
It's I think it's the one myth.
Oh gods.
Yep. Thank you, myth.
Ah, god damn it.
Listen, I've been aching to say it at least once with every time they bring up the photo, and I just feel like the timing has been off, and I saw my moment and I seized it.
Yet, there is also a bullet hole in the elevator door. You know that the murder weapon was fired twice. Thus, someone other than Edward fired that second shot. Toucans has been lurking. Order, order. Mr. Wright, what are you driving at? It's simple, Your Honor. At the time of the incident, 2 shots were fired. One went into Gregory Edgeworth's heart. The other hit the elevator door. Remember that the defendant lost consciousness after the shot he fired rang out. In conclusion, we must agree that the second shot was fired by someone else. Mr. Wright, but who could that someone else be? The murderer, of course.
I knew I should have stepped in before your wild fantasies got out of hand. Mr. Wright, look once more at the DL6 incident case file. Look closely. Try the case summary page.
Case summary, that's on page 1.
Look what is written there. Not a single clue was found on the scene. If the pistol had been fired 2 times, then the other bullet would have been discovered on the scene.
He does have a point.
That second bullet has never been found. Why? Because the second bullet does not exist. The second bullet that claimed Gregory Edgeworth's life was the one fired by his own son. That is the truth of this matter, the whole truth. I am undoubtedly something else that made that bullet hole in the door.
I mean, to be fair, this is 15 years ago. We don't know how old Gumshoe is. But I don't think he was a detective at the time.
I don't think he was a detective at the time. Kind of makes it sound like he's kind of around the age as the rest of them.
Probably a little bit older, but Mr. Wright has.
Gumshoe is 15? No, he's not. Oh.
Mr. Wright has proven one thing to us quite clearly: that the murder weapon was fired twice at the time of the incident. However, as Mr. Montgomery says, the second bullet fired was not found. It's highly unlikely the police merely overlooked the second bullet. So, all we have is a single bullet fired. I'm afraid I have to discount the defense's claim.
I praise the judge for his wisdom in this matter.
How did this happen? I don't believe that the second bullet didn't exist. Was I wrong? Have I been wrong about this whole incident?
What are you doing, Nick? Why are you raising an objection?
I'm sorry, Maya.
What?
It looks like I was wrong.
Nick?
The second bullet wasn't there, then all my conjectures are for nothing.
No. But you said you'd do it, Nick. You said you'd get Edgeworth declared innocent.
I'm sorry. It's just when I saw the photograph, I thought that 2 shots had been fired. I was so certain of it. I thought I had won. I thought there was another person, someone else firing. But now, I was wrong to think it could have been that simple. This case has stood unsolved for 15 years.
Nick?
Well, it seems we have finally cleared up this incident. Only 1 bullet was found at the scene of the crime. That shot was fired by Miles Edgeworth.
Precisely.
I would like to ask one thing of Miles Edgeworth before passing my verdict. Have you been paying attention to the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any objections?
No. No, I do not.
So you killed your father, though that was not your intention?
Yes, I did. Oh no. He's accepted the guilt.
Very well. The statute of limitation on the murder of Gregory Edgeworth runs out today. Therefore, I must pronounce the verdict on the defendant today, right here.
Right now.
Indeed. Does anyone else have any objections?
I've been here before. It's just like my first day in court. There are so many things I know I should be saying, but my mind's gone blank. I can't find the words.
Mr. Wright? Well, you have to have an objection.
Feel like I do.
I don't see how not having an objection is acceptable right now.
I know. It's just like if
Also, Wesness posted. God damn it. Really? I have regrets. Your Honor, I object.
Mr. Wright, on what grounds do you object, Nick?
I don't know. His case is perfect.
Oh no.
Girl.
No worries, pal. I hope you're having a good look so far.
It must exist. The second bullet.
What? Sorry.
What did he just say?
Nothing.
The second bullet must exist? But where?
Someone took it.
It seems waiting is not going to produce any answers from Mr. Wright. Wait, Your Honor.
Sorry.
I know you're anxious to get to it. The second bullet. It existed. What? Well, we just heard proof that it did not exist. I realize that, Your Honor. Recasting here. It's just someone took it from the scene of the crime. That's what happened. But who? The murderer.
The murderer? Then tell us, just who is this murderer?
I'm still thinking about that one. So the criminal took the second bullet, but why? Huh? First off, how could they have found it? It's not easy to find a stray bullet, Mr. Wright. Was there some pressing need for the murderer to search for that bullet?
Yes.
No. If the police, if the police didn't find it, and they were in an earthquake at the moment, and there was a scream. Was it? How do we know it's his father's scream?
That's the thing, we don't.
So we know that a bullet went through the.
We know it went through the window.
Right.
Or glass.
So,
whatever.
as far as we know, someone could be standing outside that.
Yeah.
I don't know
No,
how.
no, we don't.
I don't know how it ends. The only thing I knew going into this is, well, they probably knew about a meme that comes from this case. I know. I know that there was a false game over.
I didn't, and I was real close to resetting.
Yeah, that's the only thing I knew. But I think I've pieced together the pieces in my mind. I just don't know how it ends.
Is there some pressing need for the murder? Just search for that bullet.
And
I feel like it's yes.
I don't think, but the one thing I'm thinking is that if the scream didn't come from Miles's father, which you would think he would recognize his father's scream. If there was a scream, granted, you don't know exactly how someone's going to scream when they get shot, but if someone screamed, they got hit by a bullet, they could have it. They would have had it possibly lodged in their body already.
So you're thinking no?
I think it's no.
I don't think it is, but
we saved already. Why would the murderer have spent time looking for the stray astray bullet? I haven't got a clue. What's wrong, Mr. Wright?
The murderer had no reason to take that bullet. You don't want to admit it, but it's true. Had to take it?
To take it? Murder, what does that mean?
You're thinking too normal. Think crazy. People die when they are killed. That just reminds me of like Welcome to Night Vale quote. Is just kind of like, if you say guns kill people, I will take a gun and I will shoot you and you will coincidentally die. Don't think why the bullet was taken. Think why the bullet had to be taken.
Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I have no idea what I'm doing. Well, the murderer had no intention of taking the bullet from the scene, but the murderer had to take that bullet. Had to, Mr. Wright? What do you mean? Well, for instance... what? Maybe the bullet, hit the murderer? That's what I was thinking. The bullet hit the murderer? Just saying, for instance. I mean, if it hit you, you would have to take it with you, wouldn't you? It's not like you could perform surgery right there. You know. Wait a second. I was just talking off the top of my head. Well, was that really what happened? Let me get this straight. So at the time of the murderer themselves was shot, and they left with the second bullet still inside of them, thus leaving only one bullet at the scene of the crime? Yes, I guess that's how it would work, yes. But there's a problem with that. The other two people rescued from that elevator, Miles Edward and Yanni Yogi, were both unharmed. So it would mean the murderer came from outside, yes. Two men fight inside the elevator. Trying to stop them, the boy picks up the pistol at his feet and throws it. Pistol discharges, and the bullet goes through the elevator door and hits the murderer outside. The boy loses consciousness, and then the murderer opens the elevator door and sees the men inside. Mr. Wright, you're truly the most unpredictable defense attorney I've ever known. I can tell you're grasping, yet I cannot deny the possibility of what you say.
It sounds kind of demonic when he says objection.
I mean, he is a demon.
I know. What are you saying? Deny it. Deny it. No one involved with the incident was wounded. There was no murder.
I mean, yes. I've been resisting from saying that. No one wounded the incident. He's right. I can't think of anyone.
Hey, Nick.
Huh.
I just thought of something really crazy.
Crazy?
Remember what Mr. Grossberg said yesterday?
Gregory Edgeworth dealt a blow to his perfect trial record.
Wow.
It must have been quite a shock for Von Karma. He took a vacation for several months after that, you see. Yes, an unusual event for the man. That was the first and the last vacation he's taken in his many years of prosecuting.
What if Von Karma didn't take that vacation because of shock?
But took it because he was injured.
Which would mean
It could only mean one thing.
he was the murderer in the DL6 incident.
He was the man who shot Gregory Edgeworth.
It was Von Karma.
Oh man. Something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Oh, you look. Sorry, I didn't mean this.
No, Your Honor. Well, you have indicated the possibility that the murderer came from outside. Can you give us the name of your suspect? Oh, do I come out and say it now? I mean, what's the better time?
What is the better time? But also, we're safe scumming. It's fine.
Your Honor, there's a suspect. One lone suspect. Well, this is certainly interesting news. Very well, Mr. Wright. Who's your suspect? There, my hands are shaking. Well, what? Von Karma.
Von Karma.
You mean the Von Karma? The prosecutor? The one standing right over there?
Ah.
You don't object?
I see no need why. I see no need. Why honor this ridiculous outburst with my objection?
Because you took a vacation for several months starting the day after the incident. Yet you pride yourself on a perfect record. Why would you take such a long vacation without any reason?
So you're claiming that I took a vacation to heal my injury from the incident? Fascinating. Prove it. I would have needed surgery, no? Where did I go under the knife for Mr. Wright? Bring the doctor that operated on me. Have him testify. Nick, let's find out who this doctor is. It's no use. It's no use.
Edgeworth?
I know Van Karma perhaps too well. He's perfect. He wouldn't leave clues. He probably didn't undergo surgery. That would leave a doctor as a witness.
No way is that. That's perfect.
So what, Nick? Did Van Karma pull the bullet out by himself? That's insane.
No, he couldn't have.
The bullet's probably still in the shoulder.
You can't just pull his... I mean, if you're a solid snake, you can, but...
That's different.
Wait. What does that mean? That bullet has to be somewhere. But where?
Well, Mr. Wright, did you produce evidence to prove that I was shot? Metal detector.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Show evidence.
I mean, we literally have a metal detector on us. Alright, Von Karma, I'll prove it. I'll even use evidence. I know how you like it so much.
What?
The evidence that proves Von Karma was shot is... Von Karma is perfect. He wouldn't risk surgery leaving an evidence trail. So then I asked, where is that bullet now? I think it's unlikely that Von Karma performed surgery on himself. No! Well, it's too bad. You're right, Savvy. Girl, you shouldn't have said it if you didn't think...
I believe you did say it as a joke, but
I was getting seriously
already there, so I was
mean,
yeah, it's the metal detector.
I mean, I saw the metal detector was still in our inventory. It's like, this is on load.
You can't metal detect humans. I mean, you can if they have metal in them.
Yeah. You don't mean. And also in the later Phoenix Wright game, you actually cross-examine a killer whale, so.
Excuse me?
I kid you not.
What the fuck?
I don't think we get to. I think that was one of the 3DS one. So.
Oh my goodness.
There's a possibility that the bullet is still inside Von Karma. Is that even possible for all these years? Well, there's one way to find out. We could use a metal detector. Well, Von Karma, I'm gonna run this over you and see what we find.
I refuse.
You refuse? But refusing this means you acknowledge the bullet is still inside you?
This is true. We did cross-examine the parents.
Order! Your Honor, the defense requests that we be allowed to use the metal detector.
Judge, I call for a suspension of this trial. This is an invasion of privacy.
The statute of limitation runs out on this case today. It was you who said we had to end it right here, right now. Enough! I permit the use of the metal detector. Mr. Von Karma, you will submit yourself to testing.
Nick, what does this mean?
I don't know. We had to give it a shot. He reacted. Something is inside his right shoulder. The bullet. Mr. Von Karma?
You? It was you? I was afraid this would happen. And so I remained silent. Indeed, there is a bullet in my shoulder. However, it has nothing to do with this incident.
What?
I was shot in the shoulder long before the DL6 incident. I claim that the bullet in my shoulder has no relation to DL6.
But, Mr. Von Karma, can you prove that?
Prove? I have no obligation to prove anything. You motherfucker! Yes, you do!
Actually, to be fair, Karma is correct. The accusation is on Phoenix. Phoenix is making the accusation, so... I mean, to be fair, the Japanese legal system is a bit of a kangaroo court. This is just exaggerating it for storytelling purposes.
It is Mr. Wright who must prove something here, not I.
Mr. Wright? Well, can you prove it? Can you prove that the bullet in Von Karma's shoulder was from DL6?
Of course he can't. You don't have any evidence of the DL6, or you don't have any of the DL6 evidence.
That's because you took it out of the records room yesterday.
With no proof, you cannot convict me of any crime. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright.
No, I'm the one who's sorry, Mr. Von Karma.
What?
You were close, one day away from freedom. But you see, I have proof.
What?
Who would have thought you would dig your own grave trying to evict Edgeworth? I can link that bullet in your shoulder to the DL6 incident. And here's my final proof.
It's probably the bullet.
Yeah. That's... a bullet?
Where did you get that?
This is the bullet used in the DO6 incident. This was taken from the heart of the victim, Mr. Gregory Edgeworth. The bullet is preserved quite nicely, with all the ballistic markings intact.
Ballistic markings.
You may recall the term. It came up at the first trial 2 days ago. Ballistic markings are the fingerprints of a weapon. All bullets fired from a gun are marked with that weapon's unique pattern. By examining the markings, you can tell which bullet fired the weapon. Which weapon fired the bullet. It's quite accurate. We have 2 bullets in our possessions. One, the bullet removed from Gregory Edgeworth's heart. The other, Mr. Von Karma, is the bullet buried in your shoulder. We can analyze both bullets. Then, if the markings matched, we would know that both bullets had been fired from the same gun, the very same pistol. In other words, the murder weapon that killed Gregory Edgeworth. Mr. Von Karma, you will let us remove the bullet from your shoulder. Then we'll compare the ballistic markings to those on this bullet, and solve this case once and for all. Well, Mr. Von Karma?
He's having a bit of a fit. That scream. I've heard that scream before. Wait, I know. Seen this before.
Yeah.
It's that scream I heard in the elevator 15 years ago. Von Karma, it was you who screamed.
Mr. Von Karma?
Edgeworth, only you would dare defy me. So it was you. You and your father are my curse. Your father shamed me with a penalty on my record. And you left a scar on my shoulder that would never fade. I'll bury you with my bare hands. Death. He's being a little dramatic right now.
15 years earlier.
Chief Prosecutor, I am sorry.
Von Karma, it's not like you to make this kind of error. I never would have thought that Edgeworth would be the one to catch you.
I was careless.
I'm sorry, but you will have to be penalized. I covered for you in the past, but not this time.
Edgeworth. It was a shock like none I had ever known. Me, penalized. It took hours for me to regain my composure. Suddenly I found myself in the darkness. I was in the court records room. I must have wandered in there without thinking where I was going. The room was pitch black. The lights must have gone out. I went out into the hall and felt my way to the elevator. I pressed the button and nothing happened. Then there was a noise. I was in pain, a horrible burning pain in my shoulder. Just then the light came back on. The elevator door opened before my eyes. I saw 3 people inside, all lying unconscious from oxygen deprivation. Much to my surprise, a pistol lay at my feet. I knew then it was destiny. In his last moments, Gregory Edgeworth was still unconscious. He died, never knowing he had been shot. Later, he spoke through a medium, blaming Mr. Yogi. He was fooled. It was the perfect crime. Yes. Who would have thought another man would have come to open that elevator door? Judge?
What?
What are you doing? Do your job. Bring an end to this miserable charade. Now, end it.
Very well. It appears we have come to a very long way to the end of this maze. 15 years later, Mr. Miles Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You are innocent. You are innocent. As you said, it was all a nightmare.
Yes, Your Honor.
This court finds the defendant, Miles Edgeworth, not guilty. Fucking confetti.
Man, he's got 2 rows of confetti now.
That's all. This court's adjourned.
Is he not gonna say that, like, the other dude's, like, being held in contempt or whatever?
I mean, technically he would have to be arrested. Right.
Still. Nick, we did it! Did you see his face? Von Karma looked even paler than usual. He's pretending to be all cool, but inside you crushed him, Nick. Crushed. Being all in murder. I gotta say, I'm impressed.
Yeah, it was pretty close, though. I was sure we had it.
I know, I was on the verge of tears the whole time myself. But now it's all just a good memory.
So, it's finally over, Edgeworth.
Right?
Yeah?
I'm not sure how to say this. He's trying on the emotionally recovered.
I mean, to be fair, if anyone deserves that punishment, it would be Von Karma.
I know. Try thank you. I see. Thank you, Wright. When the show begin.
Good question, Nikki.
We will never know.
You're welcome.
I think you could have done better than that. Yes, like a kiss. Just one. Listen, just one. There's enough sexual tension here. Sorry, I'm not good at this sort of thing. You got a lot to learn, Edgeworth.
It's got you there. Woo! Amazing, pal. You pulled through just like I thought you would. I'll never forget this. I owe you one, pal. And tonight, let's party. Dinner's on me. Yeah, my salary went down a bit this month, but who cares?
See, Mr. Edgeworth, you should take a lesson from Detective Gumshoe. That's how you say thank you. I see. Ooh. I feel foolish. Don't worry. Take it a little at a time. You'll get used to it.
It's been 15 years since I've seen Edgeworth this unguarded.
Hey, y'all. Loda. Y'all were great in there.
Thank you.
Yo, Edgeworth, congrats. Thank you all very much. I knew you were innocent from the start, of course. Just look at you. You wouldn't stick your hand in the cookie jar even if no one was there. You were the witness on the first day of the trial, weren't you? Yeah, well, let bygones be bygones, eh? Speaking of which, what are you doing now, Loda? Sorry, that's Phoenix.
Speaking of which, what are you doing now, Loda?
Who, me? I went back to college. I gave up trying to be an investigative photographer pretty quick.
Really? That's too bad.
Isn't that the hot dog guy from the park?
Huh? It's over, Nick. My life is over.
Why is your life over again for the 5th time this year?
Why does hat face, Larry? What happened now? Oh, Nick. I'm just not long for this. You hold on. Headbuck says his girlfriend broke up with him.
Did he have a girlfriend? Because I kind of feel like this was a whole, like, fake girlfriend to make himself feel better. Because he was totally hitting on Maya.
I mean, she was giving him stuff, so... you don't look sick. No, this girlfriend's in Hawaii for a photo shoot.
Yes, this one is yeah.
Yeah. It's Chaos Knight. She's going to live in Paris. Paris, Nick. She's leaving me behind. Should have seen that coming. Yo, Edgy, there you are.
Yes, here I am.
Congrats, Edgy. Here's a little gift from me in celebration.
Celebration? That's unusual for you.
Harry Butts. You can come along tonight too. My treat, pal. Huh? Thanks. Looking forward to it. Yo, Nick. That's the suit that questioned me. He's his treat. That's not police talk for prison food, right? Right? I think you'll be fine, Larry.
Right?
Yeah? What's up?
That envelope that Larry gave me. It's got money in it.
Well, yeah, that's not strange. People give money away to celebrate sometimes.
It's $38, right?
Huh. What a weird amount. I mean, it's not a little, but it's not a lot either.
Was he the one that fucking took the money?
Yeah.
Are you fucking serious right now?
$38 exactly?
Nick? Wasn't that exactly the amount of lunch money that was stolen from Mr. Edgeworth in school?
$38? No. No! Larry, it was you!
What are you so surprised about, Wright?
Huh?
Larry was absent that day from school, right? But that doesn't automatically rule him out as a suspect.
What?
Think back to the day 15 years ago. Larry took the day off, but he was bored, so he came into school anyway. Then he saw the money lying there, and the rest is history.
I never was good at history. Edgeworth, you didn't know, did you?
I suspected. I just couldn't picture Larry protecting you like he did that day. Everyone else was saying you did it. The whole class was against you, remember?
Yeah, too well.
Right? You may not know this, but we used to have a saying back in school. When something smells, it's usually the butts. You shouldn't be saying that.
I know.
Really, Wright? I'm surprised you didn't figure it out.
Well, this sure is an unexpected turn of events, eh? Edgeworth. You should have told me.
Now, Nick. It was 15 years ago. That completely altered the entire scope of your life. For, like, that has manifested into a career. But yeah, it's just 15 years ago. It's just $38. It didn't change much, clearly. Don't you think the statute of limitations has run out, Mr. Edgeworth? Did he fucking wait 15 years ago so he wouldn't be prosecuted for stealing $38?
No, he just be an asshole.
I don't know. I kind of feel like he planned all of this. Yeah, life was a lie. Oh, God. I'd say so, yes.
There you have it. Grr. Where does that leave me? I became a defensive starter because of what you two did.
Exactly. Well, you've always been something of an insufferable emotionalist. Ouchies.
Yeah, and you get worked up too easily, too. Death! The death sentence for both of you. Man, if I had known, I'd become a prosecutor.
Same goes for me, only the other way around. For the longest time, I thought that I might have killed my own father. I thought I might be a criminal. I became a prosecutor in part to punish myself. If I had known the truth, I might have become a defense attorney after all.
Edgeworth.
Want to switch, right? Hey, y'all, line up. I'll take a photo. Hey, photo time. Let's go.
And after that, dinner's on me. Detective Gumshoe took us out to on the town that night. We celebrated Edgeworth's newfound freedom, even though Edgeworth himself was still in detention.
Probably.
Do I think Larry would be smart enough? No, but I think he would probably, in some capacity, get that information from, or Edgeworth. Larry would, and he would learn from that.
5:02 a.m. Well, I went a little overboard yesterday. My head hurts. Huh? It's still only 5 a.m. Maybe I should go back to sleep. What's this? Water?
Fuck.
Good morning, Nick. You were really impressive yesterday. Seeing you, it made me think about what I'm doing here. I'm a spirit medium in training, of course. I wanted to help Mr. Edgeworth, too. I wanted to help you, but I couldn't. I was useless. So I decided to go back to my training. I'll become a full-fledged spirit medium for starters. And I couldn't say it to your face, so I left this letter. Goodbye, Nick.
Man, that's a shitty way to leave.
Goodbye? What time is it? God, the first trains for the mountains have already left. To the station. I guess I'm too late.
Hey, Nick?
Maya. So you're leaving?
Yeah. It's hard being a spirit medium who can't talk to spirits. And I think you'll do fine without me, Nick. Be good, okay?
Wait.
What?
I never could have saved Edgeworth without your help.
Huh?
On the last day of the trial, I heard her. I heard Mia's voice.
You heard my sister?
Yes, only her voice. But still. It was at the very end when I thought we'd lost everything.
Well, that's my sister for you. Detective Gumshoe helped, and Mr. Grossberg, and even Larry. I'm the only one who couldn't help. I was useless, Nick.
But you're the one who stopped Von Karma, Maya?
Huh? I didn't do anything. All I did was wander around in a daze.
Sorry, but I have evidence that you helped.
Evidence?
I mean, had it not been for the bullet, like...
A bullet?
It took a metaphorical and literal bullet for me.
Von Karma was convinced he had taken all the evidence pertaining to DO6. But you were the one who rescued the last piece of evidence we needed. This was the bullet that put an end to the Von Karma. And you were the one who gave it to me.
Nick.
Thanks, Maya. Couldn't have done it without you.
I'll be back soon.
Huh?
I'm going to complete my training and come back.
Okay, I'll be waiting.
Of course you will. You can't run that office by yourself. You're hopeless.
I don't know about that.
So, this is it.
See you soon, Maya.
Thanks, Nick.
And so my story ends. Time to turn a new page. I say goodbye to the novice defense attorney that I once was. And a new story begins. With the same old crazy cast of characters.
Ha. Don't think you've graduated yet, amateur.
Mr. Wright, perhaps you would like to rethink that claim? Yes, Your Honor. Oh, I have a feeling about this.
I didn't click through any of that, so I think it's just kind of going through.
Yeah, this is basically the credit sequence.
Yeah. Except Maya's dead.
So, characters saying wish me Happy New Year. Talk about a pleasant surprise.
Oh, Detective Gumshoe.
The hug his head went right back outside. Kind of like when he was embarrassed or something. Strange, huh? There was a very small team for this, especially the original version with the GBA.
It was Game Boy Advance, yeah.
Yeah. I've
Wait,
been working at a cheese shop.
Become Borger?
At Missy's in ASA, but she's not exactly what you call a cheap date. Huh? Oh, she's in Hawaii right now. Yeah. Oh, gods.
Does he lose all of his women to Hawaii?
or Paris.
I mean, they start off at Hawaii, and then they migrate to Paris.
God damn it. Yeah. He's been, not trying to... I sort of tell him what he knows. I'm sure he's grateful. Yeah, fuck you, Payne.
Fuck you.
You are an embarrassment of the lawyer. We were able to do you without any struggles at all. I mean, yes, you were a tutorial fight, but...
Still. Fish, right? The defendant attorney for whom I wrote that... You should know I've taken over management of a Gatewater Hotel. Should you be in the area, please stop by.
Is you. Phoenix, right? Oh yes, Phoenix understudy, was he not? I wonder how he's doing. Haven't seen him of late. The days of my youth. Like the scent of fresh lemon, you see.
Scent of fresh lemon.
Oh, which reminds me, we want to do orange chicken this weekend.
Possibly.
Probably. Oh gods.
Oh god. Oh god, she's going on multiple tangents.
Couldn't even start trying.
Well, I mean, Saturday would be the first day of the new year.
Yeah. I still have not done any work this week. I mean, it's not a surprise.
I mean, you kind of have. It's just you've been catching up on, like, all the other stuff, like getting glasses. And
I didn't say it wasn't being productive. I just haven't done any work. There's a difference.
I mean, that's still a form of work. I feel like
it's more like chores of anything.
Sarah's birthday is on the 2nd. Excuse me? I'm only just now finding this out? Heck. To be fair, I'm already bad at birthdays, so usually when I find out someone's birthday, I just write it down. And I've never been told Sarah's birthday.
Well, now you should write it down so you don't forget.
I'm putting it on the calendar. What are you laughing at me for? I'm putting it on the calendar.
I mean, to be fair, what calendar are you going to put it under? Because you've been putting stuff under the family calendar, which that for some reason makes me see stuff.
Wait, what? What family calendar? Excuse what?
Like, for example, your fucking appointment tomorrow is on my calendar.
Why?
I didn't put it there.
But I put it on my Google account, see?
It says family. I don't know what Google, are you spying on us?
Google's spying.
I mean, Nikki, yes, but also, I don't have your calendars. Nor I have Myths.
Also, Myth, that's January 2nd, right?
Yeah, I assume so. So Sunday. Hey, we got the picture. Aww.
Aww. And look, Gumshoe's doing confetti. Me is there in spirit, literally and figuratively. What?
The next game.
Are you sure that's the next game?
Yes.
Whoops.
Yeah, that is for the next game.
Why does it say 5 then?
Because they're probably just numbering all of them based on the fact that, it's a collection.
Gotcha.
Fair.
Yeah.
We will resume Phoenix Wright in the new year. But I assume you want to continue on.
What do you mean?
Wait, you might want to hit the home button.
I went back and I thought that was good enough.
Yeah. But yes.
Have a good sleep well.
Thanks for sticking around for
So
shenanigans.
I think we will want to continue this game into New Year.
Yes, I would like to.
We've only had one part where we kind of got stuck, and that was only because of.
I'm fairly certain I've seen some of this animation. I'm going to save it so I can watch it. I know it's only 40 seconds, but like, I'm gonna add that to a favorite. I'm now reminded of the fact that there is the gun.
The wingman.
The wingman, yeah.
Gods. That was like 9 hours ago.
Listen, fine.
Oh, I mean, not literally 9 hours ago, but like, I mean, it was close to because we're about to hit the 9-hour mark.
Yeah.
How do you feel? Okay, let me ask the question: who's online?
Friends online. Shen's doing their last stream of the year, which sounds ominous when I say it like that, but it's not as ominous. It's just that I'm sure Shen is just going to.
You're gonna need to go back to your moderator console.
I know. What is time? A miserable pile of numbers. I'm not wrong.
The correct answer is.
Oh
no.
wait, nope. I missed it.
Well,
Literally just missed it, so never mind.
congrats.
Listen.
So you didn't start the raid already, right?
No, I did not.
So.
But it says live.
Oh, stream ending soon.
Oh, yeah, there it goes. I can't. Never mind. Okay. So never mind. I don't know why you get the notifications. Like,
You have a sense of family.
I don't know why.
I don't know how we're part of the same family group.
We're part of the same family group because you added me to the family group for the Chromecast because that was the only way that I could have access to the Chromecast settings.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, really?
Yes. You forgot about that?
The Chromecast is the reason why I see all your fucking counter events?
It's the reason why it qualifies us as a family.
God damn.
Because you had to add me to specifically a family thing
In
for
order...
me to have access.
Fucking Chromecast!
I love you.
Love you too. Okay, so who are you rating now?
I don't know.
I'm just surprised because it's like.
I don't know. Well, probably not. I don't know who that is, but heck, well, you know what? GDQ is doing like things with J-Hub, so you know.
J-Hobbs kind of knows who you are.
I don't know how well J-Hobbs knows who I am.
I mean, he might recognize her name.
He might, and if not, that's fine.
And also, honestly, they're wrapping up soon anyway. Also, but it's fine.
Maybe wrapping up here soon, based on.
I mean, they're going to the world that never was. So
yeah,
I imagine he's wrapping up.
No, that's fine, Myth. Triforce, but it's Kingdom Hearts.
In the fourth one, jokes that Kingdom Hearts is just a Zelda-like.
I don't know.
Anyway, hit enter so you can start the raid.
Hit enter. It is apparently a follower or a subscriber only chat, which is fair. I would like to think that most of us already follow GDQ though, so it's fine.
Don't.
I know you don't, but express new vote in the player manual text a lot. God. Humongous subscribe with And whatever that saying was that Barry came up with.
Anyway.
I don't remember what it was. I go to eyeglass appointment tomorrow, so
I might stream, but I wouldn't do Danganronpa with that. I'll just figure something out tomorrow. If you want to, and join the Discord if you're not a part of it.
If you would like to, just because I know in the upcoming year I'm probably going to be doing like some art streams in there, so I can listen to music that I would want to. And at some point, we're going to get together and watch Mob 100. Mob Psycho 100.
Okay, you can do that, you fucking nerd.
How dare you?
I love you.
We will be streaming on the 31st, so I'll probably carry over to, like...
Are you going to switch to your rating?
No, it's too late. Have a good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye. We'll just bop over here. It doesn't do a notification, I think, but that's fine.
Yeah.
It's probably because it doesn't do a notification.
Under a certain amount.
Yeah.
Or at all.
Yeah.